Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them, you're willing to hurt for them, but most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting, it's hot. Look what I got, whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast, I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha, yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha, yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha, yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha, yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me, how'd I turn pain into energy. Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.
Get it, I'm on the mission, snap any minute, casually winning. Stop tripping on me, stop dissing on me. Yeah, I got a dream, can't take it from me. My fire's burning, I'm always learning. Tell me where to go, man, I'm on a journey. Yeah, I can't explain it, I get excited. Keep it 300, King Leonidas. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. I don't got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride.
We've been building toward this day for months, the second season of the Snapdragon Mobile Challenge.
The best Brawl Stars players in the world have already been put through the ringer, but it's not over. It's just starting.
Over the next 4 weeks, we'll see the best in North America compete not only to be crowned the Challenge champions, but also to qualify for the Snapdragon Mobile Masters, which will feature the best teams from every region around the world.
That's right, Reddy. We're already following a few teams as we inch closer and closer to the ultimate goal. STMN are back in the challenge, and they've been an absolute tear through competitive Brawl Stars since claiming the Season 1 title, including a top 4 finish in the BSC. Tonight, they begin their journey to claim back-to-back challenge championships.
But don't forget that Zulon and Tribe Gaming, who were the Season 1 runner-ups, also finished top 4 at BSC. They think they could have beaten STMN in Seattle, and tonight they'll take the first steps down the road to redemption.
And this is the first time we get a chance to see some of the newly formed teams post BSC region split. They're going to go up against the top dogs in NA.
Yeah, it's sure to be a great beginning and an exciting night of Brawl Stars action. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Snapdragon Pro Series.
Player on top, know it. Rooftop, penthouse suite. If you really want it, gotta own it. Fight through it, we was at the lowest. Blood, sweat, tears, the components. Riding all year, now's the moment. We are not friends, we are opponents. Yeah, I'm coming for mine. Yeah, I'm making a play. The game on the line. Yeah, I've been on the grind. Yeah, I jump in the spot. I made it my time. Yeah, look in the sky. Yeah, the stars align. No shade to shine. Can't stop it already. Emotional work and devotion. We put in this time. Look. You won't stop my stride. I'll just break your line. I don't tolerate wasted time. You take us down. Keep fighting.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series. Today is the first day of Season 2 of our Snapdragon Mobile Challenge, and we are in store for so much Brawl Stars action here today. I'm your host, Glitter Explosion, joined by F. over here on the sofa. It's great to have you back. Are you excited to be here?
I am thrilled. It's very cool to be back here and see everything. We are post-region split, so we've got some new teams to check out. Stamina up on top, just like last time, but can they do it again? That's, you know, the call to action, so answer in chat and everything. But we've got Chazmac Gaming, who are going to test their mettle against the whole squad, and then Tribe Gaming. I mean, we just got to see if they can do what they did once upon a time.
Yeah, I mean, we've got so many different storylines that we're going to be following over the next 4 weeks. But of course, it's not just me and F. here to do this. We have our two fabulous casters, Ready and Trav, standing by to break down how all of our amazing teams had to get here today.
Boy, is it good to be back, Ready. Boy, is it good to be back. Snapdragon Pro Series North America, and there's nobody who likes the North American region more than this guy right here.
And it's a, you know, it's a abnormal region, right? So we'll see how normal we can keep it. It's great to be back, man, and it's going to be a super exciting time. I can't wait as we finally move into the challenge phase, but of course, there was a pretty important step to get here. So it was the open finals first. Let's get a quick recap of how exactly that went.
As you can see from split number 1, some more familiar faces did manage to qualify. stmn Esports, West Coast, and Tribe Gaming. The top 3 from Season 1 came back even stronger in Season 2 and guaranteed their spots early on.
And if you're a savvy SPS watcher, you'll know that 4 teams are supposed to qualify from each split. So we're missing one team here, and that's Vatra Gaming. But good news, they've reformed. Post-roster madness, they're now at the top of the leaderboard. Chazmac Gaming absolutely crushed it in the second split. Dogwalker's Wash team, Papi Chulos, close behind, all bringing super strong performances. And this is where we're going to be focusing as well, since it is post-roster madness and a more accurate depiction of the BSC scene today.
Yeah, that first game though, CMG versus Papi Chulos that we did manage to see, saw CMG come out on top. They absolutely stormed through the qualifiers, as you have just mentioned, and we came in with some high hopes, and they did as well, absolutely wiping the floor with Papi Chulos, who are, you know, some really, really familiar names, second best, Jigsaw, Tooney, and even Steel hopping in every now and again. They were showing us what they had, but it just wasn't enough to take down a team like Chazmac Gaming.
Well, let's talk Wash Team versus Dogwalkers. Wash Team came in as an extremely strong-looking competitor, having done very well throughout all of those open qualifiers. Obey Alliance, now being named Dogwalkers, also looked very strong in that competition, but once Wash Team started actually checking in for their games in the open qualifiers, they started doing very, very well and have taken one of the top spots now going into the challenge season.
Yeah, I mean, we can't forget that Dogwalkers, we had some high hopes for them as well. Being ex-Obey Alliance, they were looking really, really good coming into this one, and they did actually manage to take down El Mapache in the next round and move on and qualify through to that next challenge phase. They looked very good. They had some fierce competition, some more big names, but they did manage to come out on top this time.
We can talk big names in NA. Let's think about Mystic Esports. Papi Chulos, their opponent in this match from the split finals. Mystic Esports, as this team, formerly being the Avengers and then being Vanguard for a little while, they almost qualified for the World Finals last year. Now, with Zeus at their side, they're looking very, very strong. Papi Chulos, less so, but they still managed to make it to the challenge season. Two strong teams, no doubt.
Well, being the generous people that we are, we gave another team yet another chance, considering that first team dropped out of Split 1, and it was actually Papi Chulos who came in clutch and managed to guarantee themselves that final spot to the challenge season. They came in, they looked a little weak at some points, had some tough opponents, but they didn't want to give it up that easy, and managed to win it out and guarantee themselves that last spot to the challenge phase.
And with the conclusion of that very first open phase, it's time for the challenge season. The top 8 teams, they're going to compete on 4 separate match days over 4 weeks. And the top teams emerging from this, top 4 in fact, they're going to be headed over to San Diego for the LAN. It's all about money and it's all about points, especially if you want to go to Masters. The top 2 point earners from the last couple of seasons are going to Masters, the international finals of this event. And to walk us through it, we got our boy F. to tell us how.
What's good, friends? Welcome back to the classroom. This is First Period with F. And I'm F. And those are my friends, and they were talking a little bit about the big picture. And I'm going to give you some of the details about Masters and how to get there. First of all, let's talk money, baby. $200,000 is on the line, and first place will grab half of that. 6 figures for a Brawl Stars win. Just wanted to let that sink in. Life-changing money going on here, folks. It's going to be incredible, but it's also about the experiences. And we have life-changing experiences because these players are going to Japan. Tokyo will be the location of the next Masters event, and it makes sense. Japan has been consistently one of the most dominant regions in Brawl Stars esports, so it makes sense that that's where we're going to go. Bring the competition to them and see if anybody can stand up. Now, getting there is going to be an arduous journey for pretty much everybody, and we got to make it fair, so we got a whole bunch of numbers to break down, and I'll help you go through it. So we've got 2 different seasons, and each of them are going to contribute to a trip to Masters. Season 2 is going to be weighted a little bit more so than Season 1, giving new contenders a chance to jump on in. Era of everyone, we want to see everyone, baby. Now, some of these regions only have 1 season, some have 2, so I'll give you the details region by region. Let's go ahead and start out with Euromina. They're already done. Reply Totem and SK Gaming are your representatives. We'll see you there in Japan. Now, they got there through Season 1 and Season 2 standings. Season 2 culminating in fantastic competition out in Valencia, Spain. SK Gaming falls down to Enzo and the boys of Reply Totem. Grass is green, water is wet. You know the story of Euromina when it comes down to Brawl esports. But at the end of the day, still a great show, man. Euromina, all said and done, we'll see those 2 squads over there. So, from a region that's already done to a region that's just starting. Say hello to India, a region so good, we had to give them their own segment of the tournament. True Rippers and Revenant Esports are the ones that are on top right now, undefeated at the moment. Competition still pending, of course. You want a little bit of flash info. True Rippers looks pretty good. Revenant Esports, though. Marcos Gaming, not a slouch in their own right, and Revenant was able to kind of tackle them throughout their 2 wins so far. And of course, along the way, their homies True Rippers doing the same thing. So good stuff happening out in India. Definitely want to see what's happening. As I said, Masters is going to be in AJP, one of the stronger regions in Brawl Stars. And so this is what we have to talk about. Zeta Division 1, one of the most storied teams in Brawl Stars, gone. They are now known as Barcelona, brand new squad. And here's the nitty gritty. Because they don't have their old team, they don't have their old points. So all of their qualification points for Masters has to come from Season 2. Let's take a look at one of the other strongly known teams here. And we have right in front of us Zeta Division 0. Now, Tensai obviously can't be on this team, so he's gone, and we say hello to Ken G. 2 out of 3 players are the same, so their points are the same. They'll have a leg up because Season 1 points still count. And the third team I want to bring up here is Rising Sun Esports. Aaron and the guys, again, shake the Etch-a-Sketch, try anew. Melty, Milk, and Suzuki are going to be coming out here, also relinquishing their Season 1 points. So Japan kind of playing on hard mode. We'll see which teams kind of wind up there. I'll be honest, though. We kind of know how strong these teams are. Big competition. Got to keep in mind that Zeta Division 1, now known as Barcelona, and Rising Sun Esports have to start over from square one. Of course, we're here in the North American studio, and North America is also up for competition. We know the squads. We're going to see them through our regular season. Stamina and Tribe have looked fantastic, but that was season 1. Now it's time for a whole new season. Time for season 2 and see if anybody can usurp these guys on top. They certainly have a chance. A lot of money, a lot of pride, and a lot of just cool stuff. That's Brawl Stars, baby. Let's start the show.
All right, F-Dot, thank you so much for that breakdown. That was a lot of information. We have so many different storylines we're going to be following throughout this season and loads of action. But if you want to see any of that action live and in person, DreamHack San Diego. Okay, do !DHSan in chat for more information on when it is, how to attend, the link for your ticket purchases so that you can go see the whole competition in person. I mean, we're all going to be there, so it's going to be really fun.
I mean, you can get 10% off and you can meet us. Like, what could be better than that?
Yeah, I mean, my signature is still cheaper than Trav's, and I'll be selling Trav signatures for $49 a pop. That's a $1 discount, so yeah, hit me up.
You're just getting deals left and right, all right? So like I said, DHSan in chat for more information. Hopefully, we will see you there. But now that we've got all of that stuff done and you understand the entire competition, it's time to start talking about our matchups for today because we're kicking things off with a banger. It's stmn versus Papi Chulos.
And we're kicking things off with top of the table from last season, Bobby, Cute Sans, OG, and Zar. Really, really strong roster, and they're back to fight it again in Season 2.
Yeah, and here we see them in the team house as well. And we've gotten word that not only is that a very good boy, but its name's Cash.
Oh, okay. All right, that's adorable. While I just fawn over the team dog right now, we are going to talk a little bit about stmn because we actually had a chance to catch up with OG and chat a little bit about this new team house and everything that the squad's been going through.
Hey guys, I'm OG, a professional Brawl Stars player for stmn Esports, and I've been playing competitive Brawl Stars since basically it was ever a thing. And it's usually just been me and Bobby on a team, but we picked up Zar and Sans, and yeah, we had a pretty good run last ESL. I always kind of knew Bobby, but we always like hated each other for like a long time before competitive came out. And then something happened, and one of our mutuals just got us like playing together, and then we're like, okay, like we're both pretty good at the game, like we might as well like team together, and we always just kind of teamed since then. And then Zar was someone that we always like knew from beta too, because he's been around forever as well. And there's just like we were kind of underperforming, I think 2 years ago, and we were kind of looking to make like a mid-season kind of adjustment. And Zar was a free agent, and like I really wanted to get him on the team, so I just kind of pushed for it, and it worked out pretty well, I think. And then Sans, same thing. We were kind of underperforming last year a bit, and yeah, we just decided that it's best to pick him up like mid-season and see how things go. So we got here I got here like a week ago, and then Bobby got here a few days after. I just picked Zar up from the airport last night. So we're just like kind of still getting settled in. You know, I don't like talking too much trash until like we win, because I don't want to look like a idiot if we lose. But you know, if we win, I'll probably say a few things. And until then, just like shout out to my teammates, obviously stmn, and just everyone that supports us. We'll do our best to make you guys proud this season.
Well, sounds like I ought to take a page out of OG's book. I'll tell you what, Trev. I'll submit my predictions after the match has been played. That way I don't look stupid.
Well, I mean, I never look stupid anyway, because my predictions are right 100% of the time, never wrong, and that is a fact.
Yeah, they're 20% correct 100% of the time, Trev.
Okay, absolutely not. But that's only one half of the competition that we've got coming up. Let's talk a little bit about Papi Chulos.
I mean, coming back again, Jigsaw second best steal in Tunisia, and they had maybe a little bit of a tough run through those open finals number 2, but eventually made it to this phase of the competition, and they've been looking pretty strong.
Yeah, they did kind of scrape by there towards the end, but this is definitely a talented group of players. They've had, you know, a lot of success in the NA region for years and years and years, and they've had some new additions, particularly Steel, who has been sort of rotating in as a 4th and then sometimes a 3rd as well, and I think we can expect to see some action from Steel today in particular. I'm definitely hopeful for it.
I mean, to be honest, it started to look a bit more hopeful when he did substitute in, and we said this during, you know, the previous week here. There's some incredible plays from in this highlight reel as it is, but when he subbed in, I think they got a step back and started to get a bit more momentum, but it was just maybe too little too late for him.
Yeah, and I mean, the core roster of this team, Tooney at second, as well as Jigsaw, they've been playing together for a while, and Steel is a newer pickup for them, but sometimes a little bit of change is necessary to start shaking things up. But we have the stat comparison as well, and it's looking solidly in favor of stmn.
Yeah, I mean, the stats, stmn in favor as well. More kills, by far less deaths at this point as well. And Papi Chulos, they're just not seeming like they're going to be able to square up against them.
I mean, you got to keep in mind that this is across every single game that they've played within these series, and even a slight advantage means a lot because that's every single one of your games factored into this statistic. We do see a few more supers on the side of Papi Chulos, which I think hints at us seeing some different brawler picks from them and some more consistently faster supercharging brawlers.
I mean, the other part of it too is that this is day one, right? None of these teams have gotten to play against each other in the challenge yet. This is the first match of day one. There's still 3 more weeks of tweaks and adjustments that can be made in store. So while we have previous stats, even today might not be fully indicative of what we see in the coming weeks.
I mean, to be honest, Papi Chulos, they struggled against the teams in the second qualifier. And if we think about it, Tribe Gaming, stmn, and West Coast all came through that first one. It's a more difficult game playing against them. And they just scraped through in the second one, so I'm definitely worried for them.
Yeah, well, another thing to acknowledge is that we haven't even seen these two teams play within the same cups, really. We saw them play in Split 1, of course, and we see stmn come out on top. They make it to the finals, and they qualify for the challenge season from there. Papi Chulos, on the other hand, they had to press their luck in Split 2, and even then, only barely scraped by.
Fantastic point. Okay, well, lots of information for all of you in chat to consider, obviously, so that means you know what's coming up next. It is our prediction. Let us know who you think's coming out on top in this matchup down below in Twitch chat in that poll, because picks and bans, they're starting, which means it's time to kick the entire challenge season off. Take it away.
Well, this is where I'm either going to absolutely fly or just be eating dust, because I'm going to make a prediction straight away and try to prove myself right from the previous statement. stmn have got to be surely coming out on top here.
I do agree here as well. I think stmn, you know, sometimes they can be a little bit inconsistent. We have to be fair, but they are some of the top dogs in North America, and they're the recurring champions of the last season. They're coming in here also having moved to the West Coast very recently, now being in Vegas, practically right on top of the server for this game. So I expect them to be gliding and getting some fast supercharges as well, making sure things are nice and crispy, even versus Papi Chulos, which is a West Coast roster.
Yeah, well, Papi Chulos then did get the bans and the first pick. Barley, Sam, and Dynamite banned out by them. Otis going to be their first pick. On the other side of things, stmn going to get rid of Nita Gray with that teleport. It's just absolutely disgusting at the moment, and Ruff's always pretty solid with the sandbags here as well. Surge going to be coming in as the first pick from stmn, and we should shortly be seeing another one from them.
This is true. I wonder what it's going to be. Surge is definitely an interesting pick here by stmn. I think it's their way of kind of dealing with tanks, and also since they've eliminated Nita, that's one of the best ways to deal with tanks on this map in particular. Grom is going to be a huge thorn in Papi Chulos' side right now, and something tells me that they did want to have this brawler for themselves, given that they've gotten rid of Barley and they've gotten rid of Dynamite as well. Also consider that they have the last pick here, so they're going to have to come up with something creative in order to deal with Grom, which is pretty straightforward to counter at times. You need wall break, but it can be a tough commodity to come by.
Yeah, I mean, you've kind of got to consider whether it's something they wanted or something they wanted stmn to have and then counter it as well. As you mentioned, some wall breaks can be coming in. Stu with Breakthrough, pretty prime example of that one as well. If you can get the supers, which is obviously pretty easy as well, if you get a few shots off, then you can break up the map, open it up, and even the front portion of the map as well to get the damage through from Otis, as we know he can be quite a devastating damage dealer if he does get left in those open fields.
Exactly. The only thing that concerns me for Steve from Papi Chulos is that it's not really the greatest DPS on the safe, and that's going to mean that they'll have to take more of a role of playing control in this map, which oftentimes does lead itself down the path of demise, as Pit Stop really does, in Heist in general, favors comps that are always aggressive, always rushing into the enemy, and are capable of defending in a pinch.
Yeah, well, in comes Carl, and I do think it's a good one. You can just pretty much fly and hook away, get some damage on the safe, especially with the wall of the back of the map or the front wall if you haven't got it broken up yet. Being so close, you can get the bounces off, and a lot of damage can come through. Flying hook, obviously, towards the Grom as well can be quite good, but into a Surge, you've got to question it a little bit. You know, it does counter it quite heavily, the jumps on top of it, and some decent DPS as well. You're going to see the Buzz coming in as well, another thing that can stun out the Carl during that super and also have a pretty good matchup against it as well. Going to have that long circle around it, which is going to be charged at the super, and it can be devastating.
Yeah, it's definitely very bold to be picking Carl into Surge, and then to have stmn double down by picking up the Buzz makes me really worry a lot for whoever is picking up this Carl. But they'll just have to deal with it. The hand has been dealt now, and they're going to have to make it work. Though Carl can be made to work in this situation if he ever finds himself directly on top of that safe, just smack the pickaxe back and forth off of an obstacle and get ridiculous DPS with this brawler. But the problem is that Buzz can do something very similar. He can get really great DPS if he's left on that safe by himself, and he counters Carl very hard, and already the lane matchups are looking great for stmn.
Yeah, I mean, his two options are going to be attack the Grom or attack the safe, and he's looking like he's getting a pretty decent picking down here on the right-hand side, but instant aggression coming in once more from Bobby, just pushing up and getting some good damage straight away. Already 22% dealt, whereas 8% only done by Tuni.
Here's a jump over the right side. Sans making his way forward, trying to defend versus second, trying to get on top of him as well. He wants more than just that second level. Bobby also helping out, push in this right side. Tuni's trying to get a free super off of it. Second, breaking things up, gliding back and forth. Almost a kill onto Sans, but not quite. Tuni, big moves on the left side. Big damage in by Zar. And Bobby connects with the safe. Massive damage in. And some good dodges versus Steel in second. He did exactly what he needed to do. Now only 39% remaining on Papi Chulos is safe, and Sans is here to deal a little bit more.
Yeah, I mean, he's already got level 3 as well. They're not really paying too much attention to that. I mean, Zar's going to go down once more, but it really hasn't affected them in the past, and I don't think it'll affect them too much now. Bobby's going to get the stun and get the kill as well. Managed to charge another one up along the way, but second, he's got to be looking for these wall breaks, but so far, the only wall break he did was straight into a surge and fed him instant levels.
And even then, there's really only 2 more wall breaks that he has. He's going to go down to Zara, actually, and it can be so tricky facing the Grom. You never really know where those are going to go, even though they go in a very fixed pattern. Big damage in the final shots. Now raining down from Zar. Sans looks to finish the job, a jump in the air, and a little pin out from Steel as stmn Esports take game number 1.
I mean, that was really, really convincing from stmn. Let's be honest here, they're looking, they're sat here, they're looking pretty chill. Being in person can help you out a lot. Obviously, it's an advantage they're going to have pretty much against every single team in the region, because I don't think anybody in Brawl Stars even has got a team house like these guys have. Been very lucky getting stmn as an org to be able to do that for them, and it looks like it's benefiting them quite heavily, because this is, you know, one of the best performances we've seen in a region for a while.
No doubt, and more efficient on the comms too. You don't have to have your headphones on. You can just yell at each other on the same couch, except for Sans, who I think is still in VC. Nonetheless, still, he's able to make some stuff happen on the right side. Does get pinched really hard by the combo of second and Tuni, who now start advancing up the right. Steel also laying down the law. Big wall break by second, but he's stunned out by Bobby, who now starts spearheading the charge around the right side. Interestingly, rotating onto the right side versus Tuni, who he does counter, but is going to fall. Big damage in from Tuni and Steel in tandem. It's already a very good lead for Papi Chulos off the beginning of the match.
Yeah, really, really nice play there from both Tuni and also the other member of Papi Chulos down the bottom to get the damage that they did, and second, kind of controlling this mid portion of the map, whereas Bobby just not getting the value he was last game. A few more breaks early on and less levels provided for Sans, but now it looks like he might have an opportunity to get a couple more. Bobby comes in with the super and gets a kill and actually manages to cycle it as well, but the rest of his team aren't providing him the support necessary to get the big damage done, whereas Tuni, he's straight up here, he's getting the damage in, and Bobby's getting dominated.
Beautiful stuff from second there, and it looked like Bobby really didn't want to use his super. He worked pretty hard for it, and he fully intends on getting a stun onto Tuni. Luckily, he spawns on that side. He's going to look to deal with this matchup, though Tuni's also being a little bit hesitant to use his super. Meanwhile, on the left side, second pushes forward, dodging out a lot of damage, ends up getting caught, and the crossfires are taking him down, but Tuni survives on the right side. Very well played, as Bobby wasn't able to get too much value with that super. Steel also could not have any follow-up on that attack as he silenced Bobby, and it looks like the final shots may be coming in on the safe. Second firing away, and stmn Esports, they got a real opponent now as Papi Chulos take them to game 3.
Yeah, I mean, Papi Chulos looked so much better there, but also stmn on the same part didn't look as good anywhere near. They weren't playing as well. Bobby didn't get the early break, and that got them a lot of damage and a lot of pressure straight off the start, so it's something they've got to try and work towards once more, but it just seemed like Papi Chulos had everything that they were trying to do on lock, and it's definitely a little bit worrying. Gadget going to be missed once more from Bobby. It doesn't give him that quick burst of pace that he needs towards the safe, and Tuni looking like he might get a straight break for it as well, but stmn looking for the base race.
Tuni, he's playing very, very patiently, and it looks like that's going to cost him because Sans and Zar now got to rain down fire upon the safe. Sans also even jumping onto the safe. Zar with even more damage. 42% remain. Meanwhile, on stmn safe, though, Steel's getting some work done. A solo brawler taking down 34% of the safe damage already. It's definitely a good sign for Papi Chulos, but they're still at a disadvantage, and Steel gets taken down by Sans on the left side. The second's got nasty intentions. Here comes the wall break. Tuni now circling in from the left, looking for something versus Zar, and a stun used by Bobby. He's going to work hard to get that once again, but still he will find himself on whatever lane Tuni circles towards. as they try to get that mid control before they go in for the final push.
I mean, let's be real, he's not working too hard for that super whatsoever. He just has to stand there and wait for it. San's going to jump in, not really to any avail whatsoever, but now Bobby getting pushed back, San's getting pushed back, and this is the opening they need. The gap isn't that big, especially when Tooney and the Otis can come this aggressive up top. Steel getting some good damage, but the stun comes in, and that can be the turning point that they need to bring this one back. The gadget's going to be missed, though. Can he get in range of Steel? He can't, and that's not a good matchup anyway. Zar looking for the opening, but nothing's been found just yet.
The lane rotations are exactly what we need to see, though. We see Sans rotating towards the right now. He's looking for Tooney. Bobby needs a super, but here comes Tooney with that final gadget used. 15% left, now dropping by the second as Bobby looks for a stun. Has to stun Tooney through the wall. Tooney's still looking for some of those breaks. Just little taps of damage coming in. Sans now colliding with the safe. And what a base race there towards the end. Only a 4% margin separating the two.
Yeah, Tooney just couldn't quite get around the wall and get the damage in. And, you know, obviously, we haven't kind of mentioned this yet, but Tooney being an ex-member of stmn might have some of those secret tactics that they're going for on lock. And to be fair, in the second game, it looked that way. In the third, it looked promising as well, but they just weren't able to finish it out. Not able to get the peaks around the wall and get the damage in. And stmn, they still carried on, and they managed to bring similar kind of plays as they did in the first.
But this is also kind of what we expect from stmn, is that they take a win, pretty much. They are the champions of North America following the last season. From Papi Chulos, not so much. They scraped by in that last qualifying spot. It really did get down to the wire. When we're doing the second split finals, it was the 5th match of the day and only one more remaining if they wanted their lifeline. And now they take a game off of stmn, actually looking quite good, and with what looked like a serious comp diff facing them down on the opposing side. I mean, look at Tooney on the right side, consistently fighting versus Bobby, and often with a surge on him as well. It's a tough fight, and look at Papi Chulos. They got a lot more kills, but I think this is also telling of what led to their downfall. The stew, it worked great for getting kills, but that's not the objective in Heist.
Yeah, definitely a little bit worrying for Papi Chulos. So they're looking much better than they did in that qualifying phase, but still, an early set gives quite a lot of momentum. And to be fair, you know, the statistics are usually in favor of the team who is losing in Heist. You've got to be focusing on the objective. Whether you're getting damage on the opposing brawls, it doesn't matter if you're not getting the damage in on safe, and stmn clearly had that in mind.
Exactly. I mean, I really did appreciate stmn's comp here. They went for something very prudent. They go for Bobby on the Buzz, and not only is he very good at this brawler, but it solves a number of issues, particularly Carl on the opposing side. And this one, I think a lot of people would consider a no-brainer, but Papi Chulos, you know, this is a no-brainer, so Papi Chulos are acutely aware of this. And Papi Chulos, they have pretty much on the record been noted for picking some comps that are a little bit questionable because they know something that you don't. And I think that led them to do fairly well in that last set despite a comp that was not in their favor, and now headed into knockout. I mean, what could they possibly go for? This has got to be like a Bo, Gray, Jackie ban on either side. Otherwise, it's not looking so good for either side.
Yeah, you kind of don't want that run it down, or at least on stmn's side, the favorite, they don't want to be faced up against something as unskillful as that Gray Jackie, you know?
It is unskillful.
I mean, there's no other way to put it, but being, you know, the favorites that they are, you don't want to be opposed by that. You want to be able to have these secure, whether it be a 50-50 comp or even get the comp in your favor, because the skill is going to propel them that little bit further and get them the win.
Pretty much, and I think this is where I would compare the two as well. Like stmn, they have that mechanical skill down. They have it on lock, and they both see advantage. Okay, Papi Chulos are the clear underdogs, so Papi Chulos, I think, can make the majority of the difference in the draft. And if they go for a 50-50, that might be better than what their odds would be with any other situation. So Bo, Gray, Jackie, probably not going to make it through any of the draft phase here, but still, I'll hold my hopes out for Papi Chulos because, once again, I mean, they've run strange things in the past. In the past, they've taken down stmn in sets where they managed to draft like a Max and a Jackie together, which is uncommon. You don't really see Jackie a whole lot, except for now when Gray's in the meta, and leave it to Papi Chulos to make that kind of thing happen.
Yeah, I mean, they know they have to take these better teams, let's say, with a bit of a surprise, and that's kind of been how Brawl Stars is for some time now. If you're not the favorite team, you kind of like to bring in the tankier options and stuff like that, and it gives you just that little bit more of an advantage, whether that be, you know, an unusual comp that they haven't practiced drafting against, or whether it's just like they know how to draft against it, but still got that kind of vulnerability to it, which any team has with something like the Jackie. It can just run it down. Even if you've got 3 counters, a couple of jukes, and you're in the face.
I mean, vulnerability is definitely a large consideration in any mode, but in Knockout in particular, you got to be thinking about long-range brawlers are definitely preferred. You can stay out of harm's way and also deal damage to the enemy, and there are plenty of long-range brawlers to go around, even with bans being in the mix, but they're particularly vulnerable to brawlers that are good at getting in close range. Buzz, Carl absolutely come to mind, and I think that's something that they're going to have to be watching out for, maybe even picking up some of those brawlers for themselves earlier on in the draft. We might get a taste of it as we do finally move into this draft, and out in the open is the map. This is where we see people bring in wall break to get a faster rollout out of mid, and the odd Eve pick as well, just to walk over the water on the left side. Yeah,
we see the Brocks, we see the Griffs, early breakups, or even, as you say, Eve flying. You can even fly and hug across it with Carl. And clearly Carl's a brawler that they like to gravitate towards. But Max, the Bonnie, the Piper, banned out by Papi Chulos, kind of what you expect in STMN. Well, I'm saying they don't want to be faced against that Grey, or the Eve to walk across the water, or the Brock, by that matter, either. The Rocky Fuel are not going to be breaking up either. So, I mean, it's kind of common bans. I'm not really sure what the first pick would be. You kind of got to maybe be gravitating to something a bit more long range now that the Grey's out of the way, or even something that's going to be able to wall break.
I'm expecting the OG Mandy here. I feel like for STMN, this is something that OG's been practicing a lot and has absolutely paid off. When we were looking at previous splits, in Split 2 in particular, Mandy in play, it didn't work out so well. But I think it just needed some time to grow on the players, and OG in particular, he's been playing this pretty much wherever he can. If you talk out in the open in particular, sometimes you just finish up a round and then immediately run it right down mid, get a couple of shots, and you got your super back again. We'll see if they even go for something that risky, but going for the Gene immediately off the bat, I think solves a lot of problems for STMN, given that if they are face versus a Carl, they already have a counter for it. Besides, Gene's great for getting pulls, obviously, but using vision gear to suss out the bushes on the opposing side.
Yeah, well, obviously we've got STMN with the 2 picks here. Otis is sliding in, so possibly we can expect Papi Chulos that they did pick up that Mandy as that first pick, and that's kind of why we've seen the strong response from STMN, because I like the Gene, especially if you're shooting towards that bush. Vision gear's really, really strong, revealing enemies, and Otis as well, being able to throw down that fat splatter, zone them out, and also have some good DPS and good late game potential as well with that super.
Love the response from Papi Chulos. They go for the B. Not only does it outrange Gene, but also has Honey Molasses that you can use to block that Gene super. You just have to make sure that you react appropriately. And given that both of these teams are West Coast, playing on the same server, both pretty close to the server too, I think there's plenty of time to react to it. Really, I think there are also mind games in play too. Do I go for the Vengeful Spirits for the KO and try and knock you out and then hit you with a pull, or what's the deal? I think that Gene in the hands of Bobby is definitely something to be feared, and Papi Chulos should be bringing whatever they can to the table to make sure that it doesn't reach its full potential. Yeah, I mean, Bobby's always going to be dangerous on it, right? But they've gone with the Gus. They're going to be providing shields, just hoping, even if they do pull someone, that they're going to have enough HP to be able to tank the damage that comes in along with it. But Sprout, actually going to be the last pick of STMN here. I mean, it can be good, right? If you can lock them in spawn, place those walls and stuff like that, but it's just getting to that position that's always going to be the tough thing. Yeah, what I must say, though, is usually when you see in a mode such as, or on particular maps, I think out in the open isn't the greatest example, but when a thrower is the last pick, I think that's an indicator that, like, you did something wrong in the draft. Because if you don't have a way to deal with throwers, that's when the throwers start to come out. Here's when the hedges come out. And I think that this could be a big advantage for STMN. We're going to find out what the third mystery brawler was on the side of Papi Chulos in just a moment here, too, and see if it is equipped to deal with Sprout, and this is just a gutsy pick by STMN. Looks like they have decided to go for the Mandy, so you're correct on that one, Trav. We'll see how well Toonie can handle it. Yeah, I mean, it's a very strong brawler, so we've got to see if he is going to be able to do it. But, I mean, Zar's pushed instantly up to this bush, and this is where we said Sprout was going to be strong. When he's in this position, when he can throw 3 shots out and take down second pretty simply, he is going to be strong, but he's just not connecting the shots at the moment. 3K in hand, the pinch comes in and he goes down. Brilliant stuff so far, as STMN Esports now finds himself at a deficit. Papi Chulos going absolutely crazy right now. And we want to take a quick moment also to thank our partners at Snapdragon, making such an amazing thing happen here, as Papi Chulos actually managed to turn things around and take the very first round. It's all surprises out here, and it's all made possible by our friends at Snapdragon. I mean, Toonie's gone for the long bomb up top with that super straight off spawn. Don't think actually made any connections, as nobody's really healing up, and Zar pushing straight down this left-hand side, hoping to do a little bit more than he did in the last one, but the fat splatter's placed down. Second doing a phenomenal job of juking these shots. Wow. We got Bobby with super as well, but Second's just hitting shots, pushing Zar back. They're playing it slow, and it worked last time. It's very impressive that Papi Chulos are able to hold their own like this, considering that they are face versus a thrower, but they seem to shrug it off as Toonie, he's able to fire these horizontal shots at amazing range with this brawler. And typically the disadvantage, oh, here comes the super. One connection, Bobby still manages to get a pull off of it too, and Steel is forced to pop the super to stay alive. Toonie now completely cornered in. It was such a strong start for Papi Chulos, but now they find themselves at the receiving end. A thumbs down as well as Steel gets his super, and now he aims to run away. Only, well, actually, in fact, 0 supers fed on the side of STMN Esports. Not the worst transaction for Papi Chulos, but they still find themselves now brought to the third round.
Yeah, they got to try guarantee themselves this one to get something on the board in this one and kind of flip momentum back in their favor. But so far, I mean, at least in that last one, stmn just looked that little bit better. Second, 3K in hand, though, looking to try and repeat what he did in that first one. Oh, it actually does. The shot connects. The slow comes in onto Bobby as well, but Vengeful Spirits was thrown out in return. We're seeing a three-way pinch down on OG on the right-hand side, but he's managed to maneuver his way out of it for now. But we've got to question how long it'll last. This time, the pull is not going to be connecting onto second. The Honey Molasses will tank it.
Huge part of why B was picked here. She's great at long range. She can block those pulls. And with Papi Chulos at a 3v2, they boast a huge advantage. Big damage in on the right side, a takedown, and Bobby falls right after. Papi Chulos, they start at the second set strong. They're not one-trick ponies. They don't just prepare for heist and make it happen there. They're going all the way versus stmn.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, it was a little bit embarrassing on the Sprout, I think. Like, he had them pinned and spawned twice, proceeded to miss about 6 shots in a row and then get dominated by second. You've got to bring some better skill than what Zara has currently brought out, and I'll be straight open with it. That is how I feel. Needs to try and do a little bit more in this one, but shots not really connected once more. Steel going to actually get hit once and be forced back just a little bit and starting to move up the map once more, which is going to be good for stmn.
What I will say is it's worth reading the name of the map, okay? Out in the open, and typically throwers need a whole lot of walls. Once stmn are able to push Papi Chulos up against this wall, this is when Zar gets to flourish. But Papi Chulos seem to be fairly comfortable here with a big pinch on the right side, though. Toonie is going to go down, but it's also a trade. Bobby goes down. A lot of utility loss there for stmn as they no longer have the pull, and a jump pad in for a second to reclaim a lot of lost ground. Zar on the right side looking for that final shot versus Steel, but he's got good dodges. 1, 2, maybe even another as he heals up the damage. And second, has Zar effectively pinned in the back right, even with a takedown on the opposing side. Still, Papi Chulos, they take round number 1. Beautiful stuff from him. I feel like this is an outdraft from stmn, but it's an outplay by Papi.
I mean, they only need one more round to secure themselves this set. Looking on top of the world right now, and stmn need to make some reparations to change how this is going. 3K not going to connect for second, at least on his first one. The second one's going to miss as well. Has the slow. They've got a shield. And they've got Toonie. Playing this Mandy as well can play at range really out of harm's way. So got to be a little bit careful if you're stmn here. But they have the gene pull, and we know how powerful that can be.
Absolutely, especially if you're able to get yourself in a bush or something, get a little speed gear and sneak up on an opponent. But Papi Chulos are keeping them at range so effectively. On the left side, though, second finds himself under a lot of fire. We see continuously OG creeping in that range. Final takedown as he's pinched, just nowhere to go. And Bobby still has a super ready to go. Toonie has to move into close range. There's one kill. Bobby trying to corner him. Steel has to peel for him. No super. There it is. He's spamming it. He might be able to stay alive. There's a silence, and he goes down. Toonie can fire off a lot of damage here, but it's almost going to be impossible to fight this 1v2 unless he makes some clutch play with the super. And at this point, it would be great to just get the super and then run to the poison.
Yeah, I mean, he actually, I don't know if he did get the super. I believe he might have done there, but I clearly zoned out for a second. But Toonie, he does manage to get his super. And we saw Bobby with super up top, I think, as well. But still, it was OG working for it and wasn't able to get it with the small amount of time left to try and take down Toonie. But it was Zar. He made an improvement, and it seems to be showing on the scoreboard.
No doubt, stmn could very much push this one to a game 3 and start to reclaim the game. Here comes big damage, though. Not going to be a one-shot onto OG, but at least it's going to force him back. Toonie has a little bit of penetrating damage to deal on the right side, as we also see Zar pop down the hedge. It's not going to completely eliminate that corridor. He's going to recover the wall as well to place it down somewhere else at a different time. Here it could come on the right side. Toonie cornered in, but Zar is not able to follow up these shots too amazingly. 1-2 shots, and Toonie is going to have to rest up a little bit, and second gets caught on the left side. stmn are looking great. One more kill, and it's just Toonie left standing.
I mean, 3v1, this is inevitable that Toonie's going to go down here, and Zar really showed up in these next games. Made that play a lot better, and in comparison with the first, it really was looking a lot better for stmn. The hedges being placed were better, start to make improvements as he goes, and push up little by little. Imagine to connect the shots, and, you know, three-way pinch is never going to end any differently.
I got to agree with you on the Sprout gameplay. I think Zara is really, really clutched up. In theory, right, the Sprout might not work at mid, but once they can push the enemy to their side and start locking them in, then that's when Sprout gets to start flourishing. And Zara just was not able to line up those shots at first. Now he's doing a very good job, but they've also switched up the lanes. Toonie is taking the left lane as opposed to the right lane, which he took for the last 2 games. Second now trying to deal something versus Zara, and still just the same at mid. But Papi Chulos find themselves in sort of the same groove, still being pushed back into their spawn, but they're still holding back stmn just enough to where they cannot start camping them with the Sprout shots.
Yeah, Steel has a super. Maybe needed to try and use it there, but actually managed to hold on to it and survive as well. This is going to be quite, it's going to have repercussions because they're going to be pushed back in a 2v3 considering he has to heal up. But Tooney, the Vengeful Spirit comes in, they get the one on the right-hand side. Zar's going to throw down yet another hedge over the right. Steel pinched in and it's more of the same. 1v3, there's nowhere to run, and stmn esports have gone from down in the dumps in this knockout set to now being on top of the world.
Beautiful stuff, and you can also see that the Poison didn't even really get a chance to close in and force anyone to fight. It's because Papi Chulos are kind of forced to stay at mid, lest they want to be succumbing to the wrath that Zar has to offer with the Sprout. If they start retreating into their spawn, you can be guaranteed that Zar's going to find a chance to push forward. He's already eliminating Tooney's Valley on the right side, and Tooney thinks that surely Zar won't fire over here. He's going to be met with a lot of damage, and even the last bounce is enough to take him down. stmn in a great position to close out the set right now.
I mean, he finds that final hit, but still 2 remain. Bobby has the pull here, but Honey Molasses is still there for second as well. Got those gadgets to tank it. Steel comes in. Vengeful Snipe comes through. He makes the hit.
Ooh.
Honey Molasses is going to tank the pull, but it's a 3v1 once more. More of the same from stmn. They're going 2 sets up, and Papi Chulos, they've been fighting, but it's just not been enough.
I gotta say, Zar's my star player for this entire last set. Even though game number 1 was pretty rough, I think that a lot of that last set, how it went for both teams, revolved around how Zar was playing. The Brawler pick, it was good. It looked a little uncertain at first, but then we started to see it mature a little bit and get a good feel for it, getting that groove, and Zar started not carrying, but dictating the pace of the match. Everyone had a good contribution there, and I was very impressed by what we saw from Tooney in particular on the Mandy, but stmn kind of ran this one.
Yeah, no, I 100% agree with you with Sprout. When he could, like, gradually start moving those hedges little by little up the map and not kind of rush it as he did in the first ones and get pinched in and taken down, that's when it really starts to make an effect. But we can't kind of write off Bobby and OG's contributions here, should I say, as they were the ones who were kind of finishing these late game battles and securing the 2v3s, which are, you know, you can lose a 2v3 pretty simply with one misstep, and they were the ones who kind of never stepped out of line and ensured that they'd be able to take this set back.
It is definitely a good scoreline for stmn esports, but as far as a good look, I'm not quite sure, because this is Papi Chulos that they're facing, and Papi Chulos are a great roster, but they're not stmn, and I don't even really think that they're close to where stmn stand on the scoreboard. Very respectfully, it's not quite so, but the stat comparison is actually looking pretty optimistic for Papi Chulos, especially that they've taken 2 games and had numerous close games within the last couple of sets. We could be moving on to the 3rd and final set if stmn esports close it out here and now, but I think that's unlikely. I think Papi Chulos still really do have a part in this game.
I mean, the damage was there for Papi Chulos as well in those statistics. You know, they just didn't have the heals. They didn't have that ability to kind of stay out of harm's way from all the shots, with Sprout being able to throw over the walls, and the fat splatters and stuff as well are always really dangerous at keeping people low at range and just extending that tiny little tile of range onto the end of Otis's shot.
I think it's just very well done and well played mechanically and draft-wise by stmn. I want to see Papi Chulos bring out something creative here. Now we move into Bounty. It's a lot of the same vibes that we had in Knockout. Do we see the Mandy appear once again? I would say actually fairly likely, just they need to draft this so that they don't end up facing a thrower as that last pick. I mean, I'm really going back to what I said earlier. If you're facing a thrower as the last pick, either your opponent is throwing or you have colossally messed up in the draft, because you should not be countered by a thrower as that last pick.
Yeah, no, I kind of like what you said there about being a similar vibe to what we saw in Knockout, and if, you know, stmn can bring the same mentality as the last couple of games there, then they'll be able to do well. But Papi Chulos, they've thrown a bit of a spanner in the mix here. They're looking to try and win a set, should I say, but talking about throwers, stmn, they're having none of that. 3 banned out, Grom, Tick, and Sprout. First pick of Otis, they've been really liking that pick so far. We see Gene, Gray, and Penny banned on Papi Chulos' side, and they're the ones who have the kind of more mature bans, let's say, coming into this one.
This is true. I mean, this is a little bit more consistent from what we usually see. stmn, I think in this scenario, they can afford to ban out all throwers, and this is actually just very characteristic of stmn. There were like several months, the same roster together a couple years ago, where they would only ban Sprout. Every single game they played, didn't matter what they were playing, and they just didn't like the Brawler. And if they don't like throwers, that's cool for them. They just used a thrower to pretty much mess up Papi's draft, and I anticipate they don't want to be at the receiving end. They just know how brutal it can be. Barley's still available. I don't think Barley is going to be played. Maybe stmn intend on bringing it out, but it's so straightforward to counter, and they don't even have the last pick. I think it's quite unlikely. We'll see what Papi Chulos have to offer once again. Looks like they've gone with the Mandy and the Max as well. This is something that I think Otis is equipped to deal with, but playing against Max in general, even when you do have the counters, is definitely frustrating, can be pretty nerve-wracking.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure how I feel about the Mandy Max as well. You kind of want Max to have that that burst potential with speed with his teammates and go aggressive, whereas Mandy really likes the opposite, wants to sit at range and not do too much. So I'm sure stmn can kind of predict that the third pick's going to be just that little bit more aggressive, or if they just want to play Max as that kind of mid-range pepper brawler who's going to be able to try and make the plays on his own with those phase shifters as well. But apparently not. stmn are going to take that take the Ashe, sorry, along with the Poco. And I mean, it might have been Papi Chulos looking for the Ashe, but I kind of like what stmn have brought to the table here. Really, not much DPS at close range coming out from Papi Chulos so far with that Mandy, so I like the more aggressive spin they've taken on this one now.
I mean, they're going to be super spongy here. They have a lot of health to work with. Otis has a decent amount of health, especially Ashe. Ashe can throw down some of the rats, too, to soak up more damage, and Poco's able to heal things up. Max is not really going to be able to shoot through a lot of those rats, and it's going to be especially troublesome for Mandy. And I want to point out that that blank is actually Mandy right there, so just keep that in mind, everyone. We apologize for it just being a white square, but I think that it might be just as much of a mystery to stmn as to why they are facing versus the Mandy, because if she were good here, then, at least in their minds, then they'd probably be sticking OG on that brawler. Yeah,
I mean, especially because they're that first pick as well, right? They had the first pick of Otis, and if they wanted to go Mandy, they would have done. I'm just not sure how I feel about it. I like the Surge as the last pick here. It's pretty versatile no matter what map you go towards. It's got the extra levels that are going to provide him with a bit of that range, but I just don't know if it's going to be enough to deal with kind of the aggressiveness that obviously stmn are trying to put into the work here.
Yeah, I think 9 times out of 10, I would love to see it surge into the Ashe, but with Poco at the back of Ashe, you are maybe not able to KO Ashe. See, you can pump out a lot of damage with Surge, but you have really bad reload speed. And Ashe has a lot of health. Here comes heals in from Zara, and he's running to Capo as well, it appears. But correct me if I'm wrong. Sometimes you run it, sometimes you don't. Zari has a super, and he opts not to go for any damage on Toonie. Big stuff in, but Toonie not going to make any connections there. Still trying to push back up to mid with Steel at his side. Papi Chulos are just 1 star down so far.
I think he was running Screeching Solo there. I saw kind of like a little bit of a slither HP go on Steel when he kind of healed across onto the Ashe there. Definitely use that a bit more defensively, which is obviously not what you want to be doing with Screeching Solo. But Bobby now trying to push around the left-hand side, and they go for this pinch, and obviously Zara and Bobby aren't really going to be able to coordinate this until they get to that last point of attack where they're going to be able to get some heals in burst. But OG not able to do too much with this with the Otis here and having to back off quite a long way, whereas Zara, the one who should be at the back, is at the front.
This is true. stmn are definitely in a precarious position right now. Bobby on the left side taking a lot of damage. Second also has that super. He can use it to jump on top of someone or just to get a bit of additional range. But as the clock ticks down, they might want to use it to get a kill and then sort of hunker down. stmn Esports are keeping them on this rung of the layer cake map. That way, they have a lot of room to back up as the clock starts ticking down. 30 seconds coming in very, very soon here. And here comes the speed 2 from Steel. Zar really suppressing Toonie on the right side, but Toonie has a super. He could use it to KO Zar, but he's not going to use it. Instead, he has it for OG. Is he going to line it up? Here it comes, and there's the kill. Beautiful stuff for Papi Chulos as they now boast a 4-star advantage.
I mean, you've got to question Zar's over-aggressiveness there. There was really no point of going that far forward with Poco when you're in a winning position at the moment. But Steel now, he's low. Bobby coming in, Second's getting hit pretty hard. Rats come through. They heal as well, and he jumps towards him. They get the takedown, but on the other side, we get a double from Toonie and Steel, and it's just not enough from stmn and Esports. And, you know, we saw the mistake, and it was pretty blatant there, and the Poco just going too far forward and throwing the lead.
Yet another strong start for Papi Chulos, though. I think really the biggest tool that Papi Chulos have in their toolkit at the moment is stmn's hubris, right? They play very, very confidently and overconfidently at some points. I think that's an overextension from Poco. I completely agree. And I think also this is one of my main criticisms of stmn in general. We like to keep it positive, but here's my criticism. I think that they don't keep their game face on when they're playing a team such as Papi Chulos, and that's something that Papi can absolutely use here.
Yeah, I mean, some people like to keep it positive. I like to keep it how it is, and how it is at that moment was not good for stmn. However, in this one, it's looking a lot better. Bobby, though, is going to get one of the kills, and OG as well. Zar looking for the pinch round, but his positioning wasn't too great in the last one. We'll see if it's a little bit repaired in this one. Bobby having to back off, and surely that's going to be a kill on Zar, but he actually survives it. Managed to get out, but now Toonie going to stand still, get that extra range, and get the takedown, bring the lead to only 1 star for stmn.
Big stuff in, but Second was able to make contact from Bobby. He had full rage meter and was just too fast. 4 stars over his head, but only a 3-star advantage for stmn at this current moment. Here come the rats in, though, and there's a big push in for Bobby. Zar at his back, but Bobby still goes down. Now an advantage for Papi Chulos. Toonie and Steel both safe on the left side. Big stuff in as well as Second takes him down, and now you can really start to see the counters coming in full force from Papi Chulos.
I mean, they've given them the lead once more, but this time at least they've got a bit more time to work with, a bit more possibility of a comeback once more, and Steel is low, and that could flip it on itself, but really got to be looking at Bobby around this left-hand side. He doesn't have a lot of help, though, and Tooney's pinching round onto his assistant, so needs to kind of just chill out. He's still got a couple of those chill pills in hand as well, so got the heals. But Zar finds the Screeching Solo and finds the kill onto Tooney, and this time it's Papi Chulos who lose the lead late on.
And this is maybe why we see them playing a little bit more disjointed, because Zar is still able to get some kills on his own without having to be right at Bobby's side the entire time. But he's now looking for yet another super, trying to take on both Tooney and Steel at the same time, now having to retreat. Countdown active. Papi Chulos only need one kill. That's all it's going to take. OG with the final fat splatter is not going to make contact. Big kill with the Screeching Solo. Another kill from Tooney. Papi Chulos got to run it back. They got the blue star advantage. OG could get some damage, but he's just out of range, and there's no one to hit. Papi Chulos, they take set number 3, and we go on for yet another set.
I mean, is it Papi Chulos playing well, or is it STMN just throwing every single game at this point? Because they had the lead multiple times, they let the lead go multiple times, and it seems like they don't even care about it at this point either. Papi Chulos finally finding that set, and we can't let them, we can't really count them out just at the moment, because they've won a game in set 1, a game in set 2, and now they've won set 3, so they definitely got a bit of a foot in the door, and you kind of got to question, if STMN keep this overconfidence up, is the reverse sweep going to be there?
I think that could absolutely be there. I mean, STMN, they're actually very good at resetting between sets and not succumbing too much to momentum. Papi Chulos, I think, is quite the opposite. So if STMN can start building up a good amount of momentum versus Papi Chulos, then they could absolutely make it happen again. We move into a mode that's a little bit more drawn out, a little bit more gameplay, more room for domination. But I think Bounty, where you have 2 minutes straight, 2 times in a row, of Papi Chulos taking a clean victory both times, then I think that STMN ought to be feeling something, and Papi Chulos should be feeling very good about what they're going for.
Yeah, I mean, Papi Chulos, they looked pretty good regardless of STMN not really playing too well. And to be honest, I can see them coming back, but also STMN should be able to close it out in this fourth if they kind of just play that game just a little bit better, keep mentalities high, and there you go. I mean, Stars quite heavily in Papi Chulos' hands there, and the damage, very much so.
Yeah, and I mean, STMN Esports, they are playing the Poco and the Ashe in tandem. You would definitely expect this. I mean, Papi Chulos, what, say Mandy dies, it's only 3,600 damage, and there's a lot of damage still. It's a lot of Mandy deaths on the side of STMN Esports if that's where they're sourcing it from. Point is that the brawlers that you play influence that stat a lot, but in this case, we can kind of throw that out the window, okay? That is 3x, that's insane by Papi Chulos, and the scoreline tells the same story. We do have the predictions, though, and it looks like a lot of people are voting for STMN, but I'm happy that we see 27% going with Papi Chulos here. I think they definitely deserve a bit more cred for what they've been doing lately.
Yeah, for some reason, the 73% doesn't surprise me, but I mean, I like to see the people rooting for Papi Chulos. They're clearly looking for their channel points, putting them against the favorites, and I like how they roll. I like going with an underdog every now and again, but this one, I was with STMN, and I don't doubt that they'll be able to bring it home in the fourth set here if they kind of switch on just that little bit more. It is Brawl Ball as well. The aggressive mode, and I think they should be able to do it.
We'll see. I mean, this is definitely worrisome for an STMN perspective, because if you've been following this team, if you know them well, you know that Bounty is their most consistent mode. I think going into Worlds, they had an 81% win rate. According to them, when they go into Bounty, it's a free set for them. Essentially, they view it that way. and this is kind of my perspective also. Like, it's a piping hot take, but I think that they don't keep their game face on when they think that they're supposed to win something, and Papi Chulos leverage that. They absolutely take advantage of it, and this could be yet another thing. Sneaky Fields, it's a tough map to play. There's a lot of potential for things to have 50-50 scenarios, and if STMN are coming off of the set that they should always have in the bag, that could be extremely tilting and lead into Sneaky Fields having a Papi Chulos advantage.
Yeah, well, I mean, you can kind of see what STMN wanted to go for here. They banned out the Otis, they banned out the two slowers, and then we see the complete opposite from Papi Chulos. They knew what they were going for. They wanted to get rid of these tanks and not allow STMN to play that run it down kind of strategy once more. Gray going to be the first pick from Papi Chulos, which is obviously very good in this current meta, but Poco coming out once more from STMN. Not really left with too many successful tanks to pair it with.
Got to be the Jackie. If STMN don't pick Jackie here, then it's a Papi Chulos pick every day of the week. It is absolutely free for them. And STMN, they only have one pick to roll with, because I believe they did have a second pick here in Gray's first pick for Papi Chulos. So this is absolutely free for Papi Chulos to do something like Max and then the Ashe or Rosa is all right, but she's not going to be able to out DPS Jackie. I think this is Jackie and Max for Papi Chulos, but STMN still have one final brawler that they could fire back with, but I'm definitely concerned for STMN. This could be extremely tilting, and this is exactly what I'm talking about with Papi Chulos. It's a Max, it's a Jackie, they've run it before, they love it, and it works versus STMN.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, I think at the end of the day, they're just bringing the Rosa. If that Jackie pick is going to come through, they're going to be able to tank a lot of those shots, get the shield off, and get the damage onto it over time. Might not have as much DPS, but it does have the ability to take him down. Lou going to be coming in from Papi Chulos, and they kind of maybe pivoted off what they were initially going for now that they've seen this Rosa come in, along with the Poco, obviously going to be able to get the heals and all that off with as well with the STMN comp. So they're just going to go complete opposite and maybe even just try to counter out that strategy.
This is true. Well, we do have Gray, though. That's a teleporter. So who's the teleportee? Who's going to be getting value from teleporting? And because Gray is able to get some good KOs on his own, but he needs someone at his side, someone that you can actually get that utility with the teleport with. And they have to be keeping in mind also, what is that final thing that STMN could have in the bag? Oh my gosh, there is no shot. This is like a championship challenge style vibe right here. I mean, 15-win challenge was a couple weekends ago, but it looks like the mentality is still running fresh with Papi Chulos. Once again, I'm telling you, they run the Jackie when no one else did. Everyone thought it was a brawler that's dead in the water, and they get creative, and they make it work. And I think that STMN, yeah, sure, have fun with it. Nita is actually a very hard counter to Shelly, and if you're able to source some supers, then great. But Nita is outranged by every single brawler on the enemy team. And as long as those bushes are well scouted and well under control of Papi Chulos, Nita doesn't have a chance.
I mean, I still think he's going to be very strong, though. I don't know why, kind of, if it doesn't get scouted, if they get control of the bush, which they might be able to do with the Rosa, with the slowdown early on, then they're going to be able to push up and get some control, surely. But these Grand Pianos are raining down and breaking quite a lot of this map, I will say. But Bobby's going to have the ball pushed up to him quite early on, and STMN members are falling down.
Yeah, well, Bobby on the Rosa, it's definitely a bit of deja vu because Tooney's usually the one on the Rosa, and he's usually playing with STMN. Big damage, Bobby goes down to the big boom from Tooney, and Steel still seeks some kind of opportunity to push this ball up. Tooney's not going to go for it just yet. We have Sands on the Nito. It's like everyone's on one of their favorite brawlers, but STMN need to find their comfort zone. Otherwise, they could get very tilted here. So far, no goals, but it does look like mid is in control of STMN at the time being.
There's the slow, but the TP straight around the other side of Bobby, but there's the opening. Couldn't find the pass through and shot, should I say, as a second was one shot off stunning him there, though, but Sands coming in strong. The heal's there as well, and it walks straight in. Great combo play from both Sands and the Poco there. Really nice stuff, but mainly Sands, you know, he got the 2 kills and got the damage through. Bear in hand as well, and that's going to be dangerous, but Bobby taking some hits early, or not Bobby, sorry. Zar taking some hits early on. The TP in and the Shelly super to the face is dangerous, but there's the Screeching Solo as well. Defensive Lou super to try and keep him out, but STMN are looking really, really good right now.
Just doesn't look like things were enough. Second, he's going to get the pass forward, but he did not get any heals from that, so Steel's not running that star power. A little pass over the left side, though. Bobby has a lot of health. Here comes the heal in from Zar. Not going to see that sneak around the right side. Tooney has to pass that ball into the corner and now go for value, but STMN are keeping these guys at bay. Zar is going nuts on the Poco. With so many walls broken down, he has a lot of room to work with, but here's the teleport in from Tooney. Already, the protective tunes. No slow there. Big damage tanked on the right side. It's a hard counter for Tooney as he falls, and this has got to be an STMN win. As long as Sands can pass this ball out, they get to walk it right in.
Yeah, that's going to be the goal right there. Almost defended, actually, by the Lou Super. It does 56 damage, and Bobby almost went down to it. But STMN now on match point, and they've returned quite strong. Yes, the Shelly might counter out the Rosa, but it's never had that matchup. They had a few TPs in, which were quite successful, but then one of the TPs, it was straight into a Nita bear. That's never really going to do a lot, is it? Stick the faux fur on it, get the shield up, tank some Shelly shots, tank the Grey shots 100%, and then you're going to be taking these wins. Slow down on the second there, and an instant push in STMN. They are instantly in the spawn here. Tooney's going to get the shot off, but the healer was there as well. Steel looking for the TP, and it should be straight onto Zar. Can't find the opening through, and back to square one.
Well, now that Second has a super, he can start blocking out mid. All the members of STMN Esports fell just moments ago, and now they don't have control of the bushes anymore. This is great positioning for Papi Chulos, especially Steel breaks things down right in front of the goal. Tooney keeping things at bay. He has a super. Takedown to Bobby. Second doesn't have a super, though, so he can't get any value here. Not with the ball. Sands also has that bear ready to go on the right side. Zar tapped up a little bit, just a bit frozen, but Second has that super, and looks like Zar won't be really moving through that mid area very much, but Sands on the right side has the faux fur down. It's a hard counter onto Tooney. There's just absolutely nothing that he can do, and it is a hard counter. Beautiful stuff, and there's got to be a victory here for STMN. At least the first game, a little trick shot attempt, not quite, but a pass across and a first goal for STMN.
Yeah, sketchy stuff with a little trick shot pass to get the super. Obviously, it could have gone quite wrong, but they did manage to win it anyway. Steel was looking for the TP forward with Tooney there, but he saw the Nita Bear just crawling towards his face, and he has to back off from from that. But now the TP comes in. 1 super, 2
Whoa.
super. Can they get the third? They can't. Sands is still there on the defense second, finding the super through. Open goal, and it does manage to roll in. Papi Chulos bringing it back to 1-1, and they're not ready to give up just yet.
Concerning for Papi Chulos, though. Tooney's going to have to pop off yet another clay pigeons, and Sands rotates over to his lane. It's tough for Tooney to face, but he's used to this. He plays a lot of these sort of close-range brawlers, and they are his specialty, but Sands still has yet another foe for to use. Tooney's forced to use that super. Steel needs some damage in here. Gotta be some kind of clutch. A pass over the right side. Steel's got the teleport, but he can't really do much. No respawn in time. stmn, the final pass in. Little celebration dance, too, at the goal line, and they've done it. Game, set, and match. stmn take down Papi Chulos.
I mean, stmn really did look strong in that last set there. It was pretty much all that need to bear in mind, though, getting the aggressive plays, but then we saw a few little bursts through from Bobby as well on that slow down with the star power there, no, the gadget, and getting the kills through and assisting his teammates via that, and we saw some good heals as well. So all round, very good team performance from stmn.
That's ingenuity right there as well. To know to pick up Nita in this situation, a hard counter to the Shelly, I think it's very, very prudent from stmn, because this has not been an interaction that anyone's expected in a very, very long time. Shelly has not been meta since maybe Band-Aid was pre-nerf, and we're talking literally over 3 years ago at this point. So good on stmn, good on the game sense, great on the picks on something, once again, that was only relevant 3 years ago. And Papi Chulos, kudos to them too. They got creative. They made 1 goal there, good play and some showy stuff. Makes me excited to see more Papi Chulos, but it doesn't really make me that much more confident in their prowess over stmn.
I mean, they had one thing. They had the damage in pretty much every single set.
That's true.
95,000 damage in this one, 90-something thousand damage in the other one, and that's quite a huge stat to have in bounty, obviously, as well. But stmn, they're focusing on the objectives. They're getting the heals off, obviously, with the poker. It's going to be quite a lot easier as well, considering that. But they did have less damage. But at the end of the day, the win's what matters.
So are we tracking your prediction starting with this match?
1 for 1.
Is that what we're doing?
100% so far.
I'm going to say them after the match. I'm just kidding. This is, well, okay. It is post-match, and I guess this is a convenient time for me to reveal. I did think stmn was going to take this one, but I did anticipate some performance from Papi Chulos for exactly the same reasons as I was saying earlier. I feel like they don't keep their game faces on 100% of the time, and as an stmn enjoyer, I wish they did.
Well, you know what? It's a great way to start off the season. We'll at least say that much now. We have so much more action in store today. We are just getting started, but it's time to send it to a short break, and when we return, highlights and analysis after this.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, DHL, and the U.S. Air Force.
I gotta get it, I'm on the mission, snap any minute, casually winning. Stop tripping on me, stop dissing on me. Yeah, I got a dream, can't take it from me. My fire's burning, I'm always learning. Tell me where to go, man, I'm on a journey. Yeah, I can't explain it, I get excited. Keep it 300, King Leonidas. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. I don't got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to
another level. I will never settle, mind over matter. Get the gold medal on another level. I will never settle, mind over matter. Get the gold medal on another level. I will never settle, mind over matter. Get the gold medal on another level. I will never settle, mind over matter. Get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true. Where everything you want can be yours. If and only if you're willing to work for them. You're willing to hurt for them. But most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting, it's hot. Look what I got, whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast.
Welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series. Our first matchup is in the books, and it's stmn, who clearly have been staying in shape during the offseason as they do come out on top in a pretty dominant fashion, Trev. I mean, nice performance to start.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely should have closed out on a 3-0 in my opinion. Maybe played a little bit better in Bounty, but nonetheless, I mean, a win's a win.
I mean, you got to take it, okay? At least you're starting off the season strong, but first matchup, first game win means the first analysis of the challenge season as well. So you have a specific ground you want to break down.
Yeah, we'd love a bit of analysis. I kind of like that last heist game we saw there with the final one where it came down to about 4% in between it, I believe, and we're seeing it from around about the start of the game here, so it should be a little bit of a long one, but I'll kind of talk you through what was going on. We saw a bit of an early breakthrough from Bobby here, going aggressive, getting some damage on, but there was also some more damage on the other side, and stmn kind of just chose to leave that, and it was a good choice as they did get quite a substantial lead, and Zar throwing out that gadget there, throwing it at the maximum distance, bear in mind, to get the maximum damage down as well, but the Otis, he was throwing down a flurry of shots on the other side, playing this very defensively and just waiting. Bobby gets the super there, and you can see it clicks, he goes and tries to find the kill, but second, considering using the gadget of breakthrough right there and go through, and he does now, but instantly lives to regret it as he does go down, but Tooney coming in aggressive, he goes down as well, and Bobby just playing this one really, really nicely. It was pretty obvious that Buzz was going to be a pretty good choice in this one. Zar throwing out yet another gadget, doesn't get as much damage this time, even with that damage gear being activated, but Sans has level 2, not yet getting level 3, which is always going to be the influential one, grabs it, but then has to kind of retreat a little bit as second finds the super and does get just a little bit further away. Kill comes in from Tooney up top there, and flying hook forward, and they look for the damage, and this is kind of the turning point where they start to get the comeback going. Tooney getting stunned out and taken down though, and it always seems to be Bobby making the big plays in the defense, but Steel just manages to avoid the gadget, just manages to stay alive, and that keeps him in a good position. Sans, though, being level 3, has that range advantage, gets some shots in and just goes for it. Manages to stay alive there. Tooney doesn't have his pickaxe to throw the shot off, but he flying hooked straight up and goes for the base race once again. Shots come around the side like nobody's business. Gets stunned out by Bobby, and he just can't find the HP to be able to go forward and get the damage. And at this point, it's make or break. You just have to kind of go for it, and he didn't go for it at all. Definitely a little bit worrying there, but had to try and make the play for it. Nonetheless, stmn get the first game of the Snapdragon Pro Series Challenge season in the bag. We'll go back over to the desk, as I'm sure we've got some more games lined up.
All right, fantastic breakdown. As always, Trav, thank you very much for that. Switched up the desk a little bit. It's time to bring FDOT on in for the next matchup. You ready to cast?
Yes.
That's all we care about. That's literally all we care about, because we've got a good matchup coming. The next one, right around the corner. It's Tribe versus Washed Team. Let's talk about it.
Big deal here. Tribe, obviously, once upon a time, the numero uno squad, but things kind of changed because the players haven't, but their performance hasn't been #1 as of late. Obviously, stamina being there, so I do have a lot of faith in these guys. Corey taking more of a backseat role these days, ready. But at the end of the day, I mean, you simply, cliche or not, you can't ever count out the Tribe.
No doubt. I mean, they're an extremely consistent roster. They've made it to numerous World Finals. In fact, this year they made it to the semifinals, taking down SK Gaming in their wake. And that's 2 for 2, at least on the World Final stage.
Oh, yeah.
MSI is a different story, but it's a great storyline on the international stage. We bring things back home, and while they are the top dogs by and large, they do still sometimes find themselves stumbling, have a bit of a rough patch, and pick themselves up afterwards. That's what we hope to see, but in the meantime, they still have fearsome opponents awaiting them every turn.
I think one of the big things that Tribe Gaming is able to do, they look inward a lot. You definitely always see whatever they did wrong last time, they tend to fix up.
I absolutely agree. I think that Tribe are very good at reviewing their own gameplay, and they've been especially attuned to their own mistakes, and so are their own weaknesses as well. Wash Team, on the other hand, this is a band of players who've been playing very, very well lately, and have only recently formed together as a team. You might know Payne from being on Vatra last year, as well as Frixie, Betu, also being on some different teams. In particular, Betu playing for Vanguard, which now has become Mystic, with him being swapped out for Zeus. All great players from different rosters.
I really like this because this to me is a very typical maturation of an esports scene and a team. These guys were all kind of, this is not a super team, I'm not doing that, but these guys were all kind of standout players as they were coming up on their own little teams, and now we're kind of seeing them Captain Planet together, and I liking what I've been seeing here. Even just right here on some of the replays that we're taking a look at, the control that these players are kind of offering is really fun. And just straight up for my money as a fan, Payne is one of my favorite players to watch, and so I'm happy to see him on a squad that I think can run a little bit.
Absolutely. He really does get to flex what he's good at. I think when he was part of the Vatra roster, a lot of Payne's strengths were doubly so in RBM. Like, you can't have two players with the exact same strengths. It's just not really a great use of your resources. Now, he really gets to shine on Wash Team with some great players by his side, and I hope we see this team go the distance. At least here, you know, they're Wash Team, but I think they've unwashed recently, and I'm excited to see how they perform versus Tribe.
Well, these numbers, listen, Season 2 Open Finals average, it's kind of tough to kind of draw conclusions from these numbers. I think we have some additional stats here. And this one, yeah, okay, Split 1 versus Split 2, I think this paints a much better picture as to what we're talking about.
Yeah, because in Split 1, you have the top dogs competing. While we only have 3 teams from that split now, as Vatra no longer in the picture, with those out of the competition, we get to see some other teams flourish too. And overall, I mean, I think this is beautiful.
Looking a little bit more aggressive, if you ask me, in split number 2.
Oh, yeah.
Listen, I'm not the expert here, but I'm just saying.
I mean, you kind of have to be. We broke down the point structure earlier on, and there's more points for Season 2 than there were for Season 1 because you have to be able to kind of take them and run with them.
I absolutely agree. I mean, this is what we're really looking at, is we get to see the other teams flourish in the absence of the other top dogs in the region. And we might really hammer down that term top dogs, but it is really true. I mean, these are the most consistent teams in the region for, you know, for a good reason.
All right, match number 2 is about ready to go, which means it is your turn to let us know how you feel about this next matchup. Will it be Tribe or Wash Team that take this one home? Let us know in the poll down below. Effed up, ready? Picks and bans are going. Let's get this thing started.
All right, we'll start things right now. Thank you so much, Glitter, as we jump into Washed versus Tribe, our second competition of the evening. We'll do Gem Grab and Hot Zone and Knockout, Heist, and the Footy if we need. So we'll start off with Hard Rock Mine. You see the bans are out there, and overwhelmingly, we can say tank better, right?
Absolutely. I mean, when we talk NA, we know that Ash and Sam absolutely run this region.
It's so much Ash.
It is a lot of Ash, and you know what? Sometimes you get tired of him. I imagine you probably get tired of playing him, and a really good thing that Wash Team banned Ash here, because I think that Zulon is a little tired of playing the Ash. So Hard Rock Mine in general also just a map where he flourishes, but Wash Team are still going to look to get some of the action on the back lines with the Max pick very early on, which is quite interesting because it's not usually the route that we see taken on this map.
Zulon is definitely a romantic at heart, flexing the Valentine's Day stuff. Happy Valentine's Day from me to you, by the way, as we take a look at some of our picks and bans here. Second answer, we got the O-Man. Love what Otis has been able to do. I think Otis kind of denotes a modernization in some of the characters. After Otis, we start to see more complex design with the mute. I think we see more interesting stuff coming out from like Gary, etc.
Yeah, I do think so too. I think Otis is also going to just be a great tool for them to use here. He's always going to be a super strong lane. It's absolutely a favorite of Tyrant, who's not only a phenomenal lane player, but plays consistently on the same brawlers over and over again. Now we have the Penny, and I think that this can flex on a mid-roll. It can also play a role on a lane, but overall that turret is very frustrating to deal with for an enemy.
Especially on Hard Rock Mine, where simply you're not allowed to cross the street sometimes. And so her turret is a little bit safer on this map for sure. So again, I'm also high-fiving the pick.
Well, we'll see what Wash Team are able to do with the Rika now, because we see this appear very often on lanes, and sometimes on the left lane as you're able to get behind an enemy, especially with Max at your side. If you're also doubling up using Robo Retreat, you can get extra speed. I wouldn't say it's really likely. Might want to get the bonus damage with extra bouncy, but still, getting to back cap an enemy, force them all into their spawn, it can be very tilting. It can be very frustrating to deal with, and it can get you some good momentum just to own the entire map for a good majority of the game.
All right, last pick there. Locked on in. We've got the level upper. That wasn't one of my best, but we'll keep it going. The guy levels up. I like what he does. Teleportation, Hard Rock Mine, just makes sense.
It really does. I mean, you're able to navigate around some of these walls and most importantly, get into the backlines. It's exactly what you're saying. Sometimes you're not allowed to cross the street. When you're faced versus long-range brawlers, if you ever find yourself in a matchup that's not favorable, you're outranged per se. Exactly what we see for Surge, where he starts at very low range, very low speed. Rico also able to operate at long range. I think we see kind of a mix of things from Wash Team. We finally see Tribe Gaming complete things with the Stu. And this is, once again, one where I don't really know whether Stu's going to be bringing speed zone, right, get a little extra speed with his turret, or break through walls. Whatever the situation may be, I think it's going to be pretty good to deal with Surge in the early game.
What would you like to see out of Stu?
I would definitely like to see Stu break some walls open on the opposing side and then get some more value for Rico, where Rico's not usually able to bounce his shots all the way into the back lines. If some particular like L-shaped walls are still up, you'll see what I'm talking about. Right in the middle, all of those little corner-shaped walls can be challenging for him to navigate around. And we'll see if Tyrant really does put a spin on that. I think that it can be fairly useful, especially if you're able to ignore Betiches on the left side. If you simply refuse to play against Rico, there's not really much he can do against you except play as what I would like to call a worse Colt.
Tribe Gaming now taking control of mid and really pushing Washed into this bottom right corner. The one-on-one with Zulon is an interesting look. Zulon backs off, and now kind of a return to the neutral game.
Yeah, well, here comes a speed in from Wash Team. A little speed onto Pain. Not going to help him get another level, though. Zulon still camping out on the right side. Was quoted as saying that this is a favorite of Tyrant, but he will make it work on the Stu on the left side. He's going to break through on the left side, get some good value versus Betich's big damage in, but Betu claims the kill in the end. Zulon still pushing forward on the top right, but he was left all alone, pinched in a 1v2, and now Wash Team are starting to gain back that mid control, but they don't have the gym advantage. That still belongs to his Livy. He's almost untouchable. Tyrant pushes forward so well, and a kill too. Wash Team are going to have to back up now.
Tyrant just literally taking ammunition out of the gun of Rico. Just taking away some of the targets that he can bounce off of. Obviously, Rico will always have this left wall to deal with, but won't have the protection of some of this other stuff. That said, Caster's curse I get. Here comes Washed as they take down Tyrant and allow them to push forward. 8-5 so far. Lead still in Tribe's hand. But Wash Team has a little bit of gas now in the tank.
Importantly, also, they've gotten rid of Penny's turret, and she hasn't charged it up just yet. Here it is, as Livy's going to throw it to the backside. Frixie's trying to push in because they know they need to get these gems off of his Livy, or at least stall things out. They're down one team member as Livy and Tyrant now get to make it work on the left lane. Tyrant picks up a gem. Now he's public enemy number one. He's the most likely culprit to be taken down as Livy on very low health. Wash Team can still bring it back. It's going to take some clutch moves from Pain.
He's healing half HP right now for the gem carrier. Gotta get in there. 5 seconds left. Frixie makes the dash forward as Livy. Oh, wow. Where did it drop?
It dropped right on the corner as Livy wasn't able to pick it up in time. Frixie brings it right back. 11 gems and then some as he looks to get that last one. Has one gadget left. He could start to bring it back. Tribe Gaming need control here. Pain has a super. He can get some Elins as Livy needs to stay alive. They got to get on top of this gem. It's not even possible. Frixie dashes in, but it was a huge misplay as Livy, though, stays alive. He's in mid. He goes down. It's all Zulon picking up all the gems, and now Pain's left for dead on the back lines.
Oh, my goodness. Back and forth. Here we go. The countdown again for Tribe Gaming. A ton of gems on the left-hand side. 0 for Wash Team. 1 kill will take it down. Zulon has a whole bunch of them, and nobody's going to be there. Tribe Gaming taking number 1.
I'll shed a tear for Wash Team here because I really think that they found themselves really getting in the groove. They were moving, and they were schmooving on top of a gem that they should not have schmooved on, unfortunately. It was unnecessary to get that last gadget in, and as Livy managed to take things down, and while it was a trade, it still ended up working well for Tribe because they had a fully healed team member coming right on the scene.
That's also, I think, indicative of what it's like to play against an established team like Tribe. That was great play by Wash Team, and they made one poor choice, costing the whole game.
That's really what it is. In Tribe Gaming, they can make some poor choices too, but they can bounce back from it.
Yep.
I think that Wash Team here are definitely the underdog. In Tribe Gaming, not only are they acutely aware of that, but the way that they play is going to punish them so hard for making a single mistake. So far, very safe gameplay by both sides. Tribe, they boast just a slight advantage in form of 3 gems. We also see the lane switching up a little bit. Betich is now taking the right side. Tyrant goes all the way to the back lines, and now Wash Team have to retreat to deal with it. It gives all the control to Tribe for now.
5-2. Tribe significantly in the lead, but Wash Team kind of has map control at the moment. Zulon on the left-hand side inching up, but nobody really paying any mind to him because they don't need to. They're all centered around the middle, and Wash Team has now matched 5 gems all.
Another thing to note, not only is Frixie super slimy and just difficult to hit, he's going to be able to retreat with the use of a gadget. He's already used it. Tyrant's getting punished for that decision. Betich is now coming up the right lane. This is what I'm talking about. Able to punish things in the back lines. Long-range beam onto Zulon, but he got a little bit too greedy and ended up going down. Now Payne's trying to interrupt the back lines. Maybe get a kill onto his Livy. He is very low, but it's definitely a mistake letting Tyrant push up so far on the right lane. Here's the speed onto Payne. Once more, back lines disruption. Zulon's ready with the silence if he needs to use a super. The Wash Team still, they're standing in a pretty strong position. As long as they don't lose anyone, then they have a huge advantage. You can start a countdown and just run it back.
Betich is playing on the right side as opposed to the left side this time around. Do you like that, and why?
Yeah, I do think that this is much better for Tribe Gaming. We'll see if they're able to leverage it. They need to bring things in. Wash Team still just a few seconds left to run things back. Payne still chasing things down, a takedown on the Tyrant. The lane switch, it just hasn't worked out for Tribe Gaming. They really tried everything in their arsenal here. But Wash Team, now they've come back. They've analyzed that last game, and now they're just one step ahead.
Nice work from Wash Team. I also, I want to point out, as Livy's play on Tribe, he played extremely safe. Because we saw what happened in Tribe. They won the first one, but their gem carrier dropped down, and it was kind of a scary moment. As Livy played safe in game number 2. Too safe, question mark?
I think so. And for as Livy can pop off in certain situations, it could be that he's waiting for that perfect opportunity to spring into the action. I think the other side of the same coin is simply that Tribe Gaming have a lot more to lose here than just the chance to qualify, right? They did well in that first split. They have a lot of points to win, and they also have a reputation to defend. They're playing safe, and typically also this is how they play. They play a very controlled game, and Wash Team simply have a different approach to the game, and they're willing to put it all out on stage and risk a whole lot more. So far, though, Tribe Gaming's safe gameplay has worked out so well.
Tribe Gaming does play a more controlled game. That said, Wash Team in game 2 and game 3 kind of has map control here, as they're just standing on the point.
I will say there's definitely a balance between aggression and control, because Wash Team can play super aggressive and push that sort of line of scrimmage further down the map, keeping Tribe Gaming in their own backlines. And
that's what they did in game 2.
This is precisely what they did in game 2, and they can consistently do that as long as Frixie lines up his shots and keeps those max supers going. It is free territory if you can move faster than your enemy and dodge out all their shots.
Free real estate.
Exactly. That's exactly what it is. And, well, Frixie's looking to make a new sale. 7 gems so far, and Tribe Gaming are 2 behind.
Well, Tribe Gaming now, for all the talk we've had about Wash Team kind of controlling mid, Tribe Gaming now stepping forward and looking for that. It's a fight up in the top right, but I'm really paying attention to Payne, as Payne is doing his damnedest to distract Zulon. I think Zulon's doing, well, I was going to say Zulon's doing a good job of kind of balancing both plates, but all of a sudden, one goes down and the second falls as well. Tyrant just barely alive, and Wash Team 13 in the pocket and 7 seconds to count down. I think they might have it.
Domino effect, Tribe Gaming just toppling. Payne needs to stay alive. Frixie also dodging, bobbing, weaving. Almost an interruption there from his Livy, but not quite. Wash Team, they take the set over Tribe Gaming. Some of the titans of the region now fall to Wash Team, this complete dark horse. This
is huge, but I think this is, again, this is just the maturation of the Brawl Stars esports scene. Washed is one of the big dark horses in this competition. They are not number 1 or 2, but here's the thing: the distance between the top and the bottom, quote unquote, is so much smaller than it once was that this victory. Listen, I'm not going to sit here and say this isn't an upset, but it's not. I'm not surprised that this has happened.
It's absolutely a race, right? Everyone's got a car in this race, and some are accelerating faster than others. To stay on top, you have to consistently improve faster than all of your opponents. And this is precisely where Tribe Gaming find themselves, where, yes, they are consistently on top, but what you don't see is all the work that it takes to stay ahead of the rest. And Wash Team are absolutely pedal to the metal here. And while they might have some lower stats as far as gems picked up, they've stolen a lot from Tribe Gaming in the end. It's all about the damage. It's all about those kills and the control, and they had a lot more area control, a lot more area under their control.
Sure.
And I think they owe a lot of that to good drafting. One of my main criticisms of Tribe is that the drafts, they're just usually a month or two behind where the meta is.
So what was your biggest problem with that last draft for Tribe?
It's not even necessarily that there was something wrong, is that there was a lack of something special, per se.
It wasn't wrong, it just wasn't right.
Exactly.
Okay.
And I think this is where we find Wash Team, is they're able to leverage, some new things and some old as well. I think a lot of what we don't see is hidden in those bans, which will do kind of a job of addressing as we move into Hot Zone, because this is a very control-based mode. This is where Tribe usually find their specialty, but versus an aggressive comp, I think also control strategies tend to shut down aggressive comps. It's a little surprising to me that Wash Team are able to do so well.
I mean, that's kind of what you got to think about, the big picture, the big macro strategies for sure. Ring of Fire coming up next year as far as Hot Zone is concerned. So again, overall, we're looking at a bunch of tanks, specifically in this game mode, I think. Absolutely excited. And there are our bans. All right, so both teams, we only actually have 1, 2, 3 bans in total.
Yeah, quick math over here. We got like 4 bans, right? Because we got only 1 differential between the two, right? B is not going to be in play. Meg, nor Gray, nor Penny either. And I understand every single one of these. Gray's just
the guy.
He's I would almost say too good, but I'll hold my tongue there. We got Meg as well. Meg is just insane on any Hot Zone map. You are able to constantly get 7,000 health just for getting your super, which you get really, really fast with high speed. You have fast projectiles, and you charge it pretty quickly. Here's a Lu from Tribe Gaming. I actually really like this from them. Once upon a time, we said if you don't play Lu, you lose, but this once again ties into a consistent theme from Tribe Gaming, which is that they usually stick to the old stuff, which works for them. And it leads into this. Wash Team, they go for the Poco. And in NA, a lot of the meta revolves around B. Tribe, they banned out B, and it looks like they forgot that Poco exists.
Exactly, and now, I mean, you want to talk about the old stuff. What are we going to see paired with Poco?
It's got to be some kind of tank that rushes right to the back lines. It could be a Sam, it could be an Ashe, but when we talk a mode like a map like Ring of Fire, it is quite open, and so I think that we need some higher mobility brawlers. Really, at the end of the day, though, anything that can get into the back lines and disturb things, especially Janet, who's not banned out here, is a good fit for the job.
Do you think Stu works there?
Absolutely, I think he does, and I think Stu's also able to get faster rollouts if you use the speed zone. You pop it in the back lines, you're able to dodge out all the shots of Lu. He never charges super. It's a fun time, but you gotta be wary of the Crow, because Tyrone the Crow is an absolute menace.
And the Dog Man coming out. Colonel Ruff's going to be out here like that. I'm always going to like sandbags on any Hot Zone, realistically. I just think that, any sort of friction you can add to the conversation is a positive here. And then, of course, with the Stu selected, you want to see a tank alongside this composition. So all in all, for WT, I like what they've brought. Here, There's that Janet
Yep.
you were looking for. And again, this composition, Janet and Crow are going to be able to jump on you, the point, maybe even the W. Like, this is an aggressive composition out of Tribe, but the aggression, offense, defense, like you just wipe them all out and that might earn you the point.
Absolutely. And also, I want to confidently call something here. I think it's Zulon on the Lu. I think it's as Livy on the Janet. I think it's Tyron on the Crow. Could be wrong, but we'll see. I think that over time, and this once again ties into what I was saying about this Tribe playing a lot of the same things, is that, okay, it's a complete mix-up, but whatever. I was confident. I'm wrong.
What
it
did
happens.
you say before about your predictions after the match?
Yeah, maybe I should start taking a page out of OG's book.
I'm going to predict that Beniches is playing Colonel Ruffs.
Yeah, well, we'll see what he's capable of. I don't think this is an ideal lane matchup for him. Didn't see the gadget he's using quite yet, but with piercing shots on the side of Zulon, the sandbags aren't going to do much.
Not at all. Frixie has to fall back as Wash team earned 17% before they get knocked out. Janet in the sky and now underground. And with that kill, Payne's going to walk forward. Frixie frozen! And Tribe Gaming, ouch. As soon as they came, they went.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, gone like the wind, and now Tribe Gaming are finding themselves in a bit of a deficit of control. Zulon and Tyron are still going to try and make it happen. Here's a super in, and Poco's not really able to walk around here. Usually Poco would leverage his ability to heal up to pretty much stay in there, take a ton of damage, but Tyrant is able to get free control just by hitting those shots. Once you pop down the super, they cannot stand on the point at all. Another super cycled out. There's also using the gadget to stay alive, but he's still sniped by Zulon. Wash team are trying their best, but they cannot step on the point whenever there's a loose super down. And we gotta see Stu dodging out the shots versus Tyrant in order to get actual control.
Zulon uses the super defensively, tries to turn it around, but Colonel Ruff's sitting right there. 58% for Tribe, but it's Wash that's on the point right now, and they've tied.
Yeah, pretty much. And Tyrant's also gotten another super off of getting the kill on a Frixie. And here's even more control for Tribe Gaming. We still see Payne trying his best to keep them at bay, but he's really only keeping them on the outer ring of that point. They're still getting capture here, and now they get a huge advantage. As Livy also on the right side is slowing things down. He doesn't have any gadgets left, but he still has a jump in if he needs to finish off the kill. Payne on the left side is backing up Zulon. Tyrant now finally gets yet another super, and it's just back and forth. It's push and pull, tug of war between the two over the hot zone.
Tribe Gaming are doing a great job of playing their composition. This composition can be played all in. Send your assassins on the back line, kind of die and leave the guy on the point. But they're playing kind of like hokey pokey. 1 foot in, 1 foot out. As Livy puts 2 feet in and winds up dying for it. Big plays out of Beniches, but he loses the final duel, and that's going to give Tribe the game.
Beautiful stuff from Tribe. I was not super convinced by their comp, but it's clear that the parts that they chose to deal with what Wash Team had to offer are working when they usually would not work super well by themselves. Lu is able to connect the shots, okay? That's just a mechanical difference between the two teams.
Sure.
The other thing is also just how is Livy's able to navigate this Crow. He's able to consistently get anti-heal onto Frixie. There's a solo slow, and he gets rid of it immediately, popping the protective tunes, but still, that's one gadget exchange on each team, and typically, I would actually favor the Poco for this one, as it's just, you know, tit for tat here, as Livy's not able to slow the entire team, and only exchange for one Poco gadget that has no use anywhere else.
Nobody's really stepping on the point at the moment. Colonel Ruff's doing a good job of zoning on the left-hand side, and obviously Lu doing what he's been doing to Wash Team, but strong long-range play opens up the map for Tribe Gaming as they step forward onto the point, 20 and running, and that gives them the lead.
So far, as Livy, big jump in, already a takedown into Payne. Looks like the lane switch didn't pan out so well, as earlier, Payne was actually able to get great dodges at mid and deny Tyrant a whole lot of supers. Now, he's pretty much just waiting for his next one. Payne charges in, still dodging out the shots. Frixie trying to make it work as well. But with Tyrant having that supercharge gear equipped, it's going to be very difficult to do. Jump in, and it's Livy dead on arrival. But Tribe Gaming still have the advantage in terms of percentage.
Wash Team need to make some moves. This is not as close as game number 1. I think last time around, Wash Team had the lead, maybe even the majority of the game, and it was up to Tribe to be a little surgical.
Yeah, another super coming in from Lou is definitely deadly for Wash Team. As long as they keep giving these supers to Tyrant, it is going to be a done deal.
And here's the thing, the supers inch up. They start kind of halfway on the point, then they take over the point, and then we see them behind the point. So Washed can't even step forward. This is the biggest play we've seen out of Washed. They're able to push down. Payne versus 2 here. Really aggressive. He winds up just falling to the hand of his Livy. I think that was over-aggressive there, Reddy. And again, trade out.
They're looking for whatever they can, but at the end of the day, Tyrant's still farming up a super every single time.
Yeah.
He's able to line up the shots. I mean, really, I don't think there is actually a better lane in North America than Tyrant, wherever you put him. He's able to predict your movements. It's just like an unstoppable force when you play against him. You stick him on the loop, guarantee it'll get a super.
This is the first time that I saw Washed look, the word is shaken, but I'm going to say underprepared, kind of like caught in the moment. Tribe, maybe they took a moment to kind of like boot up here because this looked like, all right, we know what's going on. And Wash just really couldn't make the plays that they wanted. I saw desperation in those last moments, and I didn't see that for any of the other matchups that we've seen so far.
And I think Wash Team came into this one pretty confident too with the Poco. And we see Tribe Gaming, they willingly don't go for it, knowing that they've banned out B. But I think this is actually a trap. And so I will kind of take back halfway what I was saying earlier. I think this is a tricky thing that Tribe Gaming have done here. Leave the Poco open, knowing that Wash Team want to go for it, and then counter it with something a little bit less traditional in this day and age.
And I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, they kind of play those mind games in picks and bans,
yes.
leaving the heavy picks open, knowing, hey, listen, we are arguably the top team in this region. You want to have the good stuff, we'll beat you. Not Gary. You want to have the other good stuff, we'll beat you.
Yeah.
We're that good. That confidence, if you want to be number one, you got to think you are. And these are the matchups you have to have confidence into. Your opponent's going to get the Poco sometimes. And I think Tribe Gaming here, you know, they just have faith.
And well, look, you know, I'm not a pro player, but it fooled me too. So good thing for Tribe. Hey, maybe we're just putting words in their mouth, thinking they did something that he didn't. But whatever the mindset behind the draft was, it definitely worked out well. It was definitely very intelligent, and it was entertaining to watch, even just in the draft phase.
And also at the end of the day, I mean, we're giving them a lot of credit for some high IQ plays. Lou Super on the point is also Lou Super on the point. So there's that. We're split down the middle as we jump into our third segment, and this one will be Knockout.
Yeah, I'm definitely excited to see some Knockout because even though, you know, the newest mode in the competitive scene, it's a year old by this point, but it's by far still the newest mode. And it also leads to a lot of 50-50 situations, and it's where I think we can expect to see some Mandy make some plays. Ooh. And we didn't see it in the last set, but I think we can still anticipate to see this brawler popping up. You can get some good moments here, and Knockout just as a mode in general, as being kind of a less developed and less researched mode in the scene, can lead to some 50-50 moments where the underdogs start to clutch up. And by underdogs, I mean Wash Team. This is where I expect to see Wash Team take Tribe by surprise.
But again, you know, when we say underdogs, dark horse, lower card, you know, whatever turn or phrase you want, it means so much. It's such a different thing than it once did. I just think these teams are closer matched as we play more Brawl. We get better at Brawl. There's more Brawl out there to study, more tape, more tournaments, and all of that just means everyone as a whole, rising tide, all ships, etc. And this Wash team, I don't want to call them that, man. But forget all that. What's up?
Yeah, I think Bo's going to be here to charge up some supers for free. Even though Gray is out of the picture and we won't have Bo, Gray, Jackie, it can be Bo, Nanny. It can be Bo, something else. Bo also is just, you know, a fairly good brawler in general. And when we talk first picks, you're not necessarily looking to pick the brawler that is going to do the most in the game. The brawler that's going to do the most is the one that comes at a time where it's impossible to counter it anymore.
This middle ban here for Tribe is not a pass ban. That is the ban for Mandy. So we won't be able to get to see the brand new character just yet. Gus selected on the other side. One of my favorite characters as far as the fiction is concerned. Even the gameplay, though, I think very interesting and one of a mainstay in this game mode specifically.
And when we talk competitive too, Gus is just an all-around great brawler. Can work as a sniper, can get KOs if you use the gadget immediately if you spawn a ghost. That's bonus damage. And give itself bonus damage. There's a Rico as well, can benefit from going extremely aggro, using Bouncy Castle to heal up, even maybe getting a shield at some point. But I think also Gus is going to be pretty prone to giving a shield to whatever that third brawler may be. This is where I want to see Wash Team be very cautious, though, because we see that Carl is still in play. This is a Tyrant specialty, and on Gold Arm Gulch, any brawler that has movement abilities is a huge asset to getting close range versus sharpshooters.
2 selections left. One will be the Nani. Always, again, standard, long range. You don't have to put yourself in harm's way to harm others, and that is kind of exactly what you want in Knockout.
Yeah, and this is also what I'm talking about. You see Bo as a first pick. My mind immediately goes to, that's a totem. That's a super totem right there. You're charging up supers for free. And Nanny's pretty much the second best brawler to auto-charge supers on because you don't have to put yourself in harm's way to get kills, get insta-kills. As long as you have autofocus, you can take down Rico in just one shot. Final pick, though, is maybe a bit of a mystery. We could see Fang or something come out, that makes some close range. Nope, it's a dog. Interesting.
You have 2 dudes powering up the long range Nani. Like, there it is.
Yeah, just sit on the back lines and make it work. I think that Wash Team can still maybe get some stuff done with Rico, but it takes so much time to cross the map that their super might as well be charged by that point. Keep in mind that Nanny can shoot around walls due to the nature of her shot, and Colonel Ruffs can bounce around walls. Colonel Ruffs, I think, also will probably be running sandbags because you're playing into Gus, and it's a hard counter. So unless Wash Team picks something that can pierce through shots like Carl, then who knows? Could be either or gadget, but knowing Tribe, they're probably going to stay away from the riskier move of running sandbags, probably going to run the asteroids.
I like Carl when it comes to when you're looking for someone to disrupt the turtle, right? Tribe is looking to sit in the corner, vibe out, and kill you eventually. Whereas that means the onus is on whoever the other team is to disrupt that. If nobody does anything, Tribe wins by default because of what their composition enables them to do. So now you kind of toss the ball to the opponent and say, beat me, bro. And so I ask you, how does Wash Team beat Tribe, bro?
Well, it looks like whatever I had in mind doesn't even matter because the way that Tribe Gaming are playing, they're not staying on the back lines. In fact, they're not even throwing down that ability. Maybe they anticipated that Wash Team would play super aggressive at the beginning and maybe get caught up in a little bit of nonsense, but I feel like that might be a bit of a long shot. Tribe Gaming just have some fairly good brawlers on their side. Here come the sandbags, actually, and they're going to get sliced up very easily by Pain. I'm a little surprised that they still decided to go for that.
Yeah, not my favorite choice, but we'll see some insight and maybe get surprised a little bit later. And yeah, no, again, I definitely thought this was going to be more of a sedentary composition, so to speak. Just kind of sit in the corner and let everything charge up. But you can absolutely run this kind of medium aggression. That said, we have seen a little bit of a slowdown here from both these squads. Nobody really getting into trouble just yet. Top side Carl getting bitten down and time's ticking.
Yeah, it's counting down as also this poison is closing in. Big moves in. There's the shield, but it's not even enough. Still, takedown into Carl. Big moves made as Livy knows that he has this in the bag if he just uses super, but he doesn't even need to. 1-2 shots, and it's good. And he has a super to work with too. Autofocus could be coming out, and here it is. No super totem down. In fact, I think this is actually a red flag. Tyrant could be running tripwire to explode those bombs remotely, and maybe he's hoping that Pain walks over them, but he needs a teammate in range to really make best use of it. Pain's also playing really cautiously. They've surely noticed that there's no totem down just yet, and yeah, there it is. Or well, not tripwire, but still, they're being cautious around these mines.
Pain on the bottom side. Carl, he went in a little low HP, but at the end, Tribe Gaming are just going to be able to snap target call. As soon as Carl dove in, everybody looked at him and killed him. That low latency kind of target acquisition is huge for Tribe, and that's basically how you beat Carl. So if they're able to do that again, I think it's a good look. Wash Team, I think they need to be the aggressors if they want to find themselves in the W, but obviously 3 versus 2 is an uphill battle.
Absolutely, and what we also just saw was a free charge for his Livia of his super as the totem went down. Pain's going to try and make it happen. Has a protective pirouette, dodging out a lot of damage, but still a 1v3 when you're a low health Carl, it's just not going to work. Well done by Tribe Gaming, and some mind games involved as well. They did not throw down the super totem until the final seconds of the second round. I think that's an interesting choice by them, but if it helps you get a victory, it helps you get a victory. It's just not something that you can actually see a metric for, right? You just have to imagine what Wash Team is thinking.
So what does that effectively do to Wash Team when they don't see the totem? Like, what mind games are enacted there?
Pretty much means that they're going to be very cautious around the mines and that they are expecting a tripwire or something unexpected. And that just gets them to think about more things and maybe take their minds off of some of the other plays that Tribe Gaming are going for. Already a takedown, though. Tyrant goes down, and so does Nanny. It's a good look for Wash Team.
A little bit of a spin there. Earned it. I'll give it to you. You know, you lose 2 in a row, but then you come out of the gates swinging. Tribe falls down, so Wash Team, little bit of a leg up here this time around. And ultimately, the biggest difference was the level of aggression. Again, what we kind of predicted out of Tribe Gaming was ultimately incorrect. They are being more aggressive than what we said. They are not just turtling in Turtle Club. That said, Wash Team still has to be the aggressor, in my opinion, to find themselves with the victory, which is why they lost last time around. They waited too long. And the longer you wait, the better Tribe's comp looks.
Not only that, but they have picked some brawlers that counter out enemies. If we look at Zulon, he's running those sandbags. That's a counter to Pain. If we look at Tyrant, he's playing bow. Pain, as long as he's able to gadget for it and use his super, that's a free counter right there. But they're all sticking so close together, they're all able to peel for each other at any time necessary. Here it comes, Pain, right into that autofocus, but he's still able to pick up the kill. Well done for Wash.
And that was huge. I love the play, baby. Tyrant answers back. But it is Washed Team. I'll tell you why I was so amped up. Because I told you, when Carl goes in, it's about that quick target acquisition. Tribe Gaming, communication off the charts, you know that's gonna happen. Everything else is any given Sunday. But you know these guys are gonna be able to do that. So Carl went in when the other Tribe teammates were out of range. Doesn't matter if you're speaking on 0 ping, you're not gonna be able to acquire him. And he sat there as soon as he saw that jumped in. Love that play from Washed.
And this is also how just Carl plays and how he is so versatile, because you can opt to play him as a longish range lane, but you can also opt to play him super aggressively and get some free kills versus enemies. And I say free kills because that's really what it is. You get a free kill on a Tyrant if you have that combo of a gadget and a super, but a takedown on the right side already looks good as Colonel Ruffs falls. No more supers charged here, and Pain picks up a kill on the right side as well, as Livy has exactly what he wants. He has the super. He's going to try and dine the poison as quickly as he can, but Wash Team are on the case. They're looking to get a super charge and a little bit of damage in here, but as Livy denies a lot of value to them.
All right. Big picture, we're split down the middle. Wash Team, I think, surprising a lot of folks at home. And as far as our knockout matchup, well, we are split down the middle as well. But Wash Team has the momentum.
They absolutely do, and they are continuing to press forward. Or perhaps even, if we look in the left lane in particular, taking advantage of Tribe Gaming's nerves, hoping to catch him in an antsy position. Here comes the autofocus down the left side. Actually hits the wall instead. It was off screen, so you didn't see it, but that should have been a free kill for his Livy, and instead, he wasn't able to make contact. It was a good bait by the Rico on the back left, and now Tribe Gaming are out of a very valuable super. The Betiches can't push in time to deny as Livy another super, and now Rico is at risk of getting one shot once again.
Bedich is all the way down there by himself. I got a little scared, honestly, with him being that far away from the teammates. Ultimately, it looked like he did want to return. Sandbags come down, and that was a nice, quick play there from Zulon.
Oh, and as Livy's going to go down in the poison, Pain manages to escape with his life. A bit of shield from Betiches, but Tyrant and Zulon have so much health. Betiches locked in the back right. Pain goes down. Betiches tries to get damage, but it's not quite enough. And Tribe Gaming start to tie up this game.
That sandbag play was great.
Yeah.
Using it as, like, active counter, you know, like a parry almost. Not just putting down my sandbags, please don't hit them. Very, very, like the timing there was very cool.
Save them for an opportune scenario, right exactly when you need them, and Zulon still has some sandbags to spare, but we can't say the same for Tyrant because he doesn't have any more super totems. No more free super for his Livy, but he's still going to manage to charge it off the back left lane. Rico is effectively locked back there and is going to probably have to rotate around, but he's still sticking in this area, and this is optimal for Rico. Not only do you get bonus damage from extra bouncy, but you're not going to do much out in the open. You play like a worse Colt.
He's just off screen, dude.
Not even a part of the action. Wash team are kind of 2v1ing right now, and it shows. Their health bars are kind of lit up, but also this could be a moment for Tyrant to maybe be taken down by surprise move.
They don't know that Frixie's this low. Like, low is in south on the map. All of a sudden, he pops out, takes a bite out of Tyrant. Nothing really right home about, though. HP bars vastly in favor of Tribe Gaming. Beniche is going to step up, taking damage from the acid. And that's all she wrote.
Unfortunate there for Wash team, but it's a good victory for Tribe Gaming. What is it, a clean victory?
No.
Yeah, not by any definition.
The answer
of the
is
word.
no.
Yeah, unless you want to rewrite the dictionary, it is not a good victory for Tribe. And I think you can kind of see in their expressions, they're not too enthused about it.
Well, again, listen, it might even, I've said it a lot, but the lower end teams, they're different. The distance between the top and the bottom is just smaller.
Yeah.
And was that the cleanest Tribe play we've seen? Absolutely not. But that wasn't just Tribe falling down. Washed made some excellent plays there to kind of hold the fire to the flame.
I think so too. They continue to play aggressive and they look for opportunities, but Tribe Gaming being well known for the plays that are very very foolproof when you play against aggressive things, the control-based strategies. They were prepared for it. Every single time Pain went in, they were ready. And sometimes Pain succeeded, but most of the time he didn't.
Yeah, that was the thing, was very quickly, Tribe tend to, they do the fundamentals well, man. If you're gonna dive us with a Carl, we're just gonna kill the Carl. And so we saw the footsies play. We were able to kind of get out of jail as far as Wash team is concerned, putting themselves into danger. Ultimately, not enough, 23-13. That's a big difference.
Certainly is, and you just see a lot more supercharging on that side because of the super totem, pretty much.
Yep.
And Wash team also saving their supers a lot more often. Carl's going to get that super pretty fast, but Carl's not going to use that super unless he knows that he can gadget in and then get a kill off of it. There's no point at using it at long range.
That's fair.
I think it does come down to brawler choice as well, but supers are always going to have a lot more value than your main attack, and it could just come down to a brawler choice, why we see Tribe not only get more supers, but take a win in the end.
Exactly. Now we are on to the next one, 2 wins for Tribe so far, and a single one for Washed across the way. So if Tribe are able to take this set, they take the match. Washed has a little bit more work to do. I like to see the top dogs kind of tested. Zulon's just having a blast, but realistically, I think this is, you know, this is you step into the arena and you go, oh, everybody's leveled up a bit. Got it.
Practically so, and I think that Tribe Gaming, they've been experiencing this over the last couple of months. They took some time off after Worlds, and then everyone kept getting better during that time. While Tribe is burnt out, everyone's on the same grind that they've been on for the entire year.
You know, I saw this sort of like at the beginning of Season 1, where Tribe just it was kind of like one half step behind where they used to be, and I see them stepping forward again. They seem to be picking up their momentum. Would you agree with that?
I do agree.
Like, it's kind of like the resurgence here.
It's exactly what it is, and everyone needs to take breaks, right? And there's a time and place to take a break, and that's during the off season, especially if you've already qualified for the challenge season. You don't need to play for that time during the second split, and there's just not really much else going on. But
it's an ultra marathon, not a sprint.
Pretty much. And right now, I mean, I think we saw Tribe kind of finish up a sprint at Worlds. Now they're back on the trajectory for the entire year, and they're going to be starting things off with some interesting brawler bans. We saw that Colt ban, actually, which is a little bit peculiar, but I think they're just attuned to what Wash team usually like to play on this map.
For sure. You know, I mean, Colt is one of the, he's rarely #1, but especially when it comes down to here and wall breaking, he's got a spot. And I think it's more of a player-specific ban for sure. On the other side, we've got the B selection and the Lola. Who would you like to see as the last spot?
think for Wash Team, it's really going to come down to whatever counters what Tribe is playing. That's really, by and large, what you want to go for as that last pick. And seeing what's been banned so far, I definitely like the choice of the 8-bit ban for Wash Team because Tribe, they not only like the 8-bit, but this map is really good for the 8-bit.
The selection of B also kind of steers your opponent into some selections, or rather away from some selections.
Yeah, because B, she dominates ranges where she dominates matchups where she outranges. And this map is all about 1v1s because you have walls that divide all of the lanes. We do see the Brock choice, and we also see the Nanny choice from Tribe. There's possibility of breaking down the walls, but it all comes down to what that final pick is, really. It offers them versatility. They can choose which gadget they want to go for, or just how they play the brawler. Wash Team, they are really holding a lot of power here with the last pick, and I think that they could go for a tank as long as they make sure that the tank is not on the lane versus Otis, which is going to be played probably by one of the best Otis players around the world, Tyrant.
That's fair. I think Brock is as close to an evergreen selection when it comes to high. I think Brock in this game mode is as close to an evergreen selection as you can get. He's going to be able to do the long range stuff and sure. Let's talk Meg.
Yeah, this is interesting. I think really the idea here from Wash Team is that they'll be able to get good health and they'll be able to operate at long range when they need to. So they start off at long range, instantly get your 7,000 health from popping into that super, and then you work from there. Not only that, but you can get great damage on the safe. I think that this is kind of a sleeper pick. Like, this has been known to be a good brawler for this map, but it really comes down to how you're mechanically able to operate it, just as anything does. But I think Meg is probably the best example of that in the entirety of Brawl Stars, because she started growing a lot in popularity after people saw the best players in the world play her at Worlds.
The term I like to use with respect to that is skill expression.
Yes.
Certain characters allow you to express your skill more so than others here. Starting off with a dub on the right side there. But a little bit of a trade out, so no win. Frixie finding something there as well. And so looking at the two compositions, like I said, I am a big fan of the Brock, but I think the Meg kind of pushes the power level up for me specifically. How are you feeling?
I'm sort of feeling similar. I think that, I mean, in any situation, this is definitely difficult to deal with, but if you're able to get some good jukes, you can make it happen. But Bettiches is looking particularly tanky. He does have that shield up, and he's hanging on to that charge B for as long as he can because he knows that if he's on low health, he can get kept practically 4,000 damage onto Livy. Good takedown, a good assist on the left side, and also a lot of these bushes are broken down, which offers a lot of value for Zulon. A lot more, as you mentioned, skill expression. If you're able to dodge things out, then it's not really an issue whether there are bushes or not.
Tyrant wins one on the right side. The assist from mid doesn't come as Bettiches has to... All right, Bettiches does find the dub eventually. And what an important kill here in the mid as well, with Bedu falling down. If the mid laner for Tribe is still alive, you can push forward, but not going to happen. Coverage from the right lane is good.
It's good so far, but Frixie's really outranged. He has to get good dodges, and even when he gets close to Livy, that'll be a lot of shots raining down from Brock if there's kill potential. Tyrant still keeping him at range. Zulon on the left side, kind of getting pummeled by Pain. Livy, he's really cross-eyed here. Can't really focus on one target at a time because a lot of them have potential to be KO'd, but Betch just continues to push it back. Great connection with the 4KB, and this could be their first chance to make it happen on the safe. Frixie needs to start aiming at the safe, but he's more focused on getting rid of Tyrant, who's all the way at the back lines, just out of range. And Wash Team don't manage to get too much damage off of that.
30 seconds on the clock here, and at the moment the lead is Tribes as far as percentage is concerned, but the map pressure is, well, it was in Washed. Right now we're kind of pushing back on up. Zulon in the left lane, troublesome.
This is really insane to see. I mean, Zulon able to chain those supers back to back, and Meg absolutely helpless, but here's some damage coming in on Tribe safe. It looks like with Zulon connecting, that could be the final straw. Just not enough movement for Wash Team to move in versus Tribe Gaming, and we're going to a match point.
Tribe was able to get there kind of first, right? They had, what was it, 82% on left on the enemy safe before Washed even showed up to the front door.
Pretty much. I mean, this is, once again, just very well played, very well locked down by Tribe, and they're finally starting to get their momentum here. I think also just the comp choice from Wash Team, it's not quite as strong as what Tribe has to offer. I think from Tribe, they've picked all brawlers that are not only good here, but they're really good at, and no doubt we can say the same for Wash Team, but I think the Meg pick is a little bit suspect, and I don't think Pain is super comfortable playing it.
See, I liked the Meg pick but that last bit, I think, was the important part, that he's not ultra confident playing it.
Yeah, and we'll see if he warms up to it. I mean, he's got some time, just 2 minutes on the clock, but so far, 11% delta already. Pain picks up a kill on the left side versus Zulon. Zulon's going to be respawning here pretty soon, but Pain still gets to lock in some damage. 90% remaining, already an advantage. Here's the silence as well, and he gets shut down. Zulon now able to advance up the left side, and a takedown on the right side allows the Tyrant to move forward too.
Much better look this time from Wash Team. That said, also a much better look for Tribe Gaming this time around. At 30 seconds left in the last round, we saw so much less overall damage on these saves?
The respective safes, shall we say. But
the boxes.
We'll call it the box and we'll keep it a lock. Let's see what Wash Team has to say in response. I think really something that's obviously worth considering for Wash Team is switching up the lanes, because they kept the same lane lineups as last time, and it's working not as well as it did last time, and it didn't look so good last round either. Frixie still is able to push forward, but he's facing Tyrant, who has a super at his side. Here it comes. He uses a super in the process, and that's a lot less DPS that he has to offer if he connects with the box at the end.
Who on Tribe has been doing the most damage to the safe? Has it been his Livy in this mid lane?
It's Zulon all the way, because he's doing great on this left lane. Not only is he good versus Pain in his strongest form, which is his mech, he's able to get a ton of damage per second. But Wash Team are finally starting to catch up, finally starting to get some entry frags on the opposing safe. But they only got 30 seconds left. It's going to take a whole push, an entire team wipe to really bring this one back.
55% damage done by Tribe, and not that much done by Wash. 14% if you want to be specific, and 14 seconds on the clock at the moment. Tribe Gaming, they've got the lead in the game and the set. And with this countdown ready, Tribe Gaming are going to be able to take the match as well.
Very well done for Tribe Gaming. Very much expected for a lot of people. But for today, I will say it is post-match. I did put my predictions on Wash Team.
Boo this man! Boo this man!
No, I didn't put my predictions on them to lose. I put my predictions on them to win. I really, really did. I thought Tribe might still be in that recovery phase, but I think that all of NA can be happy that they're in a good position once again.
I thought I saw a pet, and I got excited. So, expected by most. The overall result, absolutely. As far as how close it was, what do you think?
I was expecting it actually to be closer. I was expecting Wash Team to push things to set 5. I really was.
Do you think that that is the overall fan consensus?
No, not at all.
That's what I was getting at. Like your Giga Brain, we know that.
Well, I mean, clearly not, because I was wrong today.
I agree. I just wanted to be nice.
You're too kind.
But seriously, I think how close this was is a surprise to some more of the show up and watch fans. But for the people that know Beniches and know this squad, like I said, Pain is one of my favorite dudes to watch in this region, and I think how close this wound up being is very indicative of the overall North American scene at the moment.
Absolutely. Wash Team, they're a great team. However, Tribe Gaming, they still remain supreme. I think we can keep it a lock there.
I feel like you stole the question that I was going to ask right out of my mouth as you were doing your end game analysis. I also was going to ask. We'll say ask. Make sure that you did reveal your pre-game prediction for that one. It was definitely close, and I'm happy that you said you thought it was going to be closer, because it also means that we're setting the bar higher competition-wise for all of these teams in Challenge, and I think that's really important.
Well, I mean, here's the deal with Tribe. Yes, they are some of the top dogs in the region, right? They're right up there with S-Team, and now on opposing coasts, by the way, competing in different regions than the BSC. But that is not without a ton of effort to stay ahead of these guys, because Wash Team are cracked, and Tribe are just cracked pretty much. At least they are for now. They can't start slacking. We saw kind of in the 2 months of the offseason that Tribe, they started faltering a little bit. We saw it in the Queso Cup, for instance. And now it's good to see them back in their former form, because it's time to get started and get ready for Masters and get ready for other big competitions.
Well, that's a big part of why I'm so amped about the Snapdragon Pro Series being such a robust run, because whenever there's just more games to play, you're going to get more practice, you're going to get better, and overall the skill level is improving, and I think that's dope.
Yeah, I mean, we've got so much in store, so many storylines that we need to be following this entire time. But it's time for another quick break, all right? When we come back, we've got way more analysis and highlights in store, so don't go anywhere.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them, you're willing to hurt for them, but most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting, it's hot. Look what I got, whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast, I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes, I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete, well get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha, yeah, I'm a work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha, yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like, when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete, well get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha, yeah, I'm a work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha, yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me, how'd I turn pain into energy. Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.
Get it, I'm on the mission, snap any minute, casually winning. Stop tripping on me, stop dissing on me. Yeah, I got a dream, can't take it from me. My fire's burning, now I'm always learning. Tell me where to go, man, I'm on a journey. Yeah, I can't explain it, I get excited. Keep it 300, King Leonidas. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, DHL, and the U.S. Air Force.
Welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series. Our second match of the day is in the books, and it's Tribe Gaming who come out on top, and now it's me and Reddy over here on the couch. Loads more to talk about after that last match.
Exactly. I mean, there's a lot of reflection to do when we talk about these two teams in particular, but I really do want to focus on kind of the interaction when we moved into Knockout, because I think we saw a lot of Tribe Gaming setting up some kind of traps, and that was both in the comp choices and also in the gameplay. We saw time and time again, they're willing to pick a brawler like Bo, knowing very full well that Bo is countered super hard by Carl, but watch how Payne continuously tries to take that interaction on the bottom right, baiting out some of the mines in the process as he inches forward and gradually destroying his cover that keeps him safe from Zulon, Tyrant, and Izlivy the whole 9 yards. And he also has that super. He has the super, he has the gadget combo, and Tyrant seems pretty open, but Izlivy is standing by very, very closely. And Zulon's ready to jump on things if necessary as well. It's sort of a way of countering out an opponent simply by the choices. A great play from Payne, an uncommon enemy, and a good fake out by Wash Team as well. He knew that there was no way that Tribe Gaming was going to allow him to take that sort of matchup, and he went for the Colonel Ruffs instead. Regardless, I think this was honestly very, very well done, especially so by Tribe, and I'm curious to hear how they explain their performance today.
All right, thank you very much, Reddy. Fantastic breakdown as always. I am here, and we've got Zulon. All right, Zulon's here standing by. First of all, dude, what's up? How are you?
I am great. Thank you for asking. How about yourself?
I am fantastic. I'm excited we get to start chatting again. New challenge season. What is the vibe on the team right now?
Just working on the small things, you know, the draft, which is 80% of the match, basically. And just the goal for the entire season is to get first place. And yeah, that's basically it.
Now, we heard the casters kind of talking about it a little bit, saying that before the season coming into it, you guys had struggled a little bit, maybe were a little bit burnt out after Worlds. So what did the prep for challenge look like? What did you guys work on?
So we felt like last year the draft on our team was a little bit off. I think mechanically every single one of us is very good, but the draft was just off, and this year we focused a lot on that. And this meta being tank meta, we're not a very tank heavy team, but we're working on that, just, you know, trying to get better at aggressive brawlers and that aggressive play style too.
I mean, you clearly fixed that after just the first set alone. I mean, you brought it back instantly and just kind of swept through. What were the comms looking like after you kind of made those changes?
I'm not gonna lie. After the second set, I like yelled in the group chat, or in the VC, I should say. But I did a very crazy yell. I think it showed in the camera. I'm not sure, but yeah, I just started yelling, and we all focused up.
We definitely I think we caught a portion of that. So like we saw the hype, which we absolutely love to catch on camera. By the way, okay, and final question. I know it's early, obviously, first day, first match for you guys of the challenge season, but obviously the whole goal for everything is Masters this time around. So how is the squad feeling chances-wise? Like, how are you guys feeling about your chances to make it to Masters?
I'd say we feel pretty good, you know, given that last season we got first in the ladder for the regular season, and then we got second place in Seattle. So I'd say our chances are pretty good. We're obviously very excited to go to Tokyo, and yeah, we're just very excited and happy. I think we can make it.
I'm excited. I'm glad that we get to have a whole new season of this. All right, we're going to be doing lots of chatting. Also, I love the decorations we've got going on in the background there. It's very festive for the holidays.
Yeah, my grandma got me that because, you know, I don't got a girlfriend. So thank you, Grandma. I love you.
Oh, my God. All right. Grandma is the best, obviously. She's the real one right now. Okay, you know, I'm not going to hold you up any longer. Thank you so much for chatting with us, though, Zulon. We'll be talking soon.
Thank you very much, Glitter.
Okay, that's gotta be one of the cutest things so far. I mean, I know it's early in the season, so we haven't talked about people's dogs yet. We already did see a doggo. We are a little biased towards the pets, but Grandma sent him a solo Valentine Day balloon because he doesn't have a girlfriend.
We love it. Much love to Abuela out there. Like, come on, man. That's the real stuff.
No, it hit close to home, I'd say that. It's the single life. It's the single life.
Okay, all right. This is already a better challenge season than last time. I'm loving it. And we still have more matches to go, so let's start talking about them, because up next we've got West Coast versus Dogwalkers.
Fun stuff here. Alec, Jack, Chepo, and Ming Woon with Shine over there, West Coast. This team came together kind of like haphazardly and now has kind of like, well, they've been doing a couple of splits and segments, and West Coast now comes across as much more of a confirmed concrete team than just guys playing the game.
I mean, you know, they came through in the Open Finals #1, so they already had a pretty good start. And let's not forget, last season as well, they came 3rd in the finals.
Yep.
So they're pretty much the biggest competition the STMN and Tribe actually have for the Masters next season. It's really difficult for them to get into a position to contest them, even with the amount of points they have. But they're pretty much one of the only teams who can.
Yeah, and what I was trying to get is, when they first started, it was like 3 of these players that were good in the scene. They kind of just started to step together, and a lot of our commentary watching them play was, listen, they're good individuals, but they're lacking some of this glue and this chemistry, obviously, because they just started. Well, now there's a couple of games underneath their belt, a couple of notches up there, and we're starting to see that chemistry combine and coalesce, and that is really what we need to see more of in order for them to win.
Well, Dog Walkers are going to be their opponents. Ex-Obey Alliance from that Open Finals #2, Charles, Chino, and Patchy. And this team, it really does have some big talent. You know, the big names are pretty similar to what we've just seen. They're big names, but not really synergized too well together just yet. But they've got a lot of promise.
Oh, yeah, I mean, Patchy was the most talked about player in Brawl for a while, for sure, bar none. Chino and Charles, no slouches in their own right. So interesting. This is a team that I think you want to keep your eye on as far as one of the younger teams that really needs to kind of like level up, absolutely. But again, what I said in the last match is that the distance between these teams is so much smaller than we're used to.
Yeah, you're not wrong with that. It's everybody in this challenge season can beat pretty much anybody else,
Yeah.
and it's especially I think amplified during this match. It's a very, very close game, and you know you've got to be questioning with these and Shazmak. It's 3rd, 4th, and 5th teams in terms of actual level of skill of the players, and I think this is why it's going to be probably the closest game we've seen today.
And don't forget, only 2 of these squads actually get a chance to kind of go forward all the way to Tokyo. So we want to see how that all barrels down. Big stat differential on supers.
I mean, they've either been playing a lot of Stu, or they're playing some of the most aggressive Brawl Stars I've ever seen, but they've got more kills and less deaths as well. So, I mean, they might be playing aggressive, but they've got some composure whilst doing it as well.
And, you know what, to be fair, Split 2 is a little bit more jumpy, more aggressive of a gameplay style than we saw earlier on, so that might also play into it. Here's some numbers that hopefully back me up.
Yeah, I mean, pretty much the same differential in kills and deaths for both of them.
Yeah.
The .01. It's very close.
That's a big bar. That's a big jump, dude.
Very similar numbers, but yeah, I mean, overall, we saw a more aggressive split #2, and I think it kind of reflects that as well.
I'm excited. We've had some really good matches so far, which means we're probably going to have another one heading into this 3rd matchup. So, chat, that means we want to hear from you yet again. Also, chat's been doing great with their predictions so far, so let us know who you think's taking home. The 3rd match of the day, is it West Coast or is it Dog Walkers? And we'll have to see if you are correct yet again, because it's time. Match number 3, getting underway. Let's do it.
Let's go, baby. I'm excited for this one because, again, when we look at the stamina, when we look at the tribe, these 2 teams are kind of like almost expected to win, and when they don't, that's the exciting part. This is, again, I think most people would come in saying West Coast is the upper card, but for my money, this is much more difficult to predict.
You see, I went with Dog Walkers on this one.
Oh, wow. Okay, cool. Why?
I mean, I think they've just got more capable players. And
like
I know
raw talent.
Yeah, raw talent is just there. And I know we said this about West Coast as well, and they're very similar teams in that kind of respect. But I just feel like maybe Dog Walkers have that little bit of an edge.
So I agree with you overall. No shade to my palm tree homies, but I do agree with you overall. Looking at players like Patchy, the individual prowess is there. But I'm very excited about West Coast's team synergy, and that's basically what we're looking at. Has West Coast combined enough to have their teamwork supersede the individual prowess of Dog Walkers? That is the question as we jump into Shooting Star. 2 picks for both squads. I am much more of a traditionalist when it comes to bounty. Give me the classic, give me the long-range sharpshooters. Done, son. Oh my God, that is the comp I want. Will it win? I don't know, but because this is multiple approaches. This is my preferred approach in bounty.
Yeah, I mean, West Coast have definitely got that kind of long-range sharpshooter out there that he clearly enjoying there, and Body's definitely going to have an extremely hard time here. Being as slow as she is, until she gets that super, it's going to be a very difficult game. But once she gets it, she's going to be able to pounce on these enemies. And, you know, we might see Rocket Laces from Brock to get the escape away and hyper jump, so it's still going to be difficult at that. And it's a tough pick that coming in as the second there, but Jean, I think, is going to amplify just that a little bit more, going to have the pull, and obviously the peppering at long range as well. Gus going to be allowing Bonnie to tank a few more shots and get into the positions where she can go just that little bit more aggressive.
Ultimately, anytime I see a Jean, you know, it is now a Jean composition. You're playing a combo deck, so to speak, right? You're just looking, get that guy a super, and pull the other player in so we can eat. That's the entire decision making. That's the entire what they're looking for. And then West Coast on the other side, sit on the porch and shoot them. You know, just get it done. And like I said, that is my preferred approach. It's not always the best approach. I think it's real, classic Brawl. It's just traditional. I like the fundies.
Indeed, we're not going to be seeing Rocket Laces either. We've just seen the Rocket Fuel breaking up, and Patchy with an explosive start, popping a gadget, getting some shots, and Alec goes down as well. And they've already got a really, really solid lead, 5-0, including that blue star as well. Charles looking for the third kill, and that's a team wipe right there. The best start imaginable for Dogwalkers.
As we jump into our first game, want to take a moment to thank our partners at Snapdragon. Snapdragon Pro Series would not be possible. Snapdragon Elite Gaming, when winning matters. West Coast here, trying to avoid the damage from Dogwalkers, basically. It seems to be the blue team kind of dictating the pace.
Yeah, it is that kind of sense, but it's one step forward, two steps back at this point. They've got to stay out of range and try and get these poke shots, but they're just retreating little by little, and West Coast slowly making the way up the map. Eventually, they're going to be pinned against this wall, and the long range of West Coast is going to reign supreme. But there's the pull, and Alec 26 is going to go down. Vengeful Spirit shout towards Chepo as well, and Shine's going to fall also. The knockback on that spooky popper there from the gadget gets him into range of Charles, and it's 13-0, and West Coast aren't even getting a look in.
West Coast finally on the board here, as Piper is able to get one down. Chino trades out, though, so still a 10-star lead. Scratch that at 7. Shine, the only player on West Coast with kills, by the way.
You know, Patchy's got 6 over his head as well, and it looks like he's the one doing the majority of the work on the side of Dogwalkers. 1 kill on him, and it could all be up for grabs. Chino's going to go down, now only 7 in it. Blue Star on their side as well. Any 2 kills, as long as it includes Patchy, bear in mind, is going to be able to flip this one at the head. Why he's playing so passively, and he has got this jump, obviously, but with 6 stars, he's not going to make the move. Chino makes the pull, though. Chepo's going to go down, and Shine's got to go aggressive, but he can't. He's got 4 stars over his head, and a sealed kill on him will seal the game up.
Fantastic play here. Whew. Shine with the last-minute kill. Well, Chepo with the last-second kill, actually. But ultimately, it comes down to the Dogwalkers. And when we look at a map and a game mode like this, the individual prowess is more valuable than teamwork, in my opinion. When we look at some other game modes and some other maps, that's an incorrect statement. But here, what we saw, Dogwalkers just landed their shots better than West Coast. They just played better individual Brawl Stars.
Yeah, I mean, it's lane versus lane, really.
Exactly.
You could be lane, and you get the shots in, and that's what wins the games. And it was Patch who made the explosive start in the last one. Trying to do the same again. Vengeful Spirits is actually going to finish off Alec 26 at pretty much max range. Can't get away from that one, and Patch is receiving a few of these heals coming in from Chino, but slowly getting peppered down, 3 stars to 0, and playing pretty passively now.
Shine needs some help as well. We saw towards the end of the game, the other members of West Coast get involved as Alec gets a 3-man jumped on. And so it's a 5-0 lead here for DW. Shine, definitely the top performer on West Coast. Gonna need some more out of the other 2 for sure.
Yeah, Chino gets brought low there, but Charles getting a kill at the top right. I'm not sure how that happened. Maybe it was with the gadget. Does have the super, though, as well, and now that can obviously go through walls. Chino's looking to go a little bit more aggressive. Chepo falling low, and Shine, 1 shot off being taken down here. Nobody can tank for him either, and he just tanked it. I'm not sure why he didn't jump away there, but talking about jumping in, Patchy's going to go for it. Get 2, but get traded out, 11-4. Alex low as well, but they can't quite secure that one, retreating behind the wall. Choosing to play it slow, and Shine actually jumps up there with 40 seconds on the clock. A little bit unusual.
That's Shine knowing that he's the one doing the heavy lifting and kind of getting baited into being over-aggressive, in my opinion. Dogwalkers can make those scary trades because of the lead they have now. Chino in some trouble. No super for him at the moment. But with 19 seconds on the clock, it's up to West Coast to be the ones to step forward. Shine's able to shorten the lead to just 3 stars. But here's Alec on the right side with a hair of HP left. Nice save by Patchy.
Yeah, Chino just drags that bounce onto Charles, being close to him, but Patchy goes down. One kill
more.
will do it. Charles just trying to stay alive, gets the shield, and Chepo's one shot behind the wall, just surviving with a slither of HP once more. And Dogwalkers are going to be taking the first set.
Crazy stuff here. And again, I think this is why I love the way we play competitive Brawl, because you need so many different attributes in order to be a well-rounded squad, and that was dominant by Dogwalkers. That was unquestionably dominant by Dogwalkers. West Coast were consistently a step behind. That said, I don't necessarily know if this is going to be a straight 2-0, 2-0, 2-0, because again, you are asked to do different things. This is exactly what Dogwalkers is good at. Hey, find your man and beat him. That's it, dude. If you need help, call me. But just find your man and beat him. Dogwalkers is going to win that 99 times out of 100, IMO.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think you're too far off on that one. I mean, you know, you said at the start of the game, Patchy, he was pretty much the most talked about player in North America last year, and that's why.
And that,
he just absolutely dominated. You know, you're talking about these one-on-one matchups, and his was always won, straight down the lane. Domination from him, obviously more stars on their side as they did manage to bring it back. Less damage, but it doesn't really matter too much as they have those higher health pools.
More, yeah, higher health pools, but also more relevant damage. Listen, if you have 10 HP and I'm constantly doing 8 to you, who cares? He who finds that 11th bit of damage, right? Moving on here, pinhole punt. It's Brawl Ball time. And we see the Ash Band standard, Gary as well. Gary has been an interesting player in Brawl Ball. I think you just cannot deal with him. So, Band's out, first pick. What do you expect?
Crow. There you go.
All right, ready.
But I mean, you can clearly see that West Coast are trying to get bad out of these tanks, not go for that kind of thing, and the same with Gray as well. It's not something they want to be faced against. Tanks and a teleport into your face is never going to be ending well. Squeak, Otis, and Surge obviously banned on the other side. More of those control brawls. You know, you've got residue from Squeak. You've got that fat splatter from Otis as well, and it's difficult to come up against when that kind of zoning's there. But you're going to be the first pick from West Coast, though, and I do like that.
The honey.
Yeah, you're always going to have that to tank quite a lot as well.
And a Poco. No Choco. I won't say that again, don't worry. But I do like Poco here. Not only do we have Poco helping out, but I just like the healer in Brawl Ball. I think it's going to be a nice look. Max, Crow, Carl. That's a Brawl Ball comp.
I like it. You know, you
Classic.
get the aggressiveness of Flying Hook in there as well, the speed, and then you can slow down the Poco. The Poco, you know, he's going to be able to get rid of a lot of those effects with the gadget coming out, getting rid of the slows. Not really going to be getting too much value out of that, but they've still got this last pick as well, and you know, with a lot of the tanks out the way, it's going to be hard to pair the Poco with something good. But I'm sure they'll find something possibly, you know.
I mean, Brawl Ball is where we get the odd. Okay, Buzz, like it, actually love it.
Yeah, a bit of a tank in there.
I love Buzz against Carl. You know, you're playing scissors. I gotta rock, baby. Okay. Always going to love Buzz into Carl. I was gonna say, big stretch. I was gonna say that you know, Brawl Ball is where we get to see some of the weirder tanks sometimes. Like this is where we get to say hi to Frank. So, Buzz, not that weird. How about this?
That's quite intriguing, to be fair. You know, West Coast coming in the first split and being third in the previous season to now be completely dominated more than any of the predictions we've seen today. 84% in favor of Dogwalkers is quite a big statistic. And
Patchy.
he's the difference maker. Everybody sees Patchy and they're like, right, we'll predict for him. But now, like, trying to make the gap through, and Patchy, we're talking about him. He just moved out of the way of the goal.
See you later. All right, well, Patchy, the matador of the moment, and Alec, big heels. Pass forward to the right-hand side. Can they find the damage? Patchy alive, and he's gone. Big plays, and well, that's that. Was that the fastest Brawl Ball that we've seen here at Snapdragon?
Like 24 seconds.
Yeah.
Rapid.
I will get a check on that, but that might be the fastest round of Brawl Ball that we've seen here at the SPS.
Yeah, I mean, that was just really flawless from West Coast, and that's one way to bounce back from being dominated in the first set, domination in the second. Alec already coming aggressive in the second game as well. Shine looking for the kill on Chino, and that's the matchup you're talking about. It actually gets traded out this time. Both of them looking pretty low. Chepo's not going to be able to find the gap that they had at the start of the last one in this one. Still, they've got some good position, and if they can maintain it, and they're going to be fine coming through the next one.
West Coast low as far as the HP is concerned. Chepo trying to walk forward on that right line, but it's Chino that's able to answer out. Nice. Shine clearing the front line. One goes down, trying to find the second, but he can't. He's eluded by Patchy. I thought Patchy was going to go running for it, but clearly the respawns came through. Patchy is going to go running for it, even though the respawns came through. And it looks like it's going to be a goal for the Dog Walkers.
I mean, that's classic in pretty much any sport, just holding the ball up, waiting for his teammates to come and assist him, and that's exactly what he did. Saw the Poco respawning. He might be one shot, but he sees Chino not, and then they're going to get that goal in, and they're going for another aggressive play again. If Patchy can grab hold of this ball, and that's going to be a walk as well. Surely gets a little dash through, the jump in, but they're not going to be able to get it just yet. Chino is going to recover it and walk it in, though, and they might have been dominated in the first, but this time, they bounced back nicely.
So the first one was extremely fast. This one, still pretty dang fast. 2-0 just like that this time again. And now we're split down the middle. Shine goes in first. Chino using Flying Hook to get away from it, but that puts him right in Chepo's crosshairs. So down goes the Carl. And the honey placement defensively. Strong moves there. And that's a neutralization. Ball back mid.
And they're kind of just defending out this first initial push, and then they've been pretty smooth sailing from there. The push comes through, and now Charles going to jump vertically onto him and get the double damage through. Patch going to look to try and tank a shot, but the 3K's been got.
Oh!
He's just going to be on the line. Is he going to be able to get it in time? He does get the ball, and I don't think Shine had the super. I think he used a gadget there and didn't get the stun, so didn't manage to defend that one. Little thumbs down from Charles, feeling pretty confident about this. Flying hook in, and there's the spin. He gets one, and he's just moving forward for the pass. Shine's going to use another gadget, so no stun once again. And after a completely dominant first game from West Coast, Dog Walkers, they're going to alter their strategy, and they're going to walk over them.
Patchy did a lot of work by himself, being very aggressive, but wouldn't have been able to win without the assists from the squad. I think that what I was talking about when we set the table, saying that the Dog Walkers have strong individual prowess and West Coast are working on their team synergy, I think that's still the big picture. But if you drill into it, we're seeing a team form around Patchy, and this kind of superstar with two strong role players beside him, kind of elevating him to an even better player than people were talking about. Listen, can I also predict after the match is done? Can we? I'm being literally yelled at and saying no. Okay, so I did predict West Coast, but I'm seeing your vision, Trev.
Yes, you predicted Dog Walkers. I'm going to say this and then they're going to get reverse swept. But I mean, so far so good for my maybe overly confident statement at the start of my 100%.
All jokes aside, man, I am just floored by Dog Walkers. I knew they had the individual prowess, but the way that they are forming this squad, and again, my assertion seems to be that Patchy is kind of the numero guy, and they're helping him out, which is it's a strategy. It's not a knock on anybody, and they're doing it well. I like what I see.
I mean, are we just going to not touch on this health statistic here from West Coast? They're with the Poco and only getting 9,000 damage. That's small even without any healing brawlers like that. It's just not something you want to be seeing, especially when you've got a Poco on your side. It's just really, really not the point of it. You know, you're meant to push forward. You're meant to get the heals off. You're meant to get early goals and domination.
Yeah.
They just did in the first game, but after that, there was a little bit of a switch up in play from Dog Walkers, and it was just flipped on his head.
Exactly. Dog Walkers prevented them from achieving their win con, essentially. Just couldn't do the thing. So we'll see this time around if West Coast can kind of answer back. The third one, Hot Zone. Again, this is where we're going to see a lot of tanks. Bang, bang, bang. Last time around, we saw Lou kind of be the decision maker in this one. I'd like to see him maybe even banned.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not really the biggest fan of Lou. Like,
he
as in watch it does really, really well. Don't get me right. I just hate watching it because it's you get super down on the zone and it's just a lull in fights for a decent amount of time. And
I agree.
If you get spawn trapped, especially on the map we saw, then you're not getting out of it if Lou keeps some cycling supers down there. So I agree. I'd like to see it banned and see some more engagement on the map.
I'm a fan of the macro play, and when you're going to do the Lou, that's what you're looking for. You're looking for the super that's halfway on the point on your side, then it's on the point, then it's halfway on the point on the enemy side, then it's on their spawn as you spin and, you know, just BM them. That's fun. And so big picture, that's the approach here, but it was just oppressive the way Lou kind of played in that last Hot Zone we saw here on screen. So definitely want to see a different look this time around. For a second, I thought his camera was frozen. He is just locked in here as they discuss some of the choices for the Pixin band. We've talked about Lou. That was the big performer as far as I'm concerned on the last Hot Zone. Who comes to mind when you take a look at King of the Hill here?
I mean, I'm honestly not too sure, but it really is a difficult game mode to kind of predict. And
Sure.
you know, as you said with Lou, it really is an NA pick, and this might be my EU brain saying that I'm not the biggest fan of it because they squeeze it in on Layer Cake, they squeeze it in as we saw on Brawl Ball, and it's just really not the nicest pick from my eyes, but for an NA pair of eyes, it usually is. We're gonna be seeing open zone, so that Lou definitely is a possibility, and down these lanes we see Amber quite a lot of the time, burning straight through, a lot of ammo there, and burning the bushes down, playing that kind of patient game. But we also, back in my day of last year, we saw a lot of that Poco.
Back in my day, you were born like 2 days ago. Fans are out and Lou's on it. High five, we did it.
There you go. The Lou
Poco.
banned out.
First selection.
That's what I said back in my day. It was the Poco, Pam, and Max. So maybe we see that again. The other two aren't banned out. We got the B, Gray, and Meg banned out on the other side. We saw Meg having a bit of a resurgence in the last one, but it was in that the heist map, obviously.
Yeah.
And, I like the petty ban as well.
She's dynamic. She does a whole bunch of stuff. So, taken away here. 2 selections as the option is over to Dog Walkers. Right now, West Coast is on screen, so they are waiting for who is going to be teamed up with Colette.
You see, the Colette, I like it. It's good against the Poco, right? And it's good against pretty much what West Coast were probably going to be opting for here. They take the Pam. There you go. My predictions are pretty much flawless at this point. I'm getting all the right teams, all the right brawlers. Maybe I should just consider becoming a coach and just draft some of these teams.
Maybe. It's $100,000 for first place, So I would be down if you need an assistant coach. Right now, the Pam is great when you have a composition that's on the point and looking to defend. Pam has trouble when the composition needs to be the retaker. And so after I see this Pam selection, if I'm West Coast, I am looking for 2 things to go with Poco to be able to lock on that point and disallow Pam.
Yeah, I mean, it's rough. We got this Fat Splatter. If the Pam manages to place that aggressive turret up top, the Fat Splatter can hit it through that wall, and yes, it will maybe take a couple of them to get it fully down, but just one follow-up shot after that normally is going to be able to bring it down. But Squeak going to be that third brawler for Dog Walkers. I really like that comp, to be fair. Residue down the side, you can be able to slow them down and see in that bush when someone does aggress through it. But then again, West Coast comp, I really like that as well, but the Colette is going to be an issue for the Poco.
Yeah, and ultimately I think Squeak does a good job of filling that gap that I was talking about, where Pam kind of has a hard time persuading people to get off of the point. Squeak's just going to throw a bunch of stuff at you and force you to walk out of the flubber. So, I really like this combination. The only thing I don't like about it is that we have to hear Squeak all game.
And I do not blame you for that whatsoever. Squeak's trying to get some shots off, but then again, we've seen the speed zone being placed just that little bit further back, which I like from Shine.
I like that.
There's kind of micro interactions there, but Alex is going to surely be brought down here. Aggressive Pam turret from Patchy. That's going to take pretty much all of Shine's ammo to bring it down, and that's something that's definitely going to allow them to get just that little bit more control.
And so this is what I'm talking about from Dog Walkers. It's almost imperative that they are the ones that are kind of on the point first. And so they get some good jumps, but now pushed out as they try to retake, it's going to be more difficult for them than if they were playing on defense, I think.
Yeah, definitely so. And Patchy being muted there as well. Took a little bit more time off the hands, and still 215 there, so a lot of time for a comeback. But Patchy just can't get the damage output necessary to bring down Alec here. Squeak trying to help out a little bit, but Charles, he can't really do too much. His Shine just aggresses him that little bit more. Follow-up shot coming in now, and he is going to go down. And this is the chance that Dog Walkers need. They need to keep control. Should see Patchy maybe throw a little bit more of an aggressive turret, but Charles is going to go down, and they might have to play this for another retake.
Colette's going to go and use a super on the left side, and Shine duck dodging and weaving. And able to avoid losing that duel real quick. West Coast on the point, 70% and climbing, with Dog Walkers only at 37. So West Coast with a significant lead here, but Patchy's kill might turn things around. Chepo, make sure that it's going to be harder than it once looked.
Yeah, Chepo is one shot though, super being thrown up, and that's going to slow him down as well, but he can't quite get the finish. Alex going to get the heal off, but he should go down anyway, but they're just not getting the pinches necessary on him. There's 20% in it, aggressive from Patchy once more. Shine, that's going to take all of his ammo.
That's
3
huge.
people established on the zone now, and this could be looking at a match point. Shine pretty much trapped until his teammates are coming back up, and that's going to pretty much put them about even.
Top side, watch out for the Otis. Chepo gets 1 kill on Chino, and it opens the door just like that. Shine confirms, and I think that's game.
It is indeed. Slowly toppling up now, get the West Coast win in, and they need to start the comeback now. This is what they needed. If they took another loss here, it was match point, almost nail in the coffin. But they got the momentum back in their favor. They've got a good comp to go along with it, and I don't know if I see Dogwalkers winning this set 2 in a row.
Ooh, interesting. Okay. We'll take a look. Ultimately, I do like this Dogwalkers comp, but they weren't able to kind of do what it said on paper. I think it was about target acquisition, but honestly, it's really just strong play from West Coast.
Yeah, definitely Shine coming aggressive a little bit here. Fat Splatter plays down on Patchy. Here comes the turret, it's defensive. A few shots do go down onto it, and Alex going to be able to one-shot this now. Chino and Patchy do move down the left-hand side, sorry, but Charles cleaning up the right. But that's nothing compared to the 40% that West Coast have already managed to guarantee.
Shine has been completely outplaying Chino. That's kind of the matchup, this Stu versus Colette, and Shine has just been dodging every super, winning a lot of the duels, and that allows his team to do all the other point-related objective stuff, and it's why West Coast has been up consistently 10, 20, 30%.
Yeah, I mean, as he should win that matchup, it should just be, Dogwalkers winning the other ones. That's
exactly.
The thing. So they seem to be winning on all fronts, but now a little bit of pushback from Dogwalkers. We did see this a couple of times in the last one, though, with the established control, but instantly West Coast come back. The Poco, the Otis, they get the mute, they get the heal, and then they bring this back.
A little bit of the tears here for Charles as he gets surrounded by Chepo and Shine. Ultimately falls down. Does take him a moment, but all those moments add up. West Coast just vibing. Alec is playing a song on the guitar while his teammates are just pushing the opponent out of there. 90% and counting, but here comes Dogwalkers, able to push 1 or 2 out, and 3 of their members on the point. Counting up from 60, but they only have 4% to play with, so this is dangerous as heck.
Yeah, I mean, Alex is just going to walk forward, get a heal off, and surely tie this one up.
Yeah.
Shine just going to dash on, gas a heal on the way as well, extra 500 heals. They're going to tie this one off, get Hot Zone in the bag, and slowly start this possible comeback. And they're going to need another 2 in a row. It's going to be a long, tough road, but I mean, they've got the skill to do it.
Absolutely. And, this is where some of the small things, the homework really starts to separate. And one of the big things that Alec was talking about earlier is that, Alec just graduated, and his transition into the workforce, his job has an easier schedule to balance the game with than he had in school. And that's a big deal. He's able to kind of put more of his mental resources towards the sport, and I think this is where we're going to see those small differences, where he's able to pull out the notebook and make that extra practice kind of count because of that new focus. Those are the things that are those small differences are what's going to be the difference makers between these squads when we get into the weeds, when we get into these 4th and 5th sets.
Yeah, I mean, we did see the same as well. Like we've just heard as well, Charles, he's moved from full-time to part-time. People starting to make more and more commitments to this game, or even being allowed to make more commitments, and it makes a difference. We've seen both of these teams kind of playing a lot better than they have been in the past, and it kind of showing that they are getting more time to play the game.
And that's the beautiful thing. You talk about going from school to job. Sure, that's going to happen all the time. But going from saying like, okay, I'm going to straight up leave my full-time job and go to a part-time job because there's actual possibility here. 200 grand, and this is just the SPS. There's other competitions, and it makes everyone better. Dogwalkers up 2, West Coast with 1. We're headed to Crystal Arcade. Bands are out, and it's time to pick. And Gene, first and foremost, love it.
More of the same from Dogwalkers, though. Getting these tanks banned out. They don't want West Coast to have a grasp on those kind of brawls, which is a little bit surprising. Maybe they could have got Gray as that first pick if it wasn't banned out by West Coast, and it would have paired quite nicely with those if they did go for that. But luckily, the bans have lined up pretty nicely for both teams. Gray, Otis, and Max on the other side, though. And Gene is a first pick, so he's going to be strong.
Well, I think the reason, Why do they ban tanks? Because tanks are good. But in addition, because they wanted to play Gene, you just don't want to pull. You just don't want to pull a tank. So, you know, this is also. I always think about the downside of picking the non-ambiguous first pick. When you pick somebody that doesn't necessarily tip your hand about your strategy, your opponent, you're picking a Gene. It's like, okay, you're doing a pull comp, got it. So you kind of open yourselves up. Dogwalker's confident though. Stu across the way with Penny.
Yeah, you see, I do like that. They've got the Salty Barrel, they've got the Speed Zone, all going to be able to tank these Gene pulls. It's really nice from them. And we've seen how good Shine is on that Stu.
Absurd.
Dangerous. And we saw it last season as well. Just a highlight in the highlight reel that we brought on for West Coast was him playing the most disgusting Stu. Some great pings, some great super, some great plays. And now we see Ruffs as a retaliation. I like that as well. You've got to have his matchups lined up. He's either going to be playing that Sandbags or the Meteor's going to be raining down. If he wants to play Sandbags, it's going to have to be locked onto that Stu, and if he wants to play the other one, it's going to have to be the Penny.
I think I'd rather see the Meteors with the Gene in mind. I'm willing to hold that, though. Last selection here for DW. Who would you like to see? Answer before it shows up.
I'm honestly not going to try and predict this one.
I want to see a Carl.
I wouldn't have said Carl. I don't dislike it, but it just would have slipped my mind like that.
Sure.
But I do like it. You know, he's got the piercing damage. Going to be able to take down a lot of these spawnables that they're bringing in. One-shot the Salty Barrel, pretty much one-shot the Speed Zone, and allow Gene to have the options of pulling these brawlers.
That's big.
Going to have good angles on those Penny turrets as well.
Also, I think the Carl makes this less one-win con. You're not just only depending on the Gene pull. Now you can go and play aggro Carl, etc. The Buzz on the other side, again, that is viewed as the anti-Carl, but we didn't see it win that lane last time.
See, I'm not sure if that was just complete domination of playing the Carl well, picking matchups, and only really using those flying hooks aggressively when there was that option of a goal available. And I think that's might have what he had done, pick those moments really well, and that's the only way you're going to be able to win against a Buzz with a Carl. And it is more difficult in a game mode that's not kind of just that one push wonder like Brawl Ball. You get the goal and that's that. You know, you have to kind of be able to control the game with a Carl.
Left side, the double team is on. Charles actually winds up coming okay. Nobody really has mid control, but there's two here flanking Chino, and the respawns come through. So we're back to an all-across play. There's the pull in, and Chepo's actually on top of Charles.
Yeah, no pull used just yet by Chino, but Patchy trying to go aggressive, and Alec just sliding into this bush, gets pulled in, knocked back as well. He's using that lamp blowout, so if he does get supered on, then he is going to be doing all right regardless. But gem lead early on for West Coast now. Two were picked up early by Chino, but then constant control from West Coast. Great super coming in from Alec, but there's that lamp blowout, allows Chino to stay alive. Doesn't, sadly, manage to keep the Ruffs alive, but in the end, he's got his super back, and another pull available is going to be quite well used on Chepo if he can make the connection.
Kind of a chaotic game here, not really playing our lanes, just kind of brawling left side. Alec winds up winning that one, but goes down immediately. 7-3, make that 8. As West Coast feeling good. The Gene pull off by a hair, and that's gonna hurt. But there's the recovery. Not just one win con. Carl gets 2 for the money. But where's the show?
I would like to point out what a tank from Charles there. Saw the Buzz super coming in, moves in front of his teammate Patchy with all of the gems, and that was just absolutely flawless. He saw it coming, he knew it was close, and he pulled it off beautifully.
Again, we're gonna give these squads 4-3. Actually, this could be dangerous. Alec goes in, finds the kill, and finds the reset. But that play you pointed out as we go one more time, again, they're protecting Patchy. They're playing their roles. This is a team. One pull, one shot. Chino wins that duel. One more from the dinosaur.
He uses flying hook way too late, but Alex shouldn't be able to get out of here. Almost does, as Charles narrowly stays alive, just staying up. But Chino with the pull again, and we might be seeing more of the same. They've gone down twice now, why not a third time? But I'm not sure if we're going to be seeing a super from the Buzz anytime soon. Shine trying to go aggressive. Chepo's here as well. Alex surely going to be fairly close. Use that gadget, going to be close proximity. Shots come through, but he's been splashed on. Chepo's going to get the kill, and this time Patchy tanking it is not going to go down well. He's got the grapple out, but he misses it. Can Charles get it? The super hits him, but now Chepo's tanking Charles' shots.
Meanwhile, still more damage, and he drops them again. West Coast, he drops them again. Blue team's got it. He doesn't drop them again.
He does. But Chino is surely going to be fairly close, and now the gems are split between them. 2 more in the spawn. 1 on the right side. They're going to have to pick that up, though, or it can be evened out. 13 seconds, and still more possibilities of a swing.
2 separates the team. We still need a kill. It's not enough time to just pick up the gems. Pulled on in and pushed on down. Gems on the floor. Blue team off to the races, and this is going to be one of the tougher ones to break down again.
Yeah, 15. The countdown's not going to be stopping now. Surely all the gems are spawned now, but Alex got that super. Patchy's looking for the grapple, but he gets the spin away, but they connect. 3 seconds. The takedown's there, but the reversal from Chino. The clock's not stopping. 1 gem in hand. He gets all 25. And Dog Walkers are going to come home with it. And it's the dog who clutches it.
Woof. That's my commentary on that one. Listen, from the get-go, I think one of the first things I said for this one was, well, it's a little chaotic out here. They're not really playing their lanes. And foreshadowing, that's what I'm gonna say. All said and done, it's just worth 1. Dog Walkers have it, and they are 1 away from claiming it. West Coast, though, I don't know who looked better in that last one, so that win is not indicative of anything. We'll start again, 3-0 at the moment.
Yeah, Alex looking for the super now, but Patchy's going to pick up that kill, spin on him as well, and even if he gets the super, he's going to go down there as well. Not enough stun time. Charles looking for the kill on Shine here. I'm surprised he's not playing a little bit further in that lane, but Chino gets the pinch and the takedown anyway. Got the power up, got the pull, grapple going to be missed, and the pull's going to connect on the salty barrel. I thought it hit, but it didn't quite just yet. Patchy going to go in for the spin, and he's dominating this buzz lane.
Yeah, just absolutely fantastic. Patchy does wind up falling down, but the teammate comes over, finds the kill anyway. Lucky number 7 for the Walkers of the Dog.
9th gem now spawns, and can Chino grab them both? He's looking to try and do it, but spin forward from Patchy as well. Looking for the...
Ish?
I mean, he's used a flying hook, and they've actually both been stunned there as it connected a little bit further up. But now Chino's pinned in spawn, and can we get a turnaround again? Shine getting the connecting shots. He burns down, but gems dropped in spawn. No chance of a retrieval from West Coast here, and now they're in a good position, though. They've got control, and that's what matters.
Alec was one of the big difference makers last time around, trying to do the same thing, but Patchy will not let him. You cannot harm me. 9 up. Mid control here is West Coast's, but they need a lot of mid control. That's going to be number 10. Not enough mid control. The pull, the jump in from the Dino is not good this time. 15 gems in the pocket, and all that back and forth riffraff last time. Dog Walkers look like they're in much more control this time around. Game, set, match. A heck of a back and forth there for Dog Walkers. They take it.
I mean, we're talking about individual skill of Dog Walkers, but that time it was all team play. You saw multiple instances where they're tanking these Buzz supers coming in. They're tanking everything, and then when he connects that super, he's got a supply drop straight on his face when he's going to be landing. The stun might hit, but he's going to be hit with another 3k damage instead.
I love the way this squad plays. Listen, it is... Patchy's the guy, and you just don't need everybody to be the superstar. Fill in, step in front of that stun for the teammate, protect the gem carry, and then when it all goes nuts, yeah, everybody can kind of play their game, and that's what's important. These guys are all individually skilled, but when it comes time to kind of shut up and play for the team, they're totally down, and that is a big, big deal for the Walkers.
I mean, this gem grab game was just absolutely incredible. Back and forward, until eventually we got all the gems in hand, and they had the players to tank it, the players to win it out. But, I mean, it was just, anybody could have won it, and we saw all 29 gems spawn. 1 gem in hand almost decided it as they all fell down, and 24 gems laid on the floor, but the countdown was not stopping for anybody. And, I mean, I've never seen statistics like this, but 93 gems dropped might be the worst ever, but 133 picked up might be the best.
I mean, look at the damage as well. We're in 6 figures. 1, 2, 3, 9. You had to mess it up.
Almost.
That would have been sick. But seeing 6-figure damage numbers is insane. I mean, that one, I'm definitely going to go back after the show and just rewatch. That was just dummy fun. It was, I mean, we were casting it, Glitter. You look like you enjoyed yourself too a little bit.
I was trying really hard not to laugh loud enough that you could hear me through your microphones because that was pure insanity. And every time you guys would think that they weren't going to drop the gems again, 2 seconds later, they drop all of them again.
Yeah. Just
I can't. It's day one. This is the first day of the challenge, and this is just what everybody's bringing to the table. I'm here for it. I'm here for it. I mean, we still have a lot to go, so that means it's time for another short break. But when we come back, probably some very interesting analysis of that last match, so stick around.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, DHL, and the U.S. Air Force.
I gotta get it, I'm on the mission, snap any minute, casually when it stop tripping on me, stop dissing on me, yeah, I got a dream, can't take it from me, my fire's burning, I'm always learning, tell me where to go, man, I'm on a journey, yeah, I can't explain it, I get excited, keep it 300, King Leonidas, strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride, working on me every single day and night, there comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. I don't got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true. Where everything you want can be yours. If and only if you're willing to work for them. You're willing to hurt for them. But most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting? It's hot. Look what I got. Whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane.
Welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series, everybody. Another match in, and the Dog Walkers get their treat. That was a very well-earned treat as well, especially after that last set. F. Dot, how are you feeling? Are you recovered from that cast?
I'm still working on it, all right? Like, actually serious. I was, you know, sometimes we use her to phrase, I was literally out of my seat. Just insane stuff. And, you know, this is usually where we kind of go deep into the analysis and everything. I just want to watch it again. Can we just see it again? Because all jokes aside, it was just crazy the amount of back and forth that we saw from these squads. And ultimately, it came down to some individual play from the dog walkers, essentially to protect their gem carrier. So this is the beginning of it all. Dog walkers are kind of doing the thing, and they ultimately find their footing first. But this is just the first of many. In chat, I want you to count with me how many resets we get. Let's see if chat can count to 5. All right, so dog walkers are running it. Here they go. Yeah, clearly, easy win, easy dub. Here comes Alec. Boom, out of nowhere. And that's gonna be the first reset. Now, blue team recovers, no problem. West Coast aren't able to go ahead and pick up those. Look at Shine, going right for Patchy. Cool, Chino drags him out, wins the individual. Alec, again, time counting down, grabs the buzz hit, and again finds the dub. This time though, West Coast able to pick up the gems, just kidding. They drop them down immediately. Then the dog walkers pick it up, and Charles is the one this time around. Maybe that's a better target for him. Might be able to protect himself, put Patchy on offense. Patchy gets deleted just like that. Now the 3-on-2, look at Alec, look at Alec, look at Alec. This positioning around here on the left side finds the flank, and even though the blue team finds that simple reset, this is the real reset. And then Alec misses the grapple out. That's a problem, but he finds the second one. And then it all goes to heck. This is where everything crumbles. Red team, blue team. And at this point, I'm just watching with you guys, man. It's just fun. Alec is able to pick them all up. This is where we thought there might be a moment of playing for that mid gem, but with 4 gems separating, West Coast knows they have to stay aggressive. And again, Alec is looking to be the playmaker. No super though, so they have to just do it raw. Here comes Alec with the super, but the win off of the pull from Chino. And then look at that. It's dog walkers again, but this time it's 1v3, and it just looks much more in control in general. Patchy is in trouble. Shine dashes. But look how Chino steps forward and tries to stop the other 2 players. Alec ultimately is able to take care of it, but the other 2 couldn't. So we see another sort of reset, and it's the last one, because dog walkers are able to find it and just... Patch, I just want to talk to Patchy. All right, this was nuts. Glitter's over there doing an interview with Patchy. Say hi.
Thank you very much, F. Dot. We've got Patchy. Okay, we're gonna talk to him because that was an exhausting match for the casters. Patchy, we have to talk about the set of Gem Grab. I mean, what were the comms like during all of those resets? Because the casters were going crazy.
It was just calm down. Like, I don't know. We knew we were in control, but it's tough. They had a buzz, they had a stew, and then I just ran into a penny and splashed my teammate with like 2 seconds left on the countdown. Oh, that's just, I don't know. My heart's still racing. I don't even know what to say to that.
Are you feeling a little bit of relief after that, now that it's done?
No, I still got so much adrenaline. I need like 20 minutes to cool off, and then maybe.
All right. Well, hopefully you're gonna have time to get those 20 minutes to cool off. One thing I do want to ask, because we heard the casters talking about it when you guys were playing too. All 3 of you are so strong individually. You're so skilled as individuals. So how do you feel like you've been doing coming together as a team now?
Well, we've been friends for a long time. We teamed like last year, and then we kind of split up and joined different organizations, but we eventually came back together. So we've built a lot of chemistry, and even with like Sands, he's on STMN, we still got really good chemistry with him. We were on Blood Diamond for a while, and then it's just, we know each other really well, we know each other's strengths, and we kind of just play together as a team.
I mean, you can definitely see that you guys, even outside of that last set, had a very strong performance overall. How are you feeling generally about where you're going to sit in the overall leaderboards for Challenge, and who do you think is your biggest competition?
We feel really good. We think we can probably make the LAN, depends, but we got high hopes. I beat the team that I lost to twice. I lost to them in the challenge season, lost them at the LAN, so we're going somewhere. But I think our biggest competition is probably STMN because I think they're also our biggest competition in the BSC because the region's kind of split. So it's just them and Wash Team, both of them are our two biggest competitors. Obviously West Coast too. They're, I think us four are like the best four in the West. So we'd be one of our best competitors, and STMN and Wash Team as well.
I mean, that's a great way to start off the challenge season. So congratulations again, because that was entertaining as well for all of us as viewers. So thank you. But before I let you go, some quick shout outs. Let people know where to find you on social media, and then you can get your 20 minutes to chill.
Well, I got Twitch, just Patchy, and then I got YouTube and Twitter. I mean, I feel like most people should already know that, but if you haven't, then yeah, you can check me out.
The confidence. I love this. All right, Patchy. Thank you so much for jumping on and chatting. Go chill. Go rest.
Yeah. All right. Maybe I'll see you later.
Listen, if you don't know, I don't know what rock you've been living under, but at least he filled you in. I hope that you guys are following on all that social media.
I think I am. I hope so after that confidence.
Right? That's what I'm saying. I love that. I love that.
I got a streak. I watch every one of Patchy's videos. I love the guy.
And honestly, I love that I got to ask him about whether or not they were hyped, because when we saw the cameras after for their reaction, it just kind of looked like they were just smiling a little bit, like they were happy with the result, but they didn't look crazy overwhelmed. And that was a very different response that I just got. So.
Pure relief, really. I think it's just get the win, take it home. Because I mean, a fifth set would have been even more stressful for them. Let's be real.
Yeah, I don't think they have that in them. They need to get a break while we go into our next match of the day. This time it is Washed Team and a team we haven't seen yet today, CMG.
Absolutely. CMG, I'm super excited to see him, but Wash Team, the returning faces, we already saw them play versus Tribe Gaming, and they really did bring the heat versus such a storied roster in the region. Wash Team, they're still dark horses. They're still making a name for themselves as a roster at least, but on the grand stage here in the SPS as a team, this is pretty much a brand new entrance. I still have a lot of confidence in this team's ability to take some wins. Even though I predicted them to win over Tribe Gaming, they didn't in the end. I still maintain my confidence. I think that they will play pretty well today.
Yeah, I was going to say, if you backtracked and suddenly lost your confidence in them, I'd be a little bit worried after predicting them over Tribe Gaming. So, I mean, that's definitely a bit worrying. But I mean, Chazmac, you know, they're almost as strong, if not arguably just as strong as Tribe Gaming at the moment. They've been doing really well. They went on an absolute tear through that open phase. So it's some tough competition. But I mean, Wash Team, they're very, very capable. And, you know, they won the first set against Tribe and just couldn't quite carry on that momentum.
This is a really interesting matchup, too, because Wash Team, really their biggest rival has been CMG, especially if we talk open phase, because Chazmac Gaming, they made it to the finals every single time in those open cups, and when we went through the splits as well, it was interesting to see how these two were very neck and neck. Fade, Juan Carlos, RBM, and Toast, this newly formed roster has been operating really, really well lately, and they're pretty much sort of on the same level as Wash Team, I would say, maybe a cut above as well, which is why I think that Chazmac Gaming could squeak out a victory over Wash today.
I mean, it's going to be a close one, definitely. I think, you know, I said about the last one, it might be the closest game of the day, but this one, I think it's kind of on par with it in terms of that level of skill and the level of teamwork that these teams have. I definitely think Chazmac has the more mechanical players, but I just feel like Wash Team always bring that team play that's necessary to win in these games.
And I think that Chazmac Gaming also brings some really strong team play. If we sort of break things down, you have Toast, Juan Carlos, RBM. They've played a lot of ladder together, and that's completely external to competitive, so even while Toast is playing on his different roster, whether it's under Chazmac, whether it's under Obey, these guys were still building chemistry at that time, and it's really showing just how well that has panned out.
Yeah, I mean, you know, my predictions have been pretty good so far. I'm thinking maybe Chazmac will take this one down 3.29 to 2 is their KD. Almost, well, not almost, but like, I was saying almost a 2 KD. It's pretty convincing nonetheless.
I think so too. I mean, there's not really a whole lot more explanation that needs to go into this one. It's simply more kills, fewer deaths, and pretty much in any scenario, it's better to live longer and take down your enemies. It's free control.
I feel like after this season, we need to track the accuracy of the casters' predictions versus the accuracy of chat's predictions and see who is right more often.
Yeah, well, sometimes you overthink things, right? You think you know, or maybe you do know, but things can be, pretty random. With things always being at the cutting edge, if you look back to history and you try to draw your conclusions from there, you might just be trying to draw conclusions from absolute randomness and get nowhere.
He's just backtracking and
Yeah.
I'm not going back on what I said.
know.
I said what I meant, and I meant what I said.
Listen, I think I just had a brilliant idea there, of course, which means that, chat, we need to hear from you yet again. New teams means a new poll. So do you think it's going to be Wash Team, or will it be CMG, who we haven't gotten a chance to see play yet today? Should be another interesting match if today is any indication of how the games are going to go. So we're just going to keep everything moving. Picks and bans are underway. Let's go.
Well then, picks and bans of this one. It should be a good one, I think. Chazmac versus Wash Team, pretty evenly matched, I'd say, in terms of skill and teamwork. But we will be starting things off on Shooting Star once again. Chazmac coming in with the bans of Stu, Gray, and Max. And then we have Wash Team banning out the Squeak, the Max, and B. Poco going to be the first pick. Poco and Shooting Star is something.
Yeah, you gotta wonder, but when you see the Poco pick first, when you see it on the side of Chazmac, that's definitely Juan Carlos right there. So maybe they bring out something a little unexpected. I think that's kind of the idea, is this is the beginning where you sort of lay down the law and you lay down a consistent theme for the match that, hey, Wash Team, you're not going to know what's going on. That said, I think that this is a little concerning. The B ban by Wash Team makes this a lot more viable, but I still think by and large, Poco's going to be difficult to run here with how open things are and no Max.
Yeah, I mean, Poco is very difficult as it is, even with a Max on a map like Shooting Star. Otis is going to be able to shut it down just that little bit more as well. And if they want to pair it with the tanks, if they want to pair it with something a little bit more tanky, then Otis is going to be able to shut that down as well. It's kind of an all-around really solid pick.
Yeah, and I wonder if CMG start to pivot from here, which by now they've already committed on a whole third of their roster. It's going to be difficult. Here's the Lu as well. And we already saw Wash Team, they played the Poco into the Lu and it didn't work out so well for them. It's their turn on the opposing side of things. So will Chazmac decide to pivot and move away from what they were going for with the Poco? Clearly the mindset here is let's go for a tank and let's eliminate things on the backlines. And there are not really any backlines for them to eliminate. Wash Team have not gone super long-range brawlers. So maybe CMG was thinking about the Sam and now they're trying to find a way to salvage that Poco pick.
It's going to be a tough one to salvage. Maybe you've got to pair it with a Pam or something like that that can just, double down on the heals and just go for that survival route and just try get a kill in there somewhere when they start to aggress after hopefully picking up that blue star. But they do actually go with the Penny. Salty Barrel, and obviously the turret as well is going to be quite helpful all in all, but it's not going to be the difference maker. You're still going to need them to come aggressive and feed that, otherwise they can just kind of sit behind walls and wait it out.
Exactly. I mean, Wash Team are going to have to deal with walls here because if Penny throws up her turret, it's going to be difficult to deal with. So that's one thing that they have in mind, and this could be an opportunity for CMG to pick up a wall breaker. But no, there's Ashe. That's that's RBM. It's RBM on the Ashe. It's going to be Juan Carlos on the Poco, and then I suppose Fade comes in here to pick up the Penny as well. But Wash Team have plenty of options to respond with. They have Lu and they have Otis to deal with the Poco and the Ashe combo. Now they just got to find a way to break down some walls and perhaps deal with Penny. It's going to come down to execution, really, if CMG want to take a victory here, because I don't think that this looks super convincing, though. They've decided to go for it, and I think really a lot of people would agree that's not super convincing. Okay, the Barley. Yeah, maybe. I mean, you go the sticky syrup mixer, you slow things down on one lane, you shoot over walls, but I mean, it's at least a hard counter to Penny.
I guess it's going to be really difficult to kind of deal the damage necessary to get rid of Ashe, especially if we're seeing DeCapo and we got that healing gadget as well. It's a difficult one because you're going to be dealing 1.1, 1.2k, and you can be healing up 800 plus a gadget. You'll be healing 1.2k as well. It's definitely a difficult one, but if the matchups line up right for them, then it's definitely a possibility of them being able to take this one down. Oh well,
okay.
That makes more sense.
Yeah, it definitely makes a lot more sense. I mean, you get kind of a wacky draft out here, and there are some hints that it's going to be Super Beach. We'll see how it pans out as Chazmac Gaming, the ones with the Ashe and the Poco on lock, definitely could work out well on the right side, but Frixie and Bettich's double up. Fade on the back line, still trying to mix things up. Bettich is just out of range and takes down RBM. Juan Carlos has to establish the backlines, but not feed a super to Frixie. That's really going to be one of the most consistent themes of this game is don't feed Frixie a super. He has one now, so he can defend, but Chazmac Gaming get to accumulate some ground as they pinch Bettich's on the back right.
Yeah, Rats are there as well, and the mute does last a while, but Barley trying to get a few shots off now. Juan Carlos just pushing this ball forward, playing it back. Super shot through almost was an option there to, Fade, but the pass eventually gets there. Little pass back. Sticky Syrup Mixer and the Robotic Rats placed down. RBM looking for the kills, but the clear is there, and they might just be able to defend this one out now, but still, a good amount of HP. 2 brawlers there, the walk in, the salty barrel, and everything placed down to be able to force that one in. CMG starts strong.
Great team play. This is what you're talking about, Trav, where we saw the tank on the loose shots, and then RBM's able to walk it right through. Well played by Chazmac Gaming, and they're already getting started on the back right once again. It's bold for RBM to play into Otis so confidently, but he is in position, now frozen. That's going to be a kill for Wash Team. Juan Carlos has to retreat and try and salvage some of the ground, but it is a 2v2, so it's not really suboptimal for Chazmac Gaming.
Yeah, a little mute up on there as well, but the Mortar's getting some pretty successful hits from the left to the right. RBM just playing this defensively, waiting it out. Pain just trying to take down this Mortar and does get it down, but Fade already got on the wall and back up and running. Loose Super going to be placed down, trying to zone that out and stop it. RBM just running up and dying over and over, but at this point, 45 seconds on the clock is probably what they need to do.
And probably so. I mean, they got to gradually walk this forward, and Frixie's doing exactly that. Last gadget popped by Juan Carlos. He goes down immediately after. RBM, now he's on the scene, and he gets silenced up. It's free for Frixie. Another super, too. He has this ready to go, and he might opt to throw that super down. Here it comes down right in front of the goal. Juan Carlos has the super. He has the Screeching Solo, but it doesn't come through. Payne has a super as well, but RBM continues to charge through. He's the last semblance of defense on this side, and he slides right off the way to the goal. Juan Carlos can't make it there in time, and it's all tied up.
Yeah, walls are going to be opening up any second, and it's going to penny pretty much the entire team, as Poco and Ash are definitely going to have a bit of a hard time. RBM needs to try and make the move beforehand. But the super's there. Juan Carlos can't quite get the ball and go for the shot because it's just too early to try and do that. Now he tries to make the move, though, and the super is thrown out. Sticky Syrup Mix is still available from Payne, though, and Domination coming out in overtime from Wash Team. Super available. Batushas throws up that. Payne looking for the shot in, and he gets the super just in time. Finishes that one off, and it was a good start for Chazmac, but a better ending for Wash Team.
Elegant Lou play there for Wash Team. I really enjoyed watching that. Seems like Payne has just pretty much got the flow down. He's farming up the supers, he's placing them down, and the entire team is playing slow and steady, gradually walking things up the field, making sure that their backlines are robust, because Chazmac Gaming, they're ready to move with the Poco and the Ash pretty much at all times. So as long as Wash Team have robust defense and are close together enough to get some pinches out here, they can make it work. RBM, he's not going to take any chances moving in there. A pass up to RBM. That's a throw right there. No shot. They just let that happen. And RBM gets the first goal. Now Wash Team got to be super tilted after that. I wonder if they'll continue to play the same as they were before, because clearly it wasn't working.
I mean, it was a mistake, but it's nothing they can't redeem because they played it just like this last time and still managed to win. Payne going to pick up the kill. Frixie going to pass the ball forward, and that should be a goal. Super shot through, but no, he gets the kill just in time. RBM saves the day and keeps that ball out of the goal. And to be fair, I think he might have been able to score it.
This is true. I mean, just maybe a split second was all that separated Barley from throwing that one into the goal. But once again, Wash Team have more chances. They're playing very well around the left side. Payne especially making moves on the left side. Fade pretty much locked behind the walls. Juan Carlos looking for an assault if he can, but he's baited out from behind cover. Frixie now gets another super, and RBM is all backed up. Betiches, he has a super also to silence RBM or Juan Carlos, whatever he desires, but really the time is working against Wash Team right now. As Chazmac Gaming are once again being pressed into their goal. One kill on the left side looks like it could be good for Wash Team to start pummeling in a goal.
Yeah, doesn't quite get the clear as far as he'd like to, though. The super's still there from Frix. He's surely going to be thrown up on the goal mouth here. Try to get some stuns in, but Juan Carlos still got a couple of these gadgets left. Does get the kill, but nothing more than that. Similar situation to what we saw in the last time. A goal around about now and then a follow-up in overtime. RBM falls low, does get the chill pull off and stays alive. Sticky Syrup Mixer placed down by Payne to keep them in the goal and still slows onto Juan Carlos as well, and that lasts a while. They get the kill. Well, fast splatter down on the turret, but that shouldn't bring it down, and they're just trying to make this push little by little, but being stopped by the respawn cycle.
And they got impatient as well. We saw Payne fall just moments ago, and that means that Chazmac Gaming can push right back out of their spawn. Just 25 seconds left. And really, the only hope of Wash Team making something happen here is a full team wipe. Otherwise, they'll find themselves in that same situation, consistently getting staggered. Here it could be. Betchiz needs to pass over to Frixie. Here it comes. RBM does as much damage as he can, but it's good. And Wash Team and Chazmac enter overtime in just 10 seconds.
I mean, the overtime's not lining up well for Chazmac Gaming once again. Frixie trying to get the push forward. Super does connect onto the penny turret, but not enough to bring it down. Gadget from Juan Carlos, and actually still has some in the bank as well. RBM looking for some jukes, but can't quite find them just yet. Super thrown onto both of them there. Nice stuff from him, but Juan Carlos just using that gadget really not necessary whatsoever, but Fade has another super, but it's just going to be taken out by Payne if he throws it down, so he's got to be cautious.
Ooh, Juan Carlos, he only has one gadget at his disposal left. Fade has a gadget too, so does RBM. They're equipped for overtime, but as far as the brawlers, they're really outmatched in some of these with the exception of Pain. If RBM can continue to press forward, he can make it work. He's got Barley all the way up against a wall now, but he's still playing it super cautiously. Meanwhile, on the right side, it's all kinds of action. Pain, he's able to defend it. Pass over the right is all that they need. Will they be able to respawn in time? Here it comes. They need a lot of damage. Frixie tries to get the freeze, but it's too late. And we see a game victory for Chazmac.
I mean, Chazmac almost kind of choked that there, passing the ball straight to the only person in the goal.
Yeah.
But it would have been an easy goal no matter what. Either side they shot it at that point, but still, they managed to guarantee the game anyway, making it 1-1. And now Wash Team, they need to fight back and fight against the momentum and kind of not let them have an early goal this time.
Yeah, that was definitely a mistake in the last game, and it costed them the game in the end. We'll see how they play it this time. Definitely a different approach, not as much pinching on the right lane. RBM, he's just being kept at bay. Big takedown to Juan Carlos. A pass over to Pain could put this one down. Nope. Fade with a takedown, and Frixie has to retreat back to mid to continue defending. With the turret up, though, it's a bit of a different situation. Now we got to see Barley take that down. It's really only the likely candidate that can eliminate it. With Fade pushed up so far, though, it's not going to be easy. It's going to take a while. And we also see the loose super used on the right side. Not too much of an issue for Chazmac. A takedown into Juan Carlos. And another super coming out for Frixie. Almost a freeze. RBM, he's low. He's silenced. It's good for Wash Team. They could make a goal.
Yeah, didn't quite get the stun off, and nothing else came from it either. Batushka's trying to push down the right side, and there's not going to be enough damage, surely, unless RBM can get the little clip off, and he just can't. Batushka's forces the goal in, and Wash Team move 1-0 up. Complete flip of what we saw in the previous games. Turret being established over the right side, but Pain's just going to throw a super out onto that one. Can Juan Carlos bring him down? He can't just yet. Gadget and does get the finish. RBM trying to push forward to the goal. Morton not quite going to be reaching his goal mouth, I don't think, so nothing really covering that. Fast Blast goes down, and they can't get the goal in. Shots from the right to the left, though, and Fade gets a bit of splash, gets the kill, but doesn't get a goal.
RBM continuing to be healed, but Pain's still able to eliminate him. Another loose super on the left side. Juan Carlos low on health, but it's really just a bait trying to get Frixie into the situation, eliminating the freeze, and then moving right forward. Great takedown. Amazing game sense and bait there from Juan Carlos. Meanwhile, on the right side, Fade continues to push forward. Betchich is down. Pain helpless to stop it. Oh, what? I was waiting for the goal to make the call, but no, it just didn't go through. It was like watching a car crash in slow motion. Like, yes, it's horrible, but you can't take your eyes off it. And there's nothing to say. Great recovery by Wash Team, but Chazmac Gaming, that should have been a goal.
It really should have, but not going to be able to get that one in. 30 seconds left, and the ball's in the corner. Lou Super going to be thrown onto Penny, and he's only got a Salty Barrel to tank it, but it's not going to be enough as there was still a gadget available there for Lou. Gets the stun, but not the kill just yet. Now, one shot left, and Page just locking this right-hand side down. Nobody else is going to be pushing up. Frixie throws the super down, and that's the game right there. 15 seconds on the clock, but no chance of a CMG goal. Well, I say that, but he is moving up quite nicely, and he throws the ball in a shot, but now he's moving in a backwards motion, and that's not going to be a goal there. Wash Team going to take the first set, and Chazmac Gaming not starting off so well.
Not really that much. I mean, they did play the brawlers that they were very comfortable on, and we saw Chazmac Gaming play so well on them. Juan Carlos and RBM on their mains. They're such a great duo. And then we see Fade on the Penny. Whether Penny is his main or not is kind of irrelevant. What we really did see was consistently, he's winning that lane over and over and over again, getting the turret up repeatedly. We just didn't see the goals generated. We didn't see the victory in the end. Yes, it was a close set, but it concerns me a little for CMG because they got what they wanted and they still couldn't make it work versus Washed.
Yeah, I mean, they got what they wanted, but do you really want a Poco and an Ash into a Lou and an Otis?
Yeah.
No, they got the brawlers they want, but they didn't really get the draft they want. You know, it's not really. And then they also got what they wanted with a free goal pretty much as well. A little bit of a choke there from Wash Team, but at the end of the day, they played it well. Chazmac Gaming, they played it pretty decent as well, but just didn't have the draft to be able to close it out.
Hey, look, that's why they say be careful what you wish for. Yes, you got exactly the brawlers that you want, but what are you playing into? And we were also a little suspicious of the Barley. Just look at that, so much damage pumped out by Wash Team. And in fact, over twice the damage popped out by Wash Team. That's incredible, just a smidge over twice. But regardless, I mean, I think a lot of this can be attributed to them consistently spawn trapping Chazmac Gaming, and while Chazmac Gaming continued to hold their own, continued to prevent balls from going in the goal and cycling themselves out of the gates, it was not enough to win in the end.
Yeah, I mean, a strong start doesn't mean a strong end, and you expect that from that Poco Ash comp. You know, you need that early goal to even have a say in the game at all, and they just didn't manage to get it in the third, so closed down pretty quickly. We are going to be having that hot zone up next, though, so a bit more of a different dynamic to the previous one. It's kind of all aggression, and this one's a bit more just kind of lock down the zone. But if we bring a similar comp, the Otis, the Lou, I mean, I wouldn't complain.
Hey, I mean, you never know, though. Sometimes you see people just continue to rush in one after the other, just some tanky brawlers. It doesn't matter if you take them down. They just keep on making their way onto that point, and you can't get close to them. It's one of the situations where we see, yes, usually B is great at taking down tanks, but, you know, it takes her a moment, and she has to keep her distance from them, too. So she can be never standing on the point and still farming up kills, but never accruing any percentage points and them going down in the end. So this is another one of those situations where the comp diff does not necessarily mean a victory.
Yeah, I do think that as well. You know, Zulan said in his interview, 80% of the game nowadays is in comp. So, I mean, usually the comp does mean a win, but, you know, you can get that 20% and you can win without having that comp in your hands. And I think a game mode like Hot Zone, where you can just get the one kill, well, the team kill, and then the lock in spawn is one of the ones where a bad draft can win if you get lucky off the start.
Yeah, I mean, and we can all honestly explain it this way. While on paper the draft might be in favor of one team, in execution it works completely differently just to the nature of whatever objective is being played on that map. And dueling beetles, I think, is going to be an interesting example of this, because there are a lot of things at play in this draft. It's more than just, you know, let's make sure that we have some good consistent brawlers that can stay alive on the point. It's also, let's not face Sprout as a last pick. It can completely shut you down. There's almost no winning whatsoever. Even the best teams cannot beat a Sprout on this map if they're ill prepared. And I don't see Sprout banned out, but I do see Poco banned out, which I think is favorable for Wash Team, but we'll see how it's navigated by both teams and who gets that first pick.
Yeah, well, I mean, we see the Lou banned out as well, so we won't be seeing that return from that first one. And we got Chazmak over the left-hand side, getting rid of the B, the Stu, the Meg, all pretty good picks on this map. Meg really making a bit of a resurgence, and Otis is going to be returning from the previous one for Wash Team, and they're going to be picking that one up. If they can't have Lou, and Otis will do.
Just an evergreen brawler. He's been good for a good while. Even post-nerf, he's got great damage. I think it was a little necessary. It's kind of absurd to be able to farm your super off of 3 full clips, and it still keeps him a pretty strong brawler. They only got rid of the absurd, and now he's just a good, consistent, strong brawler. Pretty typical stuff from Chazmak, though. The penny is not unexpected on dueling beetles, and it's not unexpected when you got Fade on the roster, but some other brawlers making their way into the mix here definitely raise some eyebrows. Gray escapes that ban phase, and that's going to be consistent teleports onto the hot zone if they so desire. This is what we used to see Gale for, is just jump pad into the zone over and over again. Just throw your highest HP brawlers in there and see what they can do. But Gray also can do search and destroy, teleport onto a certain target and make it work. If Wash Team don't bring out appropriate wall break, then this could be bad. With the remaining 2 picks, wall break is paramount. Here's a Griff, he only gets 3 per game, so it's gonna be a little complicated unless they go with maybe another wall breaker, or they decide this is enough.
I mean, it's versatile, right? You got the wall break, you got the damage against the tanks as well, which I think is really smart from Wash Team here. Because Gray is going to be just TPing with a tank, surely, and you know, Chazmak might be playing this, and they might be able to pivot off that if they do choose, and make Wash Team overcommit to countering out a tank, and then not take a tank at all, because Gray's still competent at range regardless. So they're going to go with the Crow, and I mean, yes, that's kind of an anti-tank kind of pick that's going to be dominated by a bit more of a long-range brawler. So maybe Chazmak can kind of pivot off what they're going to do, or just fully commit. Yeah,
I really do think that this will not mean as much, though. Converse to that, when Gray has that teleport up, because Crow relies on damaging enemies over time, keeping that poison up and keeping them down over a long period of time. But if your strategy is to just respawn, jump in, respawn, jump in, then that's a completely different ballgame. But here comes the Gus, and so it looks like Chazmak have not decided to take this perspective, and maybe this is where Crow will be able to find some of that value. Jump onto some of these brawlers. Gray and Gus are definitely susceptible to that as long as they don't have their supers. So I think that this is actually quite balanced across both sides. The only thing that concerns me a little bit is that Wash Team are outranged on a couple of their brawlers.
Yeah, it's difficult. If they get control of the map, and if they don't have to break up that side, you know, it can be nice for them. Like, they can break up the home side and kind of play that a little bit differently, but if they get control of Chazmak's side and not break up the map, then they can just sit behind these walls and play it pretty nicely if Gray obviously doesn't get that super. But they're choosing to break up the home side straight away. Fat splatter placed down on RBM, and not much percentage being grasped early on, but if it is, it's being done by Wash Team.
This is true. However, Chazmak Gaming are firing right back. RBM, he's got that shield, but he takes a lot of damage. Still alive, still slowed. Gonna be taken down by the poison, it looks like. No, he managed to make it home safe. and heals up inside of the bushes. Juan Carlos and Fade still have to defend versus the 3-man squad on the other side. And Frixie gets another slow. It's a lot of control. Despite the teleport, Fade still falls. RBM might find some utility from it, but he's got to be cautious. He could be teleporting into a 3-man roster, awaiting him as soon as he goes to the hole.
Yeah, it's definitely difficult, and especially now we've got that mute as well. We've got the jump away from Crow. We've got the super from Gus. I mean, Griff, there's not really a good brawler to teleport on into. Juan Carlos going to be taken surely down here. Really nice super from the Griff, but actually doesn't really get a lot from it. 55% to 11 now, and we're just seeing some signs of life from Chazmac.
Oh, and just when it was looking good for Chazmac Gaming, we see the Crow jump out of spawn. Juan Carlos falls, and it's just Fade and RBM on the point. Though they still have the teleport that can get them to the point a little bit faster, maybe get some surprises on the lane. But Betiches is ready if someone teleports in. He's got that super, and it doesn't look like he'll really rotate too much, though when he senses a kill on Juan Carlos, he is going to go for it. There's a silence on a Juan Carlos, but it doesn't find too much value for him. Pain still going to get some value. Juan Carlos with a kill. Great use of the gadget. A double kill, too. Betiches goes down. A team wipe as RBM finishes things off. And Chazmac Gaming still have a horse in this race, but they're way behind.
Yeah, just need to kind of stay in this zone and not really play too aggressive and overcommit. TP coming in from Fade, gets the HP up buff, and now it does go down. Batushi's going to be able to pick that one up with Pain as well. A little 2v1 action on the remaining brawler, and this should be a finish off by Wash team here. 3 people in the zone, only Juan Carlos to be able to really even contest it. And they are going to be moving one up in hot zone as well. They just seem to be continuing this domination once more.
Beautifully done by Wash team. I think this is extremely well played. The wall break was exactly where it needed to be, and it didn't seem like the penny turret bothered them too much. There are really 2 approaches to the penny turret, and when you have a lot of open area, it doesn't mean too many bad things for you, as long as you're not facing snipers and such. But still, it looked like they pretty much ignored it, didn't really need any wall break on it, and were able to get good control throughout the entire game. Fade goes for an early game gadget, though, and it opens things up a little bit more. Could mean some early game value if he looks for a TP. But still, lane switch, Juan Carlos on the right side doing much better versus Betiches, but still gets taken down. RBM counters with a kill at mid. The Wash team remain in the lead. Teleport in, Fade with a kill, a completely whiff super by Betiches, but he remains alive. Here's the shield too, and RBM looks for the takedown. He manages to get it, but still, Chazmac Gaming are behind by a decent percentage.
I mean, Juan Carlos is going to go in, but he's going to be taken down. Frixie just looking for the kill on Fade and should be able to get it here. Does pick it up. And now this percentage should start to tick up and up as Batushi's is there to join him as well. Penny Mortar as well. But now Fat Splatter placed onto it. Should bring it down to about 1 shot. Won't take it down completely. But Pain is there to try and finish it off. Gadget, piggy bank onto that and break some walls and the turret along with it. Can't complain.
And a whole stronghold eliminated by that piggy bank too, with so many bushes missing. It's going to be difficult for Chazmac Gaming to deal with that, as they have to utilize whatever area they have to push back in. We're nearing the point of no return, however. A turret up on the right side can ameliorate the situation, but with Frixie getting so much value off of the Crow supers, it seems inevitable that Wash team take this set. They're just a few percentage away, and RBM, despite a teleport in, is still going to face a lot of adversity. There it is, the final percentage point, and Wash team, they take the set in a clean sweep.
I mean, that was really, really nice from Wash team. A lot better than what we saw in the first set. They might have won it, but they struggled this time. They didn't really struggle too much. I think maybe we saw like over the 2 games, we got 50% on the board from Chazmac Gaming, which is definitely just a little bit worrying for them, especially going on to the next set. They're now 2 sets down and got dominated in this hot zone. Didn't necessarily have a terrible comp either. Like, they had a pretty decent comp. They could have contested that a little bit more. And going on to the 3rd set, I'm just a little bit worried about them.
I think that's really the central thing that concerns me, is that it looked like these comps were fairly evenly matched, and Wash teams simply were able to outplay it. My eyes 100% were on Frixie after that first game. He was consistently keeping things back. As soon as Chazmac decided that they weren't going to run brawlers that consistently cycled in, probably due to the Griff pick, I think that Crow pretty much sealed their fate. With things wide open and Frixie getting great dodges versus any damage thrown his way, they were always on low health and had to continue to retreat, forfeit ground, and heal up in order to get back to the battle.
Indeed, and I mean, they just really couldn't do too much about it. Got more damage, got more kills, but a lot less heals, and the heals is usually what matters on a game mode like Hot Zone. As we said before, it's all about the control, less aggression, as we saw in Brawl. The control is what wins you the game, and healing gets you the control.
And can you really blame them? They're playing into a Crow, but Crow is just such a good brawler in general, and Wash team were able to use him to his full potential, especially with the wall break. So this, once again, I sound like a broken record, but I'm concerned for Chazmac Gaming. I had them in as a front runner coming into this competition, and Wash team seem to be pulling ahead.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. I really thought Chazmac were going to win this one, and my predictions might be kind of like broken up a little bit here. Chazmac, I kind of thought they were going to be able to take it, but Wash Team, I mean, they're showing why you had so much faith in them against Tribe Gaming. You know, like they've brought the fire in this game. They might have struggled a little bit against Tribe, but this time, you know, they're here and they're ready to fight.
And we've seen in the past that Wash Team are capable of taking down Chazmac Gaming, and convincingly so. We saw it in the Cups, and we saw some strong performance in that split finals as well that we just got finished with. But now it's time for Wash Team. It's their make or break. They could finish it off right now and leverage that momentum to its maximum potential. The opposite side of this situation is where Chazmac find themselves. They could go down in a 3-0 versus Wash Team. A huge upset, in my opinion. Let's see if they do it just yet. Otis ban from Chazmac. Looks like they've wisened up to what Wash Team are comfortable with, and they're getting rid of it. The double Gene ban as well is interesting to me. I wonder if this is going to devalue the potential 8-bit pick as well, and sort of spice up what we typically see on the Hard Rock Mine mid.
I mean, we've seen a Max first pick, so I
Oh,
mean,
man.
that's looking like a mid to me. And you know, you're so diverse around it as well. You can take tanks, you can take those control brawlers, and it's just really, really solid no matter what you kind of pair around the Max. It's a great mid, really. But I mean, over to Chazmac now. They're going to have 2 picks. Obviously, no Gene on the board. They're going to be taking the B. Try slowing that down a little bit. Get some supers off the Honey Molasses as well. If you do need to, when someone's behind a wall, it can be quite influential.
And I think if we talk just Max versus B in general also, this is a very hotly debated topic. Doesn't seem like there's any one consensus on who wins this matchup. It's really how you frame them. But B is able to shut down Max speeds if she pops off that super and gets some good slows on. Here comes the Colonel Ruffs, and I actually really love this combo. The Ruffs and B, this goes back. This has been a good composition for a while, and especially because we saw damage gear get nerfed a little bit, so now when you use the supply drop, you can get those 4K Bs back, and you're able to one-shot a good few brawlers in this game. So Wash Team, I think they might frame some of their brawlers around this. They're also going to have to go something that's able to penetrate those sandbags, lest they want to face them.
Yeah, I mean, we've got Rico coming in now, and that is Hard Rock Mine 101, really. Rico is dangerous, 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 and you pair with Max, you don't really need that Robo Retreat, so you can take the super bounce, you get the extra damage in, and I think it's a very solid brawler to take. I wouldn't be opposed to a Penny or anything like that to pair along with this, to be fair, but they're going with the Surge. I kind of like the Penny, you know, to splash through those sandbags, but the Surge, it's going to be running into the roughs, I'm sure, and the sandbags are just going to be eating a lot of that damage and having a decent matchup.
My thoughts precisely. I wonder what the Surge mentality is here.
Carl,
Maybe they hope.
They're probably...
I mean, well, Carl does get countered by Surge, so they ought to be careful. Really anything that gets in close range. Though it would be able to do fairly well versus Rico, unless Rico, of course, heals up with Bouncy Castle. You know, you got tight corridors on the right side. You could also just decide, hey, let's bring wall break. Nope, there's a Sam. Okay, thanks, Fade. Let's see what you do. Yeah, let's make it happen, Fade, and we'll see what the guy gets to do. He's determined to break open the back lines. The big hazard is they're playing the Surge. It's the same problem as Carl.
Rico.
And it just... Let's let them play it out, and then we'll say our opinions after.
Yeah, no, I'm not going to jump to too many conclusions before it's even started, because Sam can pretty much do whatever he wants at this point. Not a lot that can stop him, but I think if Leams are going to stop him, it's Rico and Surge. Like, they're the only ones with a real chance. I'm surprised we saw that pick come out instead of something a little bit more controlly. I thought maybe we'd see something that would just stop Surge from getting a super end off.
Now, well, let's see how he plays it. It's going to be RBM on the right side. Typically, you see Fade pick up this brawler, but RBM is kind of the resident tank player, so RBM does what RBM wants. Let's see how he takes down Betches on the left side. Juan Carlos is going for him as well. There's the use of the gadget, too, and a takedown. And this is a great gadget. It has so much utility, but he's only got a couple uses per game. Juan Carlos also doing a great job at mid. Some great takedowns, too. And he's keeping his distance, letting RBM work the backline, see what he can do. Big damage, but no takedowns just yet, and Pain gets a free level up off of it, too.
Yeah, I mean, Fade's low now as well, and he's getting it pinched in, throws down the power-up to try and stop them from getting it, but can't quite do that.
Ouch.
Super not picked up either. He can't get the heal, and Batushis just melts straight through him. Wash Team off to a phenomenal start now after pretty poor beginning. They've now kind of flipped on its head, 6 in the hand, and now got that bounce castle off as well. Heals in the bag, but RBM pushing up little by little. Surge on his lane now, though, and that is going to be rough.
It is going to be rough. Well, at least if you're talking about the right lane. He's trying to take on Betches once again, who has the super, ready to lock it down. Big damage on RBM, and finally an elimination. Rico can be especially pesky in the right side, and it doesn't even matter that he's not there anymore, because now Frixie has 9 gems and Pain has 1. They got to run it back, but they also got to defend versus RBM. It's going to be easy to take it down, and it's only Fade that really contests them now. Countdown active, Wash Team bringing it back, and we're already headed over to a match point. what is going on? I really thought Chazmac Gaming had a chance here, and in fact, I had them as a winner, so did you, but with the picks, I almost feel like they're not taking Wash Team seriously.
I mean, I had them, you know, I had them down for more than a chance. I thought they were going to win it all. And I mean, I don't know about the Sam. Like, yes, it's really good. Starting incredibly. Once Surge gets some levels, once Rico gets set up, it's really, really difficult. And I don't know if they're trying to bait here. This is really nice what I'm seeing.
Oh, yeah.
They wait for this Sam to come in and then Surge just go bang, 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 give me super. I'll have a nice game.
I love this. I wonder if it'll happen. Looks like Payne might be getting a little bit impatient. He's trying to bait Betiches over, but maybe the comms are on and Chazmac is like, yeah, where's Surge? Where is he waiting? RBM's wizened up to it, and he's not budging just yet. He's looking for some value on a kill. Juan Carlos, meanwhile, is getting good value. I think RBM is more focused on not giving Surge a super this time. Here comes the suck as well, and Betiches gets a takedown. Payne with some good value in here and a takedown into RBM, but not quite enough to get a level. Chazmac got 4 gems on their side, but Wash Team has 3. It's not really a good advantage for Chazmac.
I mean, this positioning from Payne's really, really good. They're trying to slide the roughs onto it now to get a bit of a better matchup. He wants his shots back. He does get a few, but Frixie having to use the speed pretty defensively, picking up 5 gems now. And Sam almost gets the super onto him, but doesn't manage to make the full connection. Batush's getting some super off, but not enough of a connection, and Payne's still sitting at level 1. However, it's Frixie who's really making the battle happen.
Frixie's still in it, looking a little sly on the right side. RBM moving in, has that super ready to go, but he's determined to deny it to Payne, but Payne still managed to slip through one more shot, and he's got it. He's got that second level. Keep in mind, though, he's not running the gadget that advances you to the next level. He's determined to get it the old-fashioned way. Here it is. RBM gives it him for practically free, but Juan Carlos is close to having 10 gems, but Payne got so much value off of that. He has a little, oh my gosh, the no-look shot to the right side. Down he goes, and Chazmac are just 1 gem away from a countdown.
And once again, it's really only Frixie keeping them in this. Payne needs another level 3, but he can't quite get a grasp on it. Fade going to be just surviving with a small amount of HP. RBM trying to push up, but doesn't want to feed super at the same time. Gets the kill and the takedown there as well. Juan Carlos with 10 over his head, so any other kills are pretty much going to be completely useless. And at this point, it will remain match point, but I believe that Chazmac has still got a bit of a foot in it.
Yeah, picture perfect ending here for Chazmac Gaming. They brought their first game back. They got the momentum on their side, the wind in their sails. However, they're still just 1 game away from being taken down in the 3-0, and that's not a good look for anyone. It seems, though, that they wisened up to what Wash Team was executing there. And even when Wash Team tried to get a little bit tricky, Chazmac Gaming had the foresight to go, yeah, we're not going to play Sam into the Surge. You can try and hide him over there, but we know he's there. And they denied the second level to Surge for so much of the game. That was probably the #1 contributor to success here, but they're going to throw that all out the window, give Payne a second level at the beginning of the game, and already it concerns me just a little.
Yeah, this time the strategy did work. He rotated over and he got the shots in, and down goes B as well, and this could be a very, very bitter end to Chazmac Gaming, but they actually get the kill. Batush's going to get the super off, though, and the gems are still going to be laying on the floor. Juan Carlos can't really make the aggressive move towards these gems, or he's just going to be taken down, surely. But he's trying for it anyway, and why not? He hasn't got anything to lose because he's got no gems in hand.
Well, RBM, he goes straight for the back lines, beeline all the way back there. Now on the right side, Payne senses some free damage, but I don't think he has enough damage to get a complete KO from 100% health for RBM. Good takedowns on a fade, though. Frixie gets to run back 7, now 8 gems. Could be takedowns to the right lane? No. Own by Payne. RBM goes down. Good shots to the left and a takedown onto Fade. Chazmac Gaming, they got to bring some magic back because Wash Team are running it back with 10.
I mean, there's the magic. He gets the Sam Super and the suck onto him, but he can't do anything more. 3K's there for Juan Carlos, but he does use it on a different brawler. Picks up another one, and he's looking for it. Phase shifter straight through it. Not sure if he tanked it or not, but he did get slowed down. Fade looking for the kill. Sam Super thrown forward. RBM can't quite do it, and neither can the rest of Chazmac Gaming. Wash Team are going to finish this one off in 3, and that is convincing.
Successfully unwashed. Betiches, take a nice long swig out of that one, man, because you deserved to use that water for something besides washing, right? It's time to, yeah, I know he was sweating during that match, so maybe it's time to rehydrate, get some electrolytes. Very, very well played. Just extraordinary stuff from Wash Team. I think this is the best we've ever seen them play, and to see them pull it out versus Chazmac is the perfect time to do it.
I mean, it might be the first game, but it's one of their competitors for that San Diego finals. They're going to be wanting to make it forwards, and you know, as I said, in 3, 4, and 5, they're kind of really unfamiliar teams. You know, we've got Tribe and stmn on top, but after that, it's all up for grabs. 2 more spots to San Diego are there for the taking, and it looks like Wash Team are going to be the ones fighting for it.
No doubt. I mean, these got to be some of the top players right now, just forming this team at complete dark horse and owning the region right now. Yes, they might not have taken down Tribe Gaming before, but not many teams are capable of that. Versus Chazmat Gaming, though, once again, one of the front runners here, probably number 3 or 4 in the grand scheme of things. Wash team with a 3-0. It's a fantastic look and so far from what I was expecting.
Yeah, well, Chazmat definitely not number 3 at the moment. Washington will be taking that one because they have just absolutely taken them to pieces. 3-0. Not even a couple of sets back in hand, but 34 picked up and only 11 dropped. Big damage coming through as well. And I mean, yes, they were opposed with a Sam, who is going to be eating a lot of that, but still, it's a very commendable statistic.
Yeah, but I do want to go back. I mean, Chazmat Gaming, it's curious to me. I feel like they ran Brawlers into Wash Team knowing that they were going to get countered and thought that they would still be able to pull it out with the mechanic stiff. But as we all know, you know, the draft, it matters so much. Zulon said it was 80%.
Yeah, I mean, it's a difficult one, really. It is a difficult one. You can't really win unless you've got the best draft a lot of the time, but you can still have those little chances at it.
I mean, yet another good matchup. The only 3-0 that we've seen so far today. Everything else has been so much closer, a lot more back and forth. And especially when you consider the fact that Wash Team went down to Tribe earlier, this has got to feel good as far as that bounce back goes.
I mean, it absolutely has. I mean, good things for Wash Team. I had my hopes for them to beat Tribe, and while that might not have come to fruition, I think that still, to take a set off of Tribe and still get a couple of games there. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I was wrong. Yeah, let's...
but it was close, Reddy. You might have beyond to something here for the rest of the season.
Look, I mean, Wash Team, I have them as my #1 team to watch. That, aside from Dog Walkers, I think these two are some teams to keep your eyes on throughout the season. They're not signed to an org yet, and that's where I'll leave it.
I like it. I like it. Okay, well, that means you know what time it is. It's time for yet another quick break. When we return, we'll do some highlights. We'll do some analysis after this.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, DHL, and the U.S. Air Force.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them, you're willing to hurt for them, but most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting? It's hot. Look what I got. Whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy, and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha. Yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like, when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You want to compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha. Yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me, how'd I turn pain into energy. Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.
I gotta get it, I'm on the mission, snap any minute, casually winning. Stop tripping on me, stop dissing on me. Yeah, I got a dream, can't take it from me. My fire's burning, I'm always learning. Tell me where to go, man, I'm on a journey. Yeah, I can't explain it, I get excited. Keep it 300, King Leonidas. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. Ain't got no time for no fear.
Welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series. Match number 4 is in the books, and Wash Team cleans house. A little bit of a bounce back in comparison to earlier on in the day. That's gotta feel good. It was a pretty dominant performance, Trav.
Yeah, not to be that guy, but I am quite often that guy. It was pretty dominant.
I mean, that means that it's gotta be easy to talk about, though.
Yes, I mean there really wasn't that many close games, to be honest. There was maybe a couple in Brawl Ball, but I really liked what we saw in Gem Grab. Kind of, Wash Team are going for this tactic of doubling down one of these lanes and baiting them into it. You see it here, and this is what I really liked. Me and Reddy did touch on it, but just playing Pain behind Batushas and just trying to bait them into coming forward and getting the supers early on was really smart. But then you kind of see it from the other side as well. Chazmak was smart and didn't allow this. They didn't force it, and they were just playing the long game. And they did get quite a decent gem lead off the start, but it just really wasn't sustainable for the long run. I mean, they did manage to win the game, I believe, and bring it just a little bit closer, but this was kind of the only look in that CMG got for a good amount of time. RBM gets a nice early kill, but as you can see, every time Pain's going to get onto that Sam, he's going to get the finishing blows and kind of get towards these higher levels. And little by little, he starts to become more dominant and Fade. Getting a few shots through. Frixie able to get a few gems in the meantime. Tanks that 3k and just doesn't allow himself to get that last finishing shot, but Frixie used the speed, and a lot of this game it was just Frixie who was able to kind of keep them in it and just play for those finishing gems. And it's definitely a little bit tough for him being the only one who's really in the game, but Pain still being kept at level 1, and I liked what they were doing off the start. I liked the approach they were making, but he just couldn't really do too much. Gets his level 2, and this is where you start to make the plays. Gets a few shots off, gets the super, should get RBM here, and I believe he does. The knockback doesn't get enough of a heal off with his super, but now he's pushing on the right side, and I love that as well. Ready Set pointed that out at the time. The little shot to the right-hand side, can't really see a lot better in mind, but managed to get the finish off as well. And this was really one of the only games that Chazmak Gaming were able to have a bit of a saying inside of the game, and they 10 gems to 6. And the only person fighting was on Wash Team was Frixie, and he kept the gems so well throughout this game, so massive commendable performance from him. But Chazmak, they just really able to knuckle down and get this win. However, Wash Team did kind of finish it off in the third. But we do still have one more really exciting game for you. We'll go over to the desk and see who's going to be playing.
Thank you very much, Trav. Fantastic breakdown. Even though you said it couldn't be done, you did it, and you did it well. Now, I'm happy with the bounce back from Wash Team, and we heard about it in the interview. Patchy had called out Wash Team as one of his top 4 teams to be looking at. Ready, you had the faith in the squad. They bounced back, so it's got to feel good.
Yeah, I mean, the predictions weren't wrecked, but the faith was in the right place, I think.
All right. Well, that means it's time for the last match of the day. I don't know how we got here, but it is time. And we get one more team we haven't gotten to see yet. It's going to be Mystic Esports versus Dogwalkers.
Luffy, Nathan, and Zeus, they are going to be coming out here repping Mystic. And Reddy, you were telling me that this used to be a different squad.
Yeah, Luffy, well, okay, with the exception of Nathan, used to be a different team. Used to be the Avengers, and then it was Vanguard, and they almost went to Worlds, and then they were no Worlds team. Okay, now they're Mystic. They got Zeus on the roster. I love this guy. I think Zeus is really the X factor that has propelled this roster to the forefront of NA.
What about him particularly do you think is so enigmatic?
I think really you just got to look at the gameplay and let him tell you the story from there. The guy's just very good at this game. He makes the flashy plays, but he does it consistently is the thing.
Got it. I was going to yell at you for just giving me good. But all right, so consistency is really that key. What I want to see, the question I want to see Mystic answer for me is, what is their team identity? That's what I always like to look out here in week numero uno, right? I'm looking at that Patchy squad as kind of like two players kind of lifting up Patchy as a team, and then we see Tribe kind of like the three-man strong squad. And this Dog Walkers team, this, like I said, Charles and Chino do a great job of holding their own, and that's what makes it work. But when Patchy gets going, they just fall in line and they assist.
And that's just kind of the attitude of the team in general, right? Patchy likes to make the big plays. He also has a few brawlers that he likes, and he's sort of the energy of the team. He's sort of the lifeblood of the team. And so it's important for Charles and Chino to be able to supplement as well. Have those lanes down, so allow Patchy to make that work. But that is not to detract from the other two on the roster. Charles and Chino each have their specialties, and I want to focus in on Chino in particular. I wonder if we'll get a highlight of it, but this guy is really, really consistent on the Gene, and Gene is an extremely common brawler in competitive these days, has so much utility.
There's also a skill set that I'm probably going to bring up during this set as well, and that playing role player to a star player is a skill. These guys are great, and knowing when to peel back and let the other player kind of take that spotlight, that's hard to do literally on the field, and also mentally kind of like checking that ego a little bit. And so that's what impresses me about Charles and Chino, is these guys can be the guy, but they know they have Patchy and they play their role, and that's just as impressive as Patchy windmill dunking himself.
Look, you can be by brawler that you've chosen, a DPS, but you can still be a support in the way that you play and in the vibe and the attitude of the team. When we take a look at the stat comparison too, I think it looks more optimal for Dog Walkers. I mean, especially if we look at supers, but I think this says more about the brawlers that they choose than anything else.
Exactly. When we see, and that I think is going to kind of be the theme when we look at these stats. You know, understanding how to extrapolate the information from the stats is just as important as the stats themselves. And so when we see a massive amount of supers, does that mean this team is necessarily better? Maybe they just play a lot of stew.
I mean, that's why we have you guys here. You're the experts. You have to tell us what those stats mean. What do they mean?
Well, that's what I just did. I told you. Maybe they just play a lot of stew.
Yeah, it means Patchy glides on the stew. That's really all it means. Patchy picks the stew. He glides around. It's a fun time. It's great to watch all the time.
Well, now we'll have to see if it ends up resulting in a win for the final match of the day that we get to talk about, which obviously means for the final time of today, chat. It's time again. We need to hear what you think. Will it be Mystic Esports, who we're seeing for the first time today, or will it be a 2-0 for Dog Walkers after they had a phenomenal performance earlier on? Might be on a little bit of a hot streak. I don't know. We'll have to see, because the game is ready to go. So, guys, for the last time today, let's take it away.
Will it blend? Let's find out. Mystic coming in here versus the Dog Walkers. And I think today the Dog Walkers are the team that impressed me the most from where I started at, right? We kind of know what to expect out of Stamina. They're going to be insane. And the same thing kind of with Tribe. And you look at this roster on paper and it's very, very good, but they still exceeded my expectations.
Yeah, I mean, this is, I think, also a team that has just been on a good trajectory lately. They've sort of accelerated. Don't know what it is. It's some sort of secret sauce. They're not sharing it around, that's for sure. They got to stay on top. We'll see how they make it work. Gold Arm Gulch is our first map.
And we'll see Crystal Arcade and Pit Stop after that. Shooting Star and Sticky Fields if we need them. P's and B's, pretty please. As the bands trickle on in. There you go. No Gene. See you later.
Yeah, goodbye, Gene. Looks like Dog Walkers had a similar attitude, but I think this is not necessarily targeted at Chino, but it's never a bad idea to ban the brawler when Chino is on the opposing side. The other consideration is just that it counters out some of the best things here and some of the most versatile things. Just get him out while you can. I think that this does mean that we'll see some Carl here, since Carl gets countered really hard by the brawler, though the Tick definitely piques my interest. I wonder why they go with the Tick as the first pick, because there are still other options on the other side, sure. But it's an incredibly vulnerable brawler. Yeah, you banned out Fang, but like Patchy runs the Bonnie endlessly.
Yeah, I mean, this is one where when you are kind of trying to lull the opponent into a false sense of security, as my homie Graham might say. This is, Tick is vulnerable. Maybe you are trying to goad dog walkers into picking some brawlers that are going to jump on him, and then you answer back.
This is true. They could absolutely fire back. The only thing that definitely raises an eyebrow for me is that they don't have last pick, right? So this is a little hazardous. Though Tick all around just is a good brawler. We'll see what dog walkers choose, but since they have the last pick, they really do have an ace up their sleeve. They can go something that counters Tick really, really hard, and Mystic Esports would have no chance to respond.
Well, so I mean, the idea here is since you don't have last pick, you have these last two, and these two essentially look to work against the unit. You, Ready, the body language, Ready just threw his cards. What's going on here with this pick?
Oh, I mean, dog walker's Bonnie. It's like
Done.
exactly what I was saying. You see the tick, and it's like, okay, yeah, that's patchy on the Bonnie, sure. I mean, I know that every single call-out that I've made today has been wrong on, like, which player is playing which brawler. But, you know, at least, you know, I could be consistent. So if I'm wrong here, that would be kind of cool, too. I'm excited to see the Bonnie gameplay, though. I think that this is very, very good. I also think that for Mystic Esports, the #1 way to deal with Bonnie would be to run Colette, which gives them no other value here, right? It's knockout, and I don't think Colette is a good idea.
I agree.
Here's the bow, and maybe a nanny if they decide to go for it. Could be that they just want free supers. We'll have to wait and see.
Nanny would probably be where I look to, because if you're running the tick, your idea, and it's funny because this is kind of what we said that we might have seen in one of the early ones, where you just kind of like turtle up, farm supers, and then send out the tick head, send out the net, you know what I mean? Like, that could be the idea here, as it's going to be Daryl the Barrel showing on up. And I got to tell you, I like this because you jump on the tick, then I can kind of anti-play it with the Daryl positioning.
Yeah, this is peculiar because you don't typically see Daryl play it on a map like this. Daryl's job most of the time is to roll in and do some damage and then die. And then rinse and repeat. And that's why he's good on Heist. Here, though, I mean, he hasn't been meta for a very long time, just in general, but he's still good on Heist. Makes me a little concerned. Otis is the obvious response to this. Really, any tank counter would have been able to do the job, but Otis is the most consistent and the most versatile. I think that this could be a much better asset versus, say, Gus or Bonnie. But, well, I mean, this is still peculiar. I really hope for the sake of Mystic Esports that they're able to make it work.
Well, yeah, absolutely. This is extremely off meta. The first thing that I go to when I see a extremely out in the weeds comp like this is just comfort selections.
Sure.
Maybe it's just like, hey, listen, man, I'm goated at Daryl. Give me the ball. And when it comes down to, especially knockout, that strategy can absolutely work. Sometimes it's Brawn stars, and you just beat the player up. We'll start things off, and excitement on the left-hand side as the Otis slinks on back to safety. But Chino, all the way up, doesn't get punished.
And already heavy hits, but Dog Walker's managed to shake it off, but has forfeited a lot of room for Mystic Esports to move through. Nathan looks for a super, Zeus much of the same. They have to make sure that they don't give Patchy a super. That is really the most hazardous thing because he's got a couple of really good targets he could hop onto. He can go for bow and he can go for tick.
But so if Patchy, that is why we have the Daryl. When Daryl doesn't super until Patchy jumps in, and Daryl supers Patchy. Like, that has to be the strategy. That has to be the reason to pick it.
You raise a really good point. The only hazard is that besides that, Luffy doesn't offer a whole lot of value besides just being in an area and zoning things out as role. Here he comes right on top of Patchy. Will he get the takedown? Patchy, he saves the super for the next round, but he goes down. Chino also fighting for his life, but he has the super now, and he's home safe. Go right into the gas. Everyone has a super. There's really nothing to be won here. A little wiggle walk there towards the end, but it was chalked as soon as he was the last one remaining.
That's perfect. Listen, so like... That's kind of exactly. Luffy is going to save that super unless he just has you dead to rights. And that was a positioning mistake from the opponent right there. Luffy goes ahead, takes advantage one more time of Charles. Chino on the right side gets the kill, but it's traded out. Another 2-on-1. Patchy versus the world. But he's got nothing in the tank. Good shot there. And that one goes to Mystic. 1 point for the blue team.
Super surprising for me. I can't believe Mystic Esports managed to pull that off. I guess they're not too concerned. Yeah, because when Daryl rolls in, unlike, say, Carl, for instance, he has that shield up. He gets a lot of damage reduction, like 90% damage reduction as he's going in that roll. If Otis starts firing away those shots while Daryl's in the roll, there's no firepower to respond with once he's right in front of you.
I mean, here's the thing that I just completely glossed over as I tried to focus on the defensive play that Luffy could make, that all-in capability, you're not threatened by the respawn. You kill the guys at 3-on-2. And that all-in type strategy, we've seen it work in Knockout in the past. Can't believe I glossed over that. Just trying to make this defensive play happen. But either way, Mystic Esports wins both of those kind of hand over fist. The first one was sort of like we got lucky at a bad positioning, and then the second one, Mystic just hit the pedal to the metal.
Pretty much, they did exactly what they intended to do from the outset, which was roll onto an enemy, even though Charles thought he was completely safe because he's running Otis. Otis counters Daryl, therefore I win. But no, it's not that cut and dry, and Mystic Esports put on a good show. Now that Dog Walkers are aware of this, how is it going to pan out? Because Patchy has the super. Here it comes. Here comes the jump. Big damage on Nathan. Zeus, he's ready. He's got the super on lock. But Nathan and Zeus are super cornered in. Luffy also picks up a kill. Charles and Chino cornered in on the right. No defense in close range. Chino gets good damage. Nathan could make it happen. There it is. It was a very near miss. I think Chino could have ended it off.
Oh my God, I loved that play. This was all intentional. So Luffy separates himself from the squad to make Patchy want to jump on them, but Luffy still had the Rook straight line down with the super and was able to take advantage of it. I need to telestrator, but that was 100% planned out by Luffy. Beautifully played. Mystic earns themselves another round. I'm dummy impressed.
We'll see if they manage to bring it out to yet another one. Dog Walkers still are holding on pretty consistently, though they are stacked against 3 supers with none of their own. It's super, super dangerous. No silence, no jump on a free targets when they're abandoned. And we don't even see a shield available to Chino. Patchy's still working on it, but sort of a consensus on the left side. Yeah, a little congregation.
This is the exact way they started the first one. They grouped up here on the left-hand side until they had a moment to push. Look at Luffy on the bottom side. They're playing so safe, they don't even have to go all the way in. They chow down on Patchy. Forced out of the combat. Now healed up to full, jumps on in as the team is separated. But again, Luffy has the line of attack, and Zeus finds the answer afterwards. 2-on-2.
Oh, and Chino, he's just too late. He wasn't able to survive that tick super, and Luffy and Nathan finish the job just like last time. Pins in sync too. They get that second game and a set victory under their belt. Very, very clean versus the Dog Walkers. Far more so than I expected.
Yeah, sometimes the tail wags the dog, and that's what happened here, man. Just impressive, cerebral play, which is funny because we came in here saying, weird comp, maybe they're just picking guys they're good at, and they're just gonna brawl it out. But all of this was, Luffy was just kind of planning this one out. So look right here, Patchy jumps in because Luffy's separated from his team on the left, but Luffy had that line to come down north to south. This is the play that I went nuts about because Luffy, he said, I'm going up north to leave you two alone, to goad Patchy into jumping on you. I've planned this from when we drafted it.
And honestly, we should have seen this coming. It's precisely what we saw with Tribe, because Tribe, they played this exact same map, and they played it pretty much the same way. They play brawlers. Yes, they are countered on paper and in practice, but when you have teammates at your side on each flank to peel for you, then it doesn't even matter. It depends on a 1v1 situation to get the kills, to get the free interactions. Now that it's a team situation, completely different ballpark, and you counter them.
This time around, let's talk supers, because it does. This is the example where the super advantage on the one side of the team means they did play better Brawl Stars, right? Sometimes it comes down to characters that charge their super quicker will give you the higher stat there. We broke that down with Glitter before. Nah, this is the other side. They played better, dude. Move on to the next one. Crystal Arcade. Bans are out. First pick in, Colonel Ruffs. How you doing?
Yeah, pretty solid brawler. Always going to be good on the lane and always going to be good accessory to anyone that operates well in the absence of walls. This is where this is where long-range brawlers get to prevail. But Mystic, they don't have a last pick, so they got to be cautious of running a long-range brawler that's too vulnerable.
Love this first selection. So I think I was talking with Trav earlier about how picking Gene first tips your hand. You know what my comp's going to do now. Ruffs is the opposite. That's that ambiguous pick. Everything goes good with Ruffs, you know? He's like garlic and oil. So I'm liking this selection. No idea what they're going to pair up with that. Across the way, though, option over to the Dog Walkers. And
okay,
Otis, Max.
Can't complain. I mean, I think that this is good for Otis because he takes down sandbags for free as long as he pops down the fat splatter. That's instant. Then Max also would have been a good accessory to Colonel Ruff, so it's great to have it on your side, or well, not have it on the opposing side. And it's also, finally, a good accessory to anything that they could have as a last pick.
Again, ambiguous, goes well with everything. And as you said, using the pick as a fourth ban, essentially. Not allowing the opposition to take it. Now, you've got to find the Dogman some friends. And if you've got these two across from you, who are you looking to pair up with the Colonel?
You got to be thinking about B 100% of the time. I've said it before, B versus Max is kind of a contentious debate, but you know, some people prefer it. Some people are able to deal with it fairly well. And I mean, the B pick is, I feel like it was a little expected because Ruffs and B is such a great combo. You're going to be breaking down the walls. For what? You're going to have Max on the enemy side, speeding things up, so let's not pick something like Piper that is countered super hard by Max and her ability to move around.
Right.
With B now, they have one more pick that they can go with. They have to figure out how exactly are we going to slow down the Otis and the Max. They could go for Crow, but they need to be thinking about how are they going to operate that last lane. And here comes the Crow. I mean, okay, sure.
All right, man. Okay. Just, you're really cool, man. What can I say?
Well, it helps that we record these things 2 days in advance, right? All jokes out here. Yeah.
Carl, okay, sweet. Like the Carl. Carl, and this is fun because you know that Mystic couldn't really pick Carl with Otis Crossway. So,
well, now it's Carl's turn. I love this division, 45 to 55. This is what we love to see. This is what we love to see in the NA competition.
And this every time you give me the mic, I will relax as we get to week 2 and 3 and more into it because we will have seen how tight the competition actually is. That 45-55 is pretty indicative of how close I think these teams are. We are off to the races. Patchy clearing out the sandbags, and Chino clearing out the guy who placed the sandbags. Mid-control goes to the dog walkers. Mystic not even around to smell it. But with the respawns out right now, Luffy in the mid and Zeus looking for the move on the right-hand side. Taking away some of those stealth opportunities. Center control goes to blue.
Such an even matchup so far, and it only gets closer and closer. Of course, we have our friends at Snapdragon to thank for this, that we can run events like this. It's all possible, and we get to see the best gameplay in North America, and especially ones as close as this one. We saw 55 and 45 on the predictions, and I think it couldn't even be more obvious, though. We see Dog Walkers pulling ahead, 7 gems already, and an 8th one going their way as Patchy picks it up.
Nathan thought about it. Trying to find that perfect time. Lets his teammate get jumped on. Doesn't get the trade. And the countdown is on. 11 gems in the pocket for Patchy. Nathan does have the super, but doesn't have the life force to be able to go for it. Shots down south. And I see the aggression coming out from Crow. But he falls down. And that is game 1. Dog Walkers make it look easy.
Yeah, they really do. So dominant by Dog Walkers, and we walked through the draft where some things seemed a little obvious and some things were a little head-scratching worthy, but in the end, it was vastly in favor of one team. I really think that what we saw in the previous set was Mystic Esports with just the outplays. They had mechanics on lock. Here, it's hard to tell. Is it an outcomp? Is it outplays? I mean, feel free to debate it in the chat, but Dog Walkers so far have been running with it, and they've won every single lane already. A full team wipe. Everyone is winning their lane.
As hard as Mystic Esports won the first set, Dog Walkers is going for the second set victory just as hard. Mystic Esports hasn't picked up a gem in this game. Did they pick up a gem in game 1?
They got 2 gems.
Okay, they got 2 gems in total. And
let's go.
Number 3. But it's 5 on the other side right now with 2:45 on the clock. Center control is Blues one more time, but this is that 2 mark that they had, and what a surprise. Like clockwork, Dog Walkers are able to come on in, but Patchy needed some help from the right laner, and I think Zeus did a good job of kind of pushing him out so they weren't able to make the full team aggression.
Yeah, he's going to keep that up, and it's going to take a lot of stamina to do so because Dog Walkers are armed with a lot of supers at the moment. Here comes another wall break. That's going to be a great utility. That's only the second super for the game, might I add. Mystic Esports, they definitely planned on having more Colonel Ruff supers out here to really work the B. Now they'll be able to do it, but Chino sneaks in on the left side, and now they're forced to completely backtrack to deal with it. Chino, he even dodges out any value that Nathan could have got there, and Nathan's going to take a while to farm that super up once again. Could see max speed very soon here. Once Carl heals up, it's just going to take a few moments. Luffy tries to heal up in the meantime. And looks like Mystic Esports are preparing for a big push, incoming at least from Dog Walkers. They look on the left side. Mystic Esports continue to fall back, and it's really contentious who has the lead at the moment.
Well, Dog Walkers needed to make their move there because Mystic Esports kind of, well, there you go. 10 in hand now, and we start the clock. The Dog Walkers have to push forward, and Mystic Esports are spread. So Dog Walkers need to get 2 kills, not just 1, in order to get this reset. Left side comes Chino, gets one of them, and there's the damage.
Luffy still trying to pick up some ground, but Dog Walkers have the super. They're running all the way back. Luffy has the charge B, and he has damage gear active. 4KB, immediate elimination onto Charles, a slow as well. But is there enough damage or enough time? Could be to eliminate Chino. Here it comes, and he gets taken down. Jump in for Nathan, but Charles responds, and Patchy's still alive, along with Charles in the back lines. Zeus and Luffy are still alive. Luffy has the powered up B. Mystic Esports, they can't wait around for another gem to spawn. They got to get an interruption. Chino has a super. He's looking for an appropriate target. Here comes Luffy, elimination, enough damage to take things down. Speed, they're way out of range, and it's a set victory for the Dog Walkers.
Fantastic there from the Dog Walkers. That will tie us up in between. Tough stuff there. Tough stuff there. As we see Dog Walkers kind of wind up on top. We'll move on to our third set.
It really seemed like Mystic were going to be able to keep that ball rolling as well. They had it all the way back on defense, but if we've observed anything from the games today, it's that Dog Walkers are able to bring things back in some close gym grab situations.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And, you know, again, just bringing up our chat poll, 55 to 45 was the chat's opinion on this matchup. And right now, yeah, it's looking pretty even, folks. Gem grab stats coming at you, and Mystic Esports winds up with more damage here, but ultimately it's Dog Walkers that are able to take the win.
Yeah, I mean, you know, damage is great, but playing the objective is even better. And I think also what we did see in that last game was Mystic Esports winning the game for 99% of the game, and Dog Walkers managed to bring it back at the end. It's precisely what we see in Bounty for those last moment takebacks. It's all about having that control when it matters all the way at the end. You cannot retreat too fast. You have to maintain it all the way till the very end, or this stuff happens.
Yeah, and I mean, sometimes these games can be a little bit deceiving when it comes down to Bounty or some of the other game modes where you might want to bide your time a little bit, right? Hot Zone comes to mind as well, where you take the point for a bunch of percent, and then have to back off to regroup, get your supers, heal up a little bit, and your opponent's obviously regaining ground, but it's all well and good. And so when it comes down to things like Bounty, that last 11-second charge, very, very important.
Yeah, well, it's time to throw that all out the window because we got Heist coming up, and it's completely different play style. The most popular way to play this mode is, well, it's map dependent, but let's pick some brawlers that once they get even remotely close to the safe can get insane DPS. You have to pick brawlers that are able to get good damage per second, but also can get good control. It's a very careful balance, and most times it leads to you picking DPS and then just sweating so hard on your lane to get dodges because you very well might be outranged or you might have similar range. Maybe it's a max sort of situation.
Sometimes we also see the like damage over time type composition, which tends to get jumped on a little bit, but that's where I like to see, you know, the Brocks of the world, where you can kind of do a little bit of both. So picks and bans coming at you in a matter of moments as we take a look at the guys real quick. Patchy, very eloquent, well-spoken. We've seen his content as he shouted out the channels you should already know about. Love that, by the way. But my man gave a solid interview, some good insight into how him and his team kind of finding their footing. Glitter asked a great question, like, hey man, how's the team gelling? Because me and Trav were up here kind of saying, like, individual prowess, this, that, and the third. He's like, just me and the boys, dude. We're good friends. And, yeah, the power of friendship. But realistically, it's that chemistry that wins you games, man. Pit stop coming up here, and the bans are in. They banned out my Shiba Nita.
Yeah, we love seeing the Nito, right? We love seeing Sam
Your
run
lot
the
played
Nito.
the...
Oh, goodness.
They did it! They got the Dynamite, baby!
First pick?
Shout out,
Really?
Lukey.
Okay, well, ban the Barley and pick the Dynamite.
Yeah.
This definitely is mysterious, especially because walls can be broken down in many ways. But Dynamite's going to be breaking down walls anyway, so
Yeah.
if you're picking this Brawl, you already know the risks. This is also, I think, going to throw off Mystic Esports a lot. They had to keep their game face on and really think about this one. Clearly, a lot of thought went into this pick from Dogwalkers.
So this is, you know, this is sort of that other oddball strategy I brought up, honestly, just as a talking point. But now here we are. We're playing the Dynamite. And across the way is going to be the Daryl. That is more of the traditional that Reddy was talking about. Daryl's going to look to win the lane, maybe even just walk past the other guy, barrel in, and just slam the 1886s across the way. And we get to see Gray again. Only seen him once or twice today.
This is true because he keeps on
He's
getting banned out all
Why
the
do you
time.
want to play against Gray?
No one wants to play against Gray. People would only want to play Gray if they want to win. Besides that, I mean, it's a pretty straightforward brawler. You get on top of your ally, you teleport where you need to teleport. It's just search, destroy, identify target, immediate destruction. You just win, right? And in this case, it's, yeah, let's teleport onto the safe. Hopefully, don't get hit with a supply drop from above, as now we see the dog that they're walking appearing on the left side. And, well, okay, maybe I thought that Charles was the dog they're walking, but this case, it's actually Colonel Ruffs. We see what they follow up with the last pick, but they have to be prudent because they are facing versus Gray. They might opt to just go for something that out DPSs the Gray and the Daryl.
What has been, the Bull comes through, and Bull is essentially exactly the analysis that I said for Daryl. Just pretend I'm saying it again. So the question is there, is, you know, how are you going to play around that? What is the conventional counter play to Gray? Is it deployable? Is it auto track? Is it, how do you deal with that?
Usually you just like swipe out of the game pretty much. I mean, he's just that good. So you don't usually want him to be on the other side.
Just log out?
Yeah, in this situation, I think the idea for dog walkers is that they have a lot of DPS on their side. And so if they're able to lock some of their brawlers onto the enemy side, then they're like, that's their win condition pretty much. I don't think supply drops are going to have to do a lot with this one though. I think it's more about breaking open some walls or something like that.
Sure.
Absolutely could be. Still, I think the Ruffs, it doesn't really at least gel with the way that I explain what they've picked so far. The idea, I think, is that Gray has really low DPS and they want to lock onto that safe. It is staggering just how much damage Dynamite can do. They're going to rotate Patchy over versus Luffy and Zeus. And Chino, he's going right for the safe, but he's got to get Nathan out of the way. Satchel Charge already taking him down the stun. Here comes the super. Zeus, he tries to stop it. Wall's broken open. And Patchy and Charles get to rain down.
And Nathan gets the respawn. Nathan and Zeus are the ones down here. There is one member of the blue team up top dealing damage. You can take a look at the top right. As we have 47% left on Dogwalkers and counting. So at this point, red team has fallen back a little bit, but blue team still dealing damage across the way. Finally, somebody takes down, and 28% is what the Dogwalkers have left.
Chino needs some protection on the right side, otherwise he's gonna get aggroed. Nathan and Luffy both have their eyes on the prize. There's some sandbags in the way. Here it comes. Zeus with a teleport back as well to join the rest of the crew, and he has that super. He can teleport Luffy and Nathan, or both, onto the safe through the wall. Here it comes. There they are. Patchy runs back. There's a stomper and an appropriate defense as the Dogwalkers have saved their safe. And here's a supply drop too. Looks like it's going to Patchy as they prepare for what could be the final push. They still have to defend versus Nathan. Luffy also, he's got the grapple on the left side, could be a teleport in. They got so much pressure on the Dogwalkers.
Luffy's kill on the bull there was very, very big. Allows the team to kind of fall on back. Teleport from Nathan wasn't that great, but still, about a minute to go and 19% left for the Dogwalkers, but it looks like Mystic here, kind of on the back foot for the first time. Never mind, dude. Nathan and Buzz up here really threatening, and Buzz going all the way in. Daryl's gonna be taking it down. And the first one belongs to Mystic.
I mean, I definitely like the start from the Dog Walkers. They popped off a lot of damage. I think that they expected to continue to base race the entire time. The problem also was that they were still out DPS'd by a single Buzz because they were in a 3v2, and here's Buzz completely alone on the opposing safe. And even when one of them died and respawned, Luffy continued to get solid damage on there. Mystic Esports, they've had a bit of time to warm up to what Dog Walkers are running. They don't get the immediate satchel charge this time, but Nathan could fall in just a moment. Zeus also doesn't want to teleport onto Chino. Never mind, he's able to get the jump on Charles, and here it comes. Chino, he's kind of helpless, just goes for additional DPS. They do have the damage advantage, though.
Separation 14 to 26. And that's Dog Walkers on the good side this time around. Mystic Esports were pretty handedly the only ones in the lead in game number 1. And so Dog Walkers looking to turn it around as Luffy and Nathan both get a kill.
No.
And as soon as I start saying it, the blue team comes up and just lays into this. We do have damage on the south side, though. That said, it is Dog Walkers that falls down. Mystic Esports again, back to back.
So anyway, I wonder why we don't see more Dynamite. I mean, the guy was going crazy for a moment there.
Super sick.
Yeah, when it came to defense, Dyna's just not it. This was clearly a pretty well thought out idea. Dig the IX sweatshirt, by the way. Just gotta shout it out, by the way. Regardless, I think that this was an interesting show by Dog Walkers. Clearly, it was different in scrims.
You know, so here's my hypothesis. I'm not a 1,000,000% certain, but basically Dynamite is basically all offense. You're going to go up and do it. And one of the key decision points in a game of Heist is making that choice. Do we go and deal with the guy on the safe, or do we just base race? And that decision's already made when it's Dynamite. You kill the Dynamite. And so with that decision already made, I think that wound up being kind of the kiss of death. If Dynamite winds up being able to outplay or evade, then clearly he's just going to be able to do the damage, and that's why you picked him. But there isn't the opportunity to let him go. You always make that choice, and by removing just one mental block, I think it just went the other way.
Yeah, and it really does stink for Dog Walkers. It might also stink from a viewer perspective because it would have been a good bit of entertainment to see Dynamite pop off in a competitive scene.
I am always rooting for the anti-meta.
Right, I love it. You know, you see Shelly pick and you're like, oh, I can't believe they didn't win, right? That's what I expected to happen 100% of the time. But I would have liked to see it win. It would have been, you know, the off-meta picks are the spice of competitive Brawl Stars. But with that, we had to move forward into Bounty now for the next set. And look at these 2-0s. It just seems like when the comps are decided, one team has the advantage or the other does.
Well, this one, my bad. This one definitely, I think, might be indicative of each team's strengths.
I think so too. It could just be a mode diff as well.
Yeah,
and
that's what I was getting at.
Yeah. So, I mean, I don't know who necessarily has the advantage in Bounty. We talked about the last-minute comebacks and keeping your cool to the very end, and that's where we saw the Dog Walkers prevail in particular, but I don't think that's really a reliable strategy.
Bounty can, depending on your strategy, Bounty can be largely who's pushing the buttons better. Like, Bounty can be that classic Brawl Stars, beat me, dude. And that's, I might lean towards the Dog Walkers there. I think that that's kind of where their skill set lies. That said, Mystic were the ones that wound up winning Knockout, which also tends to be that sort of plan. Mystic won that Knockout, in my opinion, by strong execution of a planned draft. And so coming into Shooting Star, I don't have the answer, and that's awesome.
Yeah, and I think also we will get a little bit closer to searching for this answer as we see some of the picks and bans too. Piper first pick is very bold by Dog Walkers, actually, because it is so straightforward on countering this brawler. I wouldn't be shocked if Mystic Esports bring out something tanky to deal with it, but their options are going to be limited. They can't go for the max and they can't go for the Feng, so no max comps and no, roundhouse kick from all the way downtown. On the side of Mystic Esports, they've also made things a little bit more consistent, going for the Nanny ban as well as the Gray. And Nanny ban usually is telling that, okay, yeah, we don't have first pick, and Nanny's like one of the best brawlers on this map, so we don't want you to have it. Gray also just makes things way less consistent. So I think what we can expect to see from this time on Shooting Star is a lot of what we used to see before more brawlers with abilities for huge movement got added into the game. Just long-range brawlers shooting down lanes, but Mystic Esports have to find a way to deal with the Piper. Otherwise, they're kind of outmatched on really anything they could bring there.
Well, I mean, really, like, we talk about Bounty as being, for me, this is vintage Brawl Stars, and fundamental Bounty is give me Piper, give me Brock, give me Belle. LOL, she's on the other side. Give me, just long-range sharpshooters, and, let's play it Revolutionary War style. Line up and see who hits the shots. That's what we get on Shooting Star. And so the Piper pick first, there's a lot of like, oh, maybe they counter. Give me the sharpshooters, let's go. You know what I'm playing. I'll play with my hand face up, dude. No counter spells here, just burn.
Yeah, just all-out offense and no semblance of defense. Could be. Here comes the Bonnie. And once again, this is Patchy on the Bonnie. Yep. I mean, this is a brawler that he's good at, and there's a reason he has a reputation for playing this brawler. We'll see what lane he opts to take, but it's pretty much going to add a little bit of that aggro for them without sacrificing their ability to fight at long range.
Yeah, I mean, that was one of the wildest releases for me because she does it both. Now, I think Supercell has done a great job of kind of finding a way to balance that, and this is who I was thinking about.
There we go.
Because, so, when you pick Piper, you open yourself up to that tank, and then all of a sudden it is, so I'm gonna pick the B to make sure that you can't go all in. And there's the Tick, which is a creative choice here. Doesn't have to put himself in harm's way to go ahead and get the kill from a distance. Like it, not love it, but I do want some more of it.
Yeah, and I think we also saw something similar from Mystic when we talked set number 1 there on Gold Arm Gulch. We saw them still run that Tick into Bonnie, but the pick order was reversed, right? It was Tick before Bonnie, now it's Tick after Bonnie. They must be like emboldened by the fact that they were still able to win that and do fairly well. Shooting Star is a bit different. You can't really group up, okay? It's not a similar vibe to Gold Arm Gulch where it's like East versus West. Now it is Revolutionary War, like you said. Line up on your lanes, step to the line and see what you're capable of. Nathan, he's not able to get that blue star either, which is one of the reasons you usually pick Tick here. You pop the last hurrah and you get a little bit tankier, get that blue star. Now they've completely lost that and the dog walkers have the advantage.
So much attention being paid to Patchy, by the way. Like right now, he's the only one that's being in range. But when we saw the pushback as dog walkers got aggressive, everybody was just shooting Patchy. They ignored the other two. Because Patchy, and it's not just Patchy being, the star LOL. It's that threat of the super.
And I think also it's like he's just a big fat super battery walking around. You got 7K health. That's one of the main reasons you play Bonnie too, is she has so much health and it just takes so many shots to kill her. So it's pretty supercharged for Mystic Esports. How do they make use of it? Luffy can get additional damage, but it's not like his super is going to do that much to any other brawler besides Patchy. So if he's able to get on top of Patchy, that's massive value. No connection there on a Chino. Zeus also on the left side, fighting to make things fairly consistent, just keeping things at range versus Charles, who's camping on that shield and also with that charge beam.
This Luffy-Chino matchup, both of them just got hit, but up until that point, they were both just matrixing each other. It's inches, centimeters.
It's 1v1s. That's really all it is, with the occasional third party chiming in. And, well, comes down to who has which gadgets equipped. And in this situation, Chino, I would say, is quite likely to be running the homemade recipe, but he has not revealed his hand just yet. He hasn't gone for it, hasn't had, oh, there's a homemade recipe, but it's really only to back up Luffy, it looks like. They're getting really backed up, right back to their spawn, and the countdown is active. Mystic Esports only need 1 kill to bring things back. Patchy has a response if he needs to. He has that super. Here's the first kill, and it's for Mystic Esports. Patchy's got to pop off. Here it comes. Now getting in range of Nathan. A takedown, but he's slowed down by the bear trap. Last shot, Luffy really took his time lining it up, and what a comeback.
Long range was the thought, and that's what we saw for the majority of the game, but well, nobody really connected for much of it. And then Classic at the end of it just what. So in football you have your 30-second drill or whatnot. What do you say? 11 seconds is kind of when you want to jump in, map dependent?
Yeah, I would usually say around 20 seconds you should start pushing in. You ought to commit like around 10 seconds because it doesn't provide enough time for your enemy to respawn and then respond to you. But you still got to face versus enemies in the back line.
Exactly.
So you have to play it just as cautious as you usually would. But hey, you know, if you're down and there's just a few seconds left, like what's the better decision? Give it a shot or just sit back and take it? I think the choice is obvious. The Dog Walkers this time, much different approach. They're not waiting. They're not taking their time at all. Patchy goes in, manages to get some value. Chino picked up the kill and a good elim onto Nathan. Mystic Esports super behind. 7 stars lead for Dog Walkers.
That said, a ton of Brawl Stars to be played. Just over 60 seconds on the clock. So that 7 stars can trickle in. Does not have to be an all-in bum rush just yet. Mystic Esports down, but up. Big picture, by the way. So if Dog Walkers win this one, Mystic's still on match point, by the way.
Well, Dog Walkers still bringing it back. Elimination of the Tick Super, too. There was an attempt. You can appreciate that much, but still Dog Walkers are hammering it down. 10 stars on their side. Chino, despite being slowed down and marked, is still just out of harm's way. 30 seconds left. Mystic Esports got to be thinking about how they bring this one back. Zeus, he pops a shield on himself. They got to stay aggro. There's just not enough time to make another push. Patchy, Destruction. They have to get 2 more kills out here mathematically if they want to win. 15-second countdown active. The pressure is on, and only 10 seconds left for them to make a move. Patchy, he's absorbing a lot of damage. Charles near miss, almost taken down. Zeus, he keeps moving forward. Nathan, Luffy also closing them into the corner. Not quite enough. Not much damage dealt there, and the final super from Chino keeps him safe. They take one more game. The match continues. The match point is on the line.
All right. One more needed for Mystic. I'm doing this slow talk, and I'm trying to break down kind of what went wrong there. And honestly, it was just this slow bleed. You had all the time in the world to come back and just couldn't find the opening. And usually I think that's as a result of strong positioning from the opposition.
I think from the perspective of Dog Walkers, they have the possibility of getting extremely aggressive. They have Patchy, right? Yeah. He's able to get kills. He's able to dive in. So if they're low, they can make a play like that. Mystic Esports, they've defended versus that the entire time. It's difficult for them to keep a lead. One
of the things that I liked about the play from before was Patchy would go in and not get the kill. Let Chino get the last hit, because Patchy has to jump in, and he's still only worth 2 stars because he's not getting the kills. So he jumps in, smacks him in the face, and then lets Chino dink from a distance. And that is super cool.
Love that shout, and it came to fruition there in the end as well, as we saw the super up in the air. Yep. You can't get me. Even though you cornered me, I'm untouchable. I'm absolutely invincible. Even so, though, Mystic Esports have managed to take back the lead. They're slowly retreating, which is not usually a good sign. You don't want to get backed up to your wall when you have nowhere else to run. If Patchy is trying to super on you, and he's gradually working his way forward, could maybe trip some of those mines. Has to be wary of where they are. Hopefully Chino and Charles have called him out. Chino also sort of staying in position, tripping one of those mines. He's safe and sound. Charles, meanwhile, also big damage, Destruction, Bang. And Mystic Esports maintain the lead.
That's big. That's really big. And the fact that these mines are starting to be cleared, because the left side, I think, is where we're going to need to see the aggression from the Dog Walkers if they're able to fight their way back into this. Patchy eating a ton of damage. Oh, no. And here comes the Tick Super as well. Not enough for a kill. 7 stars, make that 10. And that might be the final dagger. That one certainly is. Mystic Esports, 12 stars above, takes the game and the set and the match. That's your last show of the day, and Mystic looking pretty.
Mystic is back, dude. They had a bit of a rough run where they weren't really able to make it through some of these teams. To take down Dog Walkers, I mean, for me personally, is extremely unexpected. Okay, today has been full of surprises, but that's exactly what we want to see, right? That's entertainment, and that's development. The consistent competition in NA is what propels NA to be able to perform so well on the world stage, eventually at Masters.
very simply said, the more you do something, you better you get at it, hopefully.
Yeah, well, they say practice, or perfect practice makes perfect, right?
Yep.
This was not perfect from either side, but it looked really good.
Oh, yeah. And you know, like we said, as the scene gets bigger, it's just more and more prowess coming out here. Tight one. This might have been the closest one, I think, that we saw today.
I think so too. I mean, we didn't see really much of it going on super far into set 5, and it was a lot of 3-1s, 1-3-0. We had a clear underdog in each one. And sometimes the underdog wins, sometimes they don't. There was no consistency across today. I'll just say it.
Well, I think there's something. There is a difference. There is a nuance here. There's a difference between making it happen and not making it happen. Listen, I forgot what I was going to say. Stop laughing, right? It happens to the best of us. But Mystic did not forget what they were going to say. What I think what we saw here was really fun because we see this cycle now. You don't know who's going to be able to beat outside of some of those top teams. But as we get deeper into this regular season, I think those top teams are going to be a little bit shaken because they're still good, but everyone else is just getting better.
So I got a little bit of info for you to add to this discussion right now.
Roger.
Obviously, while we're doing this, there are lots of teams at play, so we have some off-stream matches. Mystic beat stmn in their off-stream match.
Thank you. That's what I wanted to hear. Like, don't tell Bobby and the boys that that's what I wanted to hear. But that's what I wanted to hear. I want to see one of these lower-end teams come up and punch above their weight, and I'm using the annoying air quotes because I think as we go deeper into the season, we're going to see this happen, not just once, not just twice, but maybe, I guess, 3 is the next number?
But this is what we were talking about too, Reddy. It's the bar of competition is higher this season, so we can consider people not in the top 4, maybe in the top 4, underdogs, not underdogs, and they're just going to prove us wrong because everyone is so close that even if a top team has a bad day or a non-top team has a great day, I almost feel like it's going to start balancing out throughout the entire season.
I mean, I sure hope so, right? Because I like being right on predictions. And so far today, I think I got almost every single one wrong. Every match I thought was chalked was the opposite. Every time I went out on a limb, I was wrong. It's mysterious. It's difficult to predict, but that's what makes it fun to watch. You never know what's coming next.
Yeah, and I mean, listen, you are the expert, and if you get it wrong, that means sports happened. So I'm here for it, you know?
All right, well, we're talking about all of the action that happened today. Let's look at the standings and see where everything shook out, because there might be some surprises. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Stamina right there in the middle, and of course, this is day 1, so you only have kind of one way to be. Great, bad, or in between. And a lot of the squads that we expected to be great are kind of in that in between. Mystic Esports 2-0 as number 1. Did you expect it?
Did not.
Did you expect it?
No.
Chat, did you expect it? Type it, I'll read it.
Chat, there's no way chat called this.
You know, everybody in chat is saying, I knew it.
No. They're lying.
Yeah, esports expert Andes. Yeah, make your thoughts known and just let us know that you were correct.
I see Trav talks in the chat saying, I knew it.
Trav, to be fair, has been 100% correct all day, so that is not surprising by any means. But week number 1 of season 2 of the challenge is done. So let's talk final thoughts. Was today even remotely close to what you expected overall?
I mean, was it remotely close to what I expected overall? The answer has to be no.
We love it.
But, and.
Okay. Okay, we'll take a bite.
I expected to see elevated competition from these teams that aren't named Tribe and Stamina. I expected to see these players just look better because of how deep the scene is getting, how much competition there is, and let's be real. What's on the line? Y'all want to go to Tokyo?
Right?
Like, yeah, man.
Yes.
I really expected a level up from everybody, and we got it.
Yeah, I mean, there's more on the line here than just points to go to Tokyo and some cash in your pocket, too. It's going to San Diego and seeing all the people you've been playing against and been playing with as well. And that's a fun thing, too. But overall, my expectations completely blown out of the water. It's always fun to be proven wrong, and it's always fun to see the competition ramping up in this region because, once again, it makes NA better.
Yeah. I mean, it's very dead even. 1 week will end up changing lots of things for some of these teams. So we'll have to see what happens because we're done. Week 1 of the Snapdragon Mobile Challenge for Brawl Stars is in the books, and it's Mystic Esports who end up claiming the perfect 2-0 and finding themselves in that top spot for now. Huge thanks to Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy, Monster Energy, DHL, and the U.S. Air Force for making this whole thing possible. On behalf of myself, my co-casters, and everyone behind the scenes here at ESL Studios, thank you so much for watching, and we'll see you next week.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them, you're willing to hurt for them, but most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting, it's hot. Look what I got, whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy, and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha, yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha, yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason, like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like when I'm in the room it's a red alert. You wanna compete, well get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my work. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me, how'd I turn pain into energy. Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.